that the fine leg, I've seen the fine leg numerous occasions, is very, very wide. That ball was just played easily down to fine leg and it, went for four. The previous over, one played down to fine leg and they got two because the fine leg is so wide.
Well lined outside the off-stump. He has chosen to come over the wicket to the left-hander.
Haven't seen that in a while. Most of the most of the bowlers these days, as soon as the left-handers comes and strike, they normally go over the wicket. But Gordon, he's going the conventional way.
Yes, I think he's well supported with the three slips and the gully by Captain Palmer. So perhaps he may be looking to spray it across the left-hander. Good quick single here by the Leewards. Hurricanes. So Powell moves to 5. The score to 7. Coolidge Cricket Grounds, well lit by nature.
It's beautiful. I guess I like when you have a bit of rain. You see the greenery, and that brings out the best in the surroundings, and it's good. It's just beautiful for cricket at the moment.
Yes, when I walked out on the pitch this morning for the toss, there were certain areas which were still moist on the outer part.
I thought you were going to say that you want to have a knock. Bowl a few of those dibbly dubs.
This one angled away from Munson Hodge. I would not oblige. Perhaps 2 men would be out already. But that was a good one, angling into the right-hander, then leaving him, getting a bit of what we would term reverse swing quite early, trying to assess Gordon Bryan. Seems to understand his craft well. Keeps the line. Nothing much from the pitch, at least at that end. We saw from this end, in fact, our commentary is coming from the southern end, from which Gordon Bryan is bowling. But when Makino Minley bowled from the northern end, we did see of the deliveries that came back into Munson Hodge, there was something on it for the bowler. Southern end looks a bit true. Does not deliver, perhaps not feeling the comfort that he would like. But when you look at the Leewards team, Sylvester, it's pretty much, you mentioned, a set team, a relatively settled team with a few players, I think, away, Alzari Joseph and Devon Thomas. But the regulars are there. Casey Carty, Jamal Hamilton, Chino Berry, Jeremiah Louis. Bryan has gotten a good line just outside the right-hander's off-stump. Munson Hodge did not oblige on that occasion. 5 runs coming from the over, just the second over of the Leewards innings, winning the toss and batting. It's still 7 without loss.
Yeah, it's a quiet start by both teams. I guess they are trying to feel out the conditions, feel out the pitch. As we can see with the pitch so far, the pace is not there, but they have a little movement, sideway movements. I guess the moisture, may have a little moisture, early morning moisture. But both teams, still battling for supremacy. If someone want to take, but I like the positive start here from Powell and Munson Hodge, especially Powell. He's looking for the singles and the bad ball that he got in that over. He took it down to 5 and got a 4. But it looks promising so far. Sir.
Well, you can hear in the pitch mic that he's trying to get some sod from the pitch to mark his guard, so he intends to stay there for quite some while. The amount of time he took to mark that guard suggests that he wants to be there all day.
Well, that's a good sign.
But Minley may have other options, other thoughts. Good delivery.
And
Well played.
We can see that Minley, he's going in the modern day now. The left-hander comes and strike, and he tends to go around the wicket to the left-hander.
Yes, which is what I think it may depend on what you have to offer. Because mainly, as you recognize, to the right-hander, he was coming into him. It simply means that he will be going across the left-hander. That's his stock delivery. So he definitely will be going to slip area. Oh, Powell is beaten. Looked half-cocked there.
That's a naughty shot.
Yes, as though he didn't decide whether he was going to drive or whether he was going to punch through the offside, and he was beaten by a good delivery.
Yeah, that was a naughty shot. He was indecisive in his stroke play. It's early in the innings. It's not it's something you have to wonder about when you're so early in your innings that you normally tune in.
So mainly would want to exploit this. On target, Powell walks out, plays it from the top of the crease. Good bowling on the part of Marquino Minley. When Gordon Bryant bowled, though, I think he is a bit different for the right hand. He angles the ball in and then it leaves him for the left-hander. I think because he came from over the wicket, that's why that first delivery, though it was lined, it tended to go down the leg side. Powell comes across and defends well. Good quiet over so far in terms of from the bat. We speak about the medium fasters, the seam bowlers, the pacers coming through the ranks of the West Indies. Obviously, Minley is one on the radar. I also like Preston Maxwell. I don't know how much of him you have seen. I think he offers from the Windward Islands a very good option for international cricket. This one whipped off the pads. It will be 4. Down to fine leg. 4-run signal by umpire Basra.
It's a very good scoring option because as we can see that the fine leg is more like a deep backward square. So any bat that you get or any part of your person that the ball touches and go down to fine leg, the minimum you're going to get is 2.
And you mentioned earlier the fine leg is rather wide, almost a long leg situation here. Better delivery, good response on the stumps. Powell comes forward. 3rd over of the day has been completed. Powell getting a 4 from it. He moves to 9. Once in Hodge remains on 2. Leeward Islands winning the toss and batting 11 without loss.
Yeah, good start so far by the Leeward Islands batters. He had one naughty shot there by Powell in the over, but I think he looks in control. He just has to apply a bit more patience. But I also like the intent of him trying to to score, and hopefully that in this time where you have the increase of all these T20 and T10. The intent of these batters who are engaged in such games and tournaments, will transform this into the 4th version and we can get a more attractive set of games.
Brian to Hodge getting good carry through. Thomas is comfortable with that. So once in Hodge.
If it's one thing said, we're really engaged. We can hear the players out there, they're chirping, so it's gonna be fascinating.
It is, and it makes for the better of the broadcast, the better of the cricket. 3 slips wait and the wicket keeper Brian keep pegging away at that line. The question for you're usually in the slips, right? How long do you continue with the chirping? How long do you continue to motivate? If you don't get a wicket, would that drop? We're in the 4th over?
No, it shouldn't be set. You have to be as you are closest to the action, so to speak. You must be the one that is very vocal, supporting the bowlers. Make sure that the bowlers know that they always have.
Oh, that's a good one. That one did not hold its own, and it in fact came back. Was a bit closer to the off stump, and immediately you see Powell coming down to have a word with Hodge.
I like the length, a bit in, a bit out. Gordon knows his skills, and he seems like he has a bit of skills getting in and out, seam it around. Sometimes you have bowlers that will try to push it when they're coming in and push it when he's going out, but he, just keeping his wrist, nice action, technique very good, and just seaming it around.
Good delivery again. just about fifth stump and leaving a bit late. Taken by Thomas. So the Jamaicans would have come here and would really want to do well, even though they're different franchises. I guess with the Leewards winning the CPL, that gives some motivation, and also they came into play in the ODI, or not ODI, but in the regional Super 50. So it is a team that, although Barbados Pride would be the defending champions, and Guyana would have been one of the outstanding champion teams, I think this Jamaica team would want to make a big statement because things are on the rise in Kingston.
Yeah, and I mean personally as well, I think that these players, they want to go to the next level. There are so much opportunities out there. It's just for you to get your performances up and keep your radar with the selectors.
Good delivery. That one rose a bit. Munson Hodge handled it well. He has a very good run-up, Sylvester Joseph. Brian Gordon is my first sighting of him. And very straight on his approach, a very good approach. None for 5 from his 2 overs, mainly none for 6 from his 2. Powell, the dominant batter, 9, including 2 fours, Munson Hodge and 2. 11 without loss here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds after 4 overs.
Yeah, good patient start here by both teams. The areas that both bowlers are bowling are pretty much consistent, and that is what the 4-day, the longer version calls for. The batters as well. In Powell looking positive as usual, and Munson Hodge, he's one that tends like he want to bat for the 4 days, but I think he needs to look and be a bit more positive, especially when he gets in. You have to look to score and rotate the strike and give the team a momentum.
Power drives taken. Brilliant ball and caught catch by Marquino Minley. There was Powell prodding forward and he was looking to drive through the offside, and Minley just stretched out that right hand. Excellent level of athleticism by Marquino Minley, breaking the partnership. All one Sylvester Joseph. Oh, that's spectacular catching. 11 for 1. The Leeward Islands winning the toss and batting, losing their most experienced batter.
Yeah, and very, very well caught there, ball and caught there by Marquinhos Minley. He, on his follow-through, and that one was struck with a bit of pace. But I think Powell was in the best position. He wasn't balanced. He played, through the line of the ball when the pitch, as we can see, is not coming on. So you have to be a little more watchful, a little more mindful. And unfortunately for him, he fell by not really applying some of those simple, basic principles of when the pitch is not coming on. But Marquinhos Minley, again, continue to be very penetrative in those areas and, reaping the reward.
Yes, really a good spell by him so far for the morning. Marquino must be saying, guys, you did not pick me to go off to Zimbabwe, to go to Africa. But I want to show you that I still have the skills that you believe that I have. He has drawn first blood here for the Jamaica Scorpions. In fact, the first sting. That could be a critical one for the Leewards. Out comes Casey, the youngster from St. Martin, Carty Casey. He's been around for a little while, came through the same ranks of the under-19 successful World Cup teams with the likes of Alzari Joseph and some of the other guys who we know pretty well, and he wants to make a statement. Has done that, has gotten onto the West Indies ODI team. Faces Minley. Good delivery, defends well. I reckon he's not getting his movements together. He stood up straight, not committing to either the back or the front foot. Whenever there is uncertainty in the pitch, I don't know what you tell your young charges, but I'm often being told, get on the front foot.
Well, it has to depends on the way the ball pitches. You don't want to go forward for a short deliveries, but you have to be watchful and just trust your skills. You know, and I think Casey Carty, he needs a good start.
This one kept a bit lower, but he was in position. This is a fired up Scorpions team led by Paul Palmer Jr. Aldine Thomas behind the wicket. He's providing quite a lot of support, moral support to the bowling cast here. They have opted for 2 slips now instead of 3. Why would you this early decide to remove one of your slips? You started with 3 slips and a gully at either end. Yes, the left-hander has been removed, but I'm not quite sure why I would dispense with the 3rd slip.
Well, it's kind of baffling because they just got a wicket, and it's not like they're scoring at any pace. The game is pretty balanced. As a matter of fact, I think that they are on top.
That's right.
You know, and the pitch is not coming on. With a new batter and you take out one of the slip, I just don't understand the approach of Captain Palmer.
Well, he went up to have a discussion with Marquino Minley, and he's running back to first slip.
And
now we see the extra cover is moving into the slip position. Because immediately that jumped out at me. So ideal way to go. 3 slips back with us. Good delivery coming back into Carty. Carty is equal to the task. Plays it well, defends well. Over number 5.
That's 4 deliveries.
Well, that's right. I was getting carried away with the movements of the players.
Yeah, I guess the wicket, the early wicket, they already got the wicket from the first delivery. And
that's right.
Maybe that, bring a shadow of not knowing how many balls gone in the over.
Here is Minley. Smooth run up. Good judgment on the part of Casey. Allows it to go through, and now the over ends. 5 overs completed here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. The Jamaicans, they have striking in this over Marquino Minley, taking the wicket of Kieran Powell for 9, and the Leewards 11 for 1.
Yeah, it's good personally to see cricket back in terms of the longer version. These players, I know that they were in camp for a number of for months, and they've been playing a lot of practice games. But there is nothing set like the real stuff, and this is what you want, and these players are raring to go. Looking, as you can see, that they're very watchful. They're trying to get their strides going, get their momentum going, because, when you get off to a good start from your first innings, it helps give you the confidence to carry on.
So here is Brian. On the wicket this time. Munson Hodge. He has all the patience in the world, Munson Hodge.
Yeah, I think that he has been around for so many years. At this stage, he should be more in control in terms of more stroke play. He should look a lot more positive in getting what it in the strike, and he just tend to be happy out there just batting and blocking.
In fact, that has now induced more confidence. You see now an enforcement on the offside, the 3 slips, the gully, the point, the cover, the extra cover. So they are confident that he's not being assertive here. Hence they could apply pressure, and he gets pressure with a good delivery. Coming in there from Brian, rushing him a bit. And he played it with some degree of discomfort. Comes down and looks at the pitch. But the pitch will be saying, what are you looking for? It's your captain who won the toss.
Yeah, but as an open batter, the pitch doesn't really look like you have any devil in it. And Munson Hodge is a capable batter in a situation like this, to make sure that you...
Down the leg side. Does not capitalize on that.
Yeah, Munson Hodge is capable of giving his team a good solid start in terms of time spent. So the other batters, we have a fair look at most of the bowlers, the conditions, and that is what he's very capable of. And I think that the Leeward Islands management staff would pleased with that. They think that they need someone who is up there that can bat some time and give the opportunity to the other players to come in and be more positive.
Her drives stopped by the cover fielder that was pitched up, and he had the opportunity to really pace that through the cover field, but in fact he just played it straight to Akeem Fraser. Strongly built Fraser in that cover region. Will not allow that to go through.
That was a beautiful cover drive. Just
good power.
Yeah, just a little to the right or left, and he will be a guaranteed 4. But good area as well by Garden.
This time he gets that one to go away. The only criticism, it was pitched a bit too wide to induce the batter. But the idea was an excellent one.
Yeah, a little wide. And he's getting the ball to go away from the right hander.
I like what I'm seeing from him.
Yeah, I like the ball that he Monsignor drove to cover well, because it was a teaser. And if you're not on the ball, you're going to make it to slips.
And it was the first full one that he got.
Yeah. So he's working at his craft, and he is understanding, and showing that he's in control of his skills.
Once again, he gets it to angle away. And a good bowling coach would be happy to see that. And he has one in Richardson, who is, in fact, the coach. He would love to see that excellent bowling continued here. Gordon completing 3 overs, none for 5 still. Minley, 1 for 6, the man who struck in the previous over. The Leeward Islands would need to settle Sylvester Joseph because they are under a bit of pressure. For the last 2 overs, they have not scored a single run.
Yeah, and the upper hand really definitely is with the Jamaica Scorpions because of the wicket of Powell, who is the more aggressor out of the 2 opener, and Casey Carty is also one that looks to play a bit more aggressive, but he just comes in, so he's trying to get his strides, he's trying to get feel out the pitch what is happening. But the Jamaica bowlers in Minley and Garden, they are really hitting the good areas and making it very, very difficult for the Leeward Islands batters.
Mainly to Carty. Carty comes forward. Encouragement continues from the slip cordon. They would continue to clap away, and you hear them. Captain Paul Palmer, just to the right of wicketkeeper Aldine Thomas.
Palmer likes his extra cover as he brings over the man from mid-wicket to extra cover. He likes his extra cover set.
Yes, he does. Oh, gets a good one coming back into him, stands up and plays it. Good feeling on the part of Minley. His enthusiasm as a bowler seems to be contagious, because all the slippers, Leroy, Lug, and you can hear them in the mic, and Alwyn Williams, all part of trying to keep the batsman honest or put him under pressure. That's part of what the fielders do.
Remember you asked me earlier about the noise, the chirping in the slip cordon.
Oh, he plays it that loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. I really didn't get an impression that it played. It really took off. It bounced well. It was a naughty shot, a poor shot on the part of Casey.
What's the body language of Casey?
Just basically rehearsed his stroke. It was clearly one that really took off and bounced a bit.
I was watching, I saw it took off and bounced a bit, but I was watching, because the keeper, the bowler, and the slip card, and they were very confident. And I was watching the batter, because normally you can tend to look at the batter and see how he bowls. And I saw a little dodgy movement there by Casey. I wasn't sure if he nicked it.
Well, umpire Bazlett was confident that he did nick it. Casey gets one going away from him. And oftentimes you speak about body language. Yeah, non-verbal communication, that's something I had the opportunity of studying for about 15 months. So I'm not an investigator, but I can tell you everything about it.
You know everything about it for
Not
15 months?
everything.
Okay.
15, sorry, I said months. 15 weeks. And I could tell you there are things you can detect, but you have to always be careful because there are things in it that oftentimes the base for which you're judging, it could be judgmental and not necessarily empirical. So sometimes you could make some assumptions that may not be accurate. Because as a cricketer, you know sometimes even you may not edge a ball, but you're wondering what the umpire is going to think based on the fielder's response.
You're so right. I mean,
so the base, we always look at it from that scientific standpoint, that the body language based on a few things, you look at the norm versus the, well, let's not get into that. But just to be on the side of Casey Carty on this occasion, this is a good one. Makino Minley is picking up some pace here, Sylvester Joseph, as it gets a bit warmer. His second maiden on the trot after a maiden wicket, removing Kieran Powell. A maiden came in nicely from Brian Gordon, and then another maiden from Makino Minley. The Jamaica Scorpions are on top. They have gotten the initiative after 7 overs. 11 for 1. Casey Carty has been kept quiet, and I think it's going to be another interesting half an hour. Sylvester Joseph, you'll be joined by Terry Laraji.
Yeah, indeed. The Jamaica Scorpions, they commanding the attention of the Leeward Islands players, and the situation they're in command, and they're really, hitting their straps, hitting the right areas, and getting the reward. Minley was a bit surprised a while ago when after the over he saw him pass and tell Katie something like, "Why didn't you walk?" But cause he thought that Casey Carty had nicked that. He had no doubt. But Casey Carty, both of them now still having that conversation in the middle. But Casey Carty was sure that he didn't miss it. As a matter of fact, his body language maybe showed us that he missed out on a short wide delivery. But welcome to Raji, Terry.
Good morning, Sylvester, and good morning to all our viewers. No, I was busy doing other things, but they're looking sharp, though, Jamaica. Not the start that Leeward Islands would have wanted. Another good ball there by Gordon Bryan.
But you see, the good thing about the longer version is that, time is you have time, so you can afford to go through the different situation in the game, and like at this time, both batters, they have to basically stay positive, look to rotate the strike. I think they need to look to rotate the strike some more.
And Brian in again, and another good delivery just on or about that off stump, left through to the keeper by Monson Hodge. Yes, exactly right, Sylvester. They got a lot of time, of course, the 4 days. But batting first, you want to get off to a good start. Great, ideal conditions for cricket. Beautiful morning here in Antigua, and you want to post a decent score. But as you say, plenty of time for that. But still, losing the experience of Kieran Powell. One just straight into the pads of Monson Hodge, who plays it nicely down to fine leg for a single. The score moves on to 1. First run for a while, 12 for 1.
Yeah, I think that is the first one since the wicket has fallen back in the 4th over. So there's been about 3 or 4 overs of maiden, but the Jamaican bowlers in Gardner mainly, they're hitting the straps. They got the early wicket, the early breakthrough, and the confidence is flowing. And they're getting into their rhythm with a bit of assistance from the pitch in terms of it's not really coming through quite freely.
Yes, for sure, and a bit of a wide delivery there by Brian through to the keeper as Carty watches that pass. That was interesting, though, that Flashy had outside the off stump a rising ball by Minley. Jamaica Scorpions, as you say, were very confident, but he did the right thing. He didn't look around, he didn't do anything. He just stood there in disgust. He missed out on a boundary ball.
Mainly he's at mid on, and he's asking Munson, did you hear anything? You can see he looks like, man, I'm so convinced. He's still convinced.
One wide down the leg side by Brian to complete the over. So we've had 8 overs here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the West Indies Championship first round match between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, after winning the toss and opting to bat, are 12 for 1. With Casey Carty yet to get off the mark and Monson Hodge on 3. The wicket falling caught and bowled by Mindley was Kieran Powell, and he made 9. Be disappointed though. Sylvester made a good 99 the other day in the practice match, leading into this first round opener.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed with the shot that he played. I mean, he played a bit too early, and you can tend to do that early on in the innings, especially when the ball is not coming on. But he was the one looking to capitalize on the bad balls and push the score on. So sometimes it's a bit of sometimes you need a bit of luck.
Definitely.
But Mindley took a brilliant catch.
Yes, excellent catch. Yeah. But he looks on form. I suppose he'd have a point to prove though too. I mean, he was drafted into the test team in Australia and then unfortunately broke down after a few deliveries. So
I think the only
opportunity again.
Probably the only point that he has to prove is his fitness, because I mean, if he has been drafted in and because of injury, that he's out. I guess now that he has to prove his fitness to the selectors, and hopefully that an opportunity arises again, he will grab hold of it.
Yeah, most definitely. Interesting though, isn't it, Sylvester, at the moment with the first test against Zimbabwe starting on Saturday. There is a few injuries. I mean, Gabriel hasn't played for about 15 months or so, coming back from injury. Roach broke down in Australia also. So they don't necessarily want to end up in the same position as they did in Australia. As Mindley is in again to Hodge. Bang on target again. Hodge forward in defence out into the offside. Jamaica on their toes, a lot of chirping going on. 3 slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Good attacking field here by the Jamaica Scorpions. They got the early breakthrough. But yeah, they need to look after the fast bowlers while they're in Zimbabwe, and then of course South Africa straight after.
Well, they most definitely have to be fit. In Zimbabwe, the pitches are much different than Australia and South Africa. They are more suitable for spinners, medium pace bowlers in Zimbabwe, but South Africa and Australia, they are very suitable for faster bowlers, for faster men. So with the Caribbean Cricket West Indies Caribbean 4-day starting, you will have more options. Players should capitalize. I think we have a very good stack of bowlers through the Caribbean. So we have Neil Smith. I hope he's really. I think he's up at the Survey Stadium. You have Preston McSween. These guys are around. I see beating his back. So the crop of fast bowlers they are there. It's just for them to keep themselves fit, and when they get the opportunity, just grab hold of it.
Yeah, most definitely, and a good point you make, Sylvester, that having the West Indies Championship 4-day championship start and coincide with the test, it gives these guys big opportunity to force their way into the international side, both batting and bowling. Mindley in again to Hodge. That one swinging away outside off stump, well taken by the keeper. No run.
But interested in I was watching at the end of the over. Jamaica is on top.
Well on top. 12 for 1 after 9 overs.
It's point 0 point something runs per over so far. When you win the toss and decide to bat, you're hoping to see that, especially when both captains say that the pitch look flat.
Right.
You were thinking, and I know the spectators and the fans are thinking they should be more enterprising cricket, more positive cricket on the Leeward Islands' behalf in terms of scoring, but it's just stagnant at the moment.
It is, but as you say, a long way to go, and I think you're quite right. The pitch is not quite coming on as well as they thought it would be. Just a bit slow. And a bit of overnight rain last night, but quite fine so far today.
But I'm waiting to see the selection of the West Indies first 11. I saw in the practice game that Raymond Reefer, he batted at number 3, and I think he opened the batting the next game. And I see Devon Thomas, not well bowled there.
Alwyn Williams, yeah, change of bowler from the commentary box end. Alwyn Williams replacing Gordon Bryan. Yeah.
After I saw Gordon bowl the last few deliveries, I said I was thinking to myself that he needed a change. He seems like he's getting a bit tired.
Right.
He's not bowling as consistent, and that tends normally when you're getting a bit tired. But what I was saying in terms of the first test, I would really love to see the selection in terms who will bat at number 3, the batting order, because I see that Reefer, and when you check the stats from last year, you have Devon Thomas was third in the runs in the regional competition, 4-day competition.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting. He bats at number 4, sometimes bats at number 3 for the Leeward Islands.
True.
And to see he was in Australia, the same thing happened. So I think a player like Devon Thomas at this stage of his career, if you have him in the test team, you might as well give him a run. If not, you go and get a younger player.
Yeah, most definitely, because he's 32, 33 now, Devon? Yeah, so, give him the opportunity, and he is, as you say, a genuine number 3 or top order batsman, whereas Raymond Reefer, batting all-rounder, and looking to fill that role. So, interesting point you make, that one steered down to a gully, gets there on the bounce, no harm done, but Carty still looking to get off the mark. 16 deliveries now he's faced, 17 deliveries without getting off the mark this morning. Casey Carty.
What do you think is that? Is that his technique, or you think that the Jamaican Scorpions bowlers are hitting their straps and bowling in that good area?
Yeah, I think they're bowling in a good area, Sylvester. I think they're on their toes at the moment. They're well on top of the game. And that one beaten again. Beautiful ball there by Williams. Shaped away from Carty. Beat him outside his off stump as he rehearses that forward defense. But he just doesn't look like he's got going. Maybe the feet movement, a bit sluggish so far.
That was a beautiful delivery. Those deliveries, as a batter, you pray that it misses the bat. When you miss it, when that missed the bat, you rejoice. And that was one. That was a peach of a delivery.
Williams in again to Carty. And that one just heading down leg side, half a shout.
That's over.
But a good opening over there by Alwyn Williams, the maiden. Score remains on 12-1.
Yeah, Alwyn Williams doesn't look like he has so much pace, but I think the conditions here would suit him. He seems the ball like he does a bit with the ball in and out. But he bowls at a heavy ball. He looks like he bowls a heavy ball, but in terms of out and out pace bowler, he seems like he's one that will come and hit a good area and does a bit with it, and he starts really, really effective.
Yes, very effective, and so far all the Jamaican bowlers have been effective, but they got some young ones, haven't they? Alwyn Williams has only played 9 first-class matches, and Gordon Bryan, who opened the bowling, has only played 2 previous to this. As Minley is in again, and that's clipped nicely down to fine leg by Monson Hodge for a single. But even though the bowling is on top, important to just keep the scoreboard ticking while they get into their groove, though, Sylvester, Leeward Islands.
Yeah, and these guys, these batters for the Leeward Islands, Hurricanes, they have been around. They are very experienced. And when you're at that level, you need to find ways in which to rotate the strike to to get off the strike and to score. You have to. It doesn't matter what it is. Your skill level, your experience. You have to find ways in which to score.
Again, left alone by Carty just outside the off stump, swinging away by Mindley. He certainly looked sharp this morning. 5.1 overs, 1 for 7. So far is Makino Mindley.
Mindley should be coming to the end of his spell now, so maybe that will bring a bit of relief to the batters.
True.
But I haven't seen Williams comes into the attack. He looks effective as well, so you tend to wonder where the one's going to come from. You have to execute your skills.
But Sylvester, somebody like a Monson Hodge has been around for a long time now, and of course you still play for Leeward Islands. You're wanting to play for West Indies. How do you assess things? Is age come into it, or if he has a blinder of a season and makes a ton of runs, it means he matures later? Do you give him a chance?
Well, it goes in two folds. I think many of us will tend to think that you need a younger player, someone who has potential and someone who's can stay out there and bat as well, But it goes with the team and the management what they're looking for. They are in control and they know exactly how they want their team to play. And if they think that Monson Hodge, his style of batting is effective for the players that they have, maybe that is the persistent with him.
Right.
Because when you look at basically like the younger players, you had Ras Powell who came in and out for a few, and then now we have Mikhail Louis. He hasn't really gotten an opportunity yet, but he's like you're searching for another the next
replacement. Yeah.
So it's all about trusting and giving the opportunity to a younger player, even a younger player, but someone who deserved,
right?
An opportunity.
Minley in again, and that's driven thick outside edge, but all the way along the ground through backward pointed runs just millimeters from their rope, but well fielded there, flick back, and they restrict the score in 2-2. So Casey Carty is finally off the mark after.
And I was a poor one.
Deliveries, yeah, they took their time. No?
Yeah, that poor one. I mean, after runs is so hard to come by. When you have an opportunity, I think they had an opportunity to get 3 runs, but they settled for 2.
So after 11 overs, Leeward Islands Hurricanes, after winning the toss and electing to bat, are 15 for 1. Monson Hodge is on 4, and Casey Carty is on 2. We've got a couple of spectators too, Sylvester, which is always good to see.
Yeah, whenever you see spectators in the ground now watching the longer version, you must rejoice, because that's a rare sight, But the support is always there. Now that you have the games are streaming, most games are on telly, even though under 15 or under 17, most games are on streaming. So
True.
Even though you don't have a lot of people in the ground, I know that a lot of people, watching in and out at work, they're listening whenever they get the opportunity. It's a way of reaching, more people, and it's only, I think it's good for the game.
Yeah, most definitely, and also with the inclusion of a few of the West Indies Academy players, that's a great opportunity for them to further enhance their career and learn, get the experience at the first class level. Williams in again to Hodge, who watchfully lets it go through to the keeper. No run. Score stays on 15 for 1.
Well, that's what it's all about. You always want the upcoming youngsters, the future, to kind of intertwine with the present, and even some of the guys who are on the way out. So the experience that they will gather from the situation, and even there's a different only way we can get that experience is being involved, and
right.
also being in the 11, getting game time, not only in the the 13 or whatever, but also, getting time in the middle, whether you're a bowler or batsman. You need that time in the middle to gather that little experience and confidence.
Right.
But we have some very good youngsters on show, and even the senior players. I think that we have a good crop. It's just that I think we need to play a lot more cricket, more competitive cricket. Our coaching style as well. We need to give the players more freedom to go out and play positive cricket, not reckless cricket, but positive cricket.
Right.
We're gonna make mistakes, so we as coaches as well, we have to find that balance and let the game move forward.
And more the 2-day, 3-day, 4-day matches, though, so that they learn that base, they learn that their skill level develops a lot more around that.
Yeah, and I see that the Cricket West Indies was introducing the competition after this. I forgot what they call it. They have 3 of the past players.
The Headley Weeks
I think that
trophy.
In our region, with the financial situation, we're gonna need. This can only do well for our cricket in terms of letting the players that are on the verge, get to play more games.
Right.
And especially the longer version, because the T20 and now we have T10, you have all kind of 60s, all kind of the shorter version, and people tend to go to that. But you need that foundation. If you have that foundation of this longer version, you'll be more effective, I think. Going into those
shorter versions, for sure. And another over here at Coolidge. Leeward Island still crawling along after 12 overs, 15 for 1. Wicket to fall was Kieran Powell, brilliantly caught and bowled by Makino Mindley. Yes, but you're exactly right, though, Sylvester. It does give them that foundation and then they can go and adapt their game to whatever version that they're playing. To suit it. Where you do it the other way around, you get stuck. You end up with just a lot of heaters and things like that, O'Brien has swapped ends. He's coming in from the northern end into Carty and spot on target again.
I thought he was tired. But
You thought he was tired. He just wanted to change of end.
Yeah, 2 overs break. He's a fit young man. Let's see how this spell goes. But I like this. I haven't seen this in quite a while. When I use a captain, I used to do that. Give one of my open bowlers a longer spell, and then the next one will come back for maybe a 2-3 overs. And I haven't seen that. I haven't seen this type of captaincy in terms of rotating the bowlers in a while. They normally want to change completely in terms of 2 new bowlers.
Right. Yeah. Double change.
But this is something that we used to do, that is common back then, but now it's all different. So for the first hour you may have 4 fast bowlers already exposed.
Right. Yeah, true.
But this is good.
He's still maintaining the 3 slips and the gully, and bang on target again is Brian. Paul Palmer is the captain of the Jamaica Scorpions for this season, first class season. Experienced player now too, Sylvester. He's been around a while now. The tall Brian comes into Casey Carty. He's still getting a little swing as Mindley did from that end, away from the right-hander.
And it's good condition now to be bowling. It's not sunny, just overcast with a bit of breeze. And I don't think that the pitch is at its best. I think he has a little bit of moisture. So it's still good conditions to be bowling. And these batters, they have to, if you put in that hard work and get that foundation, like 28 balls and 38 balls, you have to build. When things get easier, you have to make sure that you're there and capitalize on that. So this slow start, these 2 have to persist, with their innings, and then probably after the first hour.
Right.
Yeah, you can see how things goes, especially when another a change of bowler comes in.
Change of bowler and the pitch settled down enough for you to say, all right, this is our scoring opportunities. But what you don't need is them staying out there for a long time and the scoreboard not ticking, and then they both get out. And all of a sudden, you're 20 for 3 or so.
Yeah, I mean, after it is slow start, and you definitely want to keep this partnership going for as long as possible. Try and see how best you can rotate the strike. I don't think that they are looking for the singles as much. Mm-hmm. And as we see earlier, when they get an opportunity to get maybe a 3-1, they still amble through for 2 runs. So
yes.
The urgency, I think, of the Leeward batters, it needs to improve. And this is the way forward, I think. When you look at the English team now,
right.
the basketball,
right.
It's not only boundaries. These guys are
they're
playing,
running up and down. Yeah.
They're looking to score. And if this is the way, this is the way.
Williams starts another over from the commentary box end, and that's like through to the keeper by Munson Hodge. So Hodge is on 4 of 39 deliveries, and Casey Carty is on 2 of 30. Leeward Islands 15 for 1. We're into the 14th over of the first morning of this first round match between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions at Coolidge Cricket Ground, the West Indies 4-day championship. Williams in again, 3 slips, waiting patiently as that's defended out in the offside by Hodge. Again, no run. Yeah, they score at every opportunity. The way England has started to take the game, but still minimal risk. Still trying to play proper cricket.
Well, in terms of international cricket, most teams are in England in terms of Stokes and McKenna, they're taking it to a different level, but I think India, South Africa, when they get it right, and especially Australia, these teams, they normally score pretty quickly.
True.
When you go to the first class games in these countries, those guys are very positive as well. So it's not a coincidence when they come to the international level and they play the way that they play.
Right.
When you check their first class records, they play over 100 games, 90 odd games, and these guys are playing positive cricket. It's not just automatic. So what we have to do is to adapt to the time and the situation. And this is what we want to see in terms of our West Indies cricketers.
Right.
To take the cricket, forward. Because if we continue like this, Terry, we're gonna go way back in the back burner.
Yeah, most definitely.
And that's the way that we're trending.
Yeah.
So we need our first class players to show that change.
Half a shout there, a ball just nipping back in from outside off stump, while forward was Hodge. Bowling a nice line here though. Williams, as you say, Sylvester, he's not as quick as Minley or Bryan.
When Seth told me that the both captains said that they would win the toss and they would have batted, I wondered about it because the conditions and the pitch is a new pitch.
Good shot there by Hodge, forcing it through the mid-wicket area. It's racing out to the rope and just beats the fielder into the fence for a rare boundary this morning.
Yeah, and this is the way that you finish the first session. Nice hand drive. That's his area. If you bowl him straight, and that especially that half volley length, he's going to score. Even just back of the length, he has a way of maneuvering the ball to the onside. He has a big beard. So sometimes I wonder if he comes from Pakistan or India. Because when you cannot bowl these guys straight. Munson is that type of player. If you bowl him and that line and that length, he has a way of nurdling that ball to the offside, and that was a beautiful shot to finish off the first hour of play. He's 8 from 44 balls, and Casey Carty's 2 from 30 balls. So good bowling session, good hour, I think, for the Jamaica Scorpions. The only thing that they would have liked maybe 1 or 2 more wickets. But overall, I think the bowling, the experience mainly, and the young guard, they comes out. And that's the sound of the groundsmen just, cleaning up the pitch for the next hour. Our good friend Kadim Philip.
Doing an excellent job. So we've had an hour's play here on day 1 at Coolidge Cricket Ground. 14 overs bowled, and after winning the toss and electing to bat first, Leeward Islands are 19 for 1. Monson Hodges on 8, and Casey Carty is on 2. The wicket to fall was Kieran Powell. He fell for 9 off the bowling of Makino Minley, caught and bowled by Minley. The score then was on 11. So it's been tough going for the Hurricanes batsmen so far this morning, as Seth Burton rejoins me. But they've been well on top and bowling very well.
Yes,
Jamaica Scorpions have said.
Yes, when you look at it, Powell, yes, he would have gone caught and bowled Minley for 9 from 10 deliveries. He had 2 fours. Both were down the leg side deliveries, that a 4 off Brian and a 4 off Minley down to fine leg. Apart from that, yeah, he may have middled the ball but did not look to be applying himself positively. Casey Carty, 2 from 30 deliveries, and Munson Hodge, 4 from 32 deliveries. It tells the tale. Excellent bowling for Marquino Minley. 1 for 9 from his 6 overs. Really bowling well, bowling on the spot, had the ball, swinging back in at times, bouncing at times, in the right areas. Gordon Bryan, have been extremely impressed with him because he has been able to get the ball to go away. He has positioned himself bowling both over the wicket to the right-hander, to the left-hander, and has been able to get the ball moving across, particularly the right-handers. He has been looking good for the Jamaicans. Alwyn Williams, not the same pace, but at the same time doing well. Again, Munson Hodge, 8 from 44 deliveries. It begs a question. At 19 for 1 after the first hour from 14 overs, yes, the Jamaicans, Terry, they have bowled well. The Scorpions, they did come out with the initial stinger from that bowl and caught off Powell, but I think there has been a bit of tentative approach as far as the Leeward Islands batters are concerned. Yes, it's a new pitch. They are not sure perhaps what is happening. We have seen some elements of the wicket keeping a bit low, but I think for most it has been playing well, but there is a bit of uncertainty in the Leewards batting. Nevertheless, they would say after the first hour we have only lost 1 wicket, but in terms of the competitive edge, it is definitely with the Jamaicans, and this man who is about to bowl has really given good account of himself.
Yeah, he's looked very good as Gordon Bryan. So say he's only in his 3rd match.
And he comes in over the wicket. He got that one to leave Casey Carty, the first delivery after the break, and it took the edge. Casey Carty was in no man's land, and it was an easy picking for wicket keeper Thomas to take it. Jamaica striking the second blow. An excellent delivery.
Excellent ball
from this man, and I've been telling you about him. I'm very impressed with Gordon Bryan in his first appearance here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. The Leeward Islands reeling at 19 for 2 immediately after the break. You usually say get yourself together after the break. In comes Kofi James to join Munson Hodge, as the Leewards are definitely not storming as Hurricanes, but perhaps a little jizzle rain.
Still developing, I think you'd say, Seth. But this is the problem, though, as Sylvester and I were commenting on, that you getting yourself in. Yes, that's okay. But while the batting is on top, they needed to look more. While the bowling is on top, they needed to look more busy at the crease. Look to try and keep that scoreboard just ticking along, because if they lose a couple of wickets, as I say, 20 for 3. is not the ideal situation when you decided to bat first. But that was a brilliant ball there by Gordon Bryan, and well deserved of the wicket, taking Carty's outside edge.
Well, Kofi James, he comes in, it's right arm over. That's the call. Let's see what the tall comes forward nicely, and you can hear them saying, oh yes. But if you know Kofi James well, he is a confident character, and he would not be daunted by that. Kofi James would have done well, one of the top wicket takers in the Super 50.
Yes, yeah.
But his batting, he is usually an opening batter. Only batted in that position once during the Super 50.
And he had an excellent return with the ball. Match figures, 5 or 6 wickets for 30 odd in the practice match leading into this opening round.
This time he goes back and he slaps that through the extra cover for 4. He's not going to stand there and allow the bowler to dictate, and he was on the back foot in a flash and punched that to the right of the extra cover, and the man at wide mid over. 4 runs for Kofi James to get off the mark in a very convincing fashion.
Yeah, short and wide there by Bryan, and got the treatment by Kofi James. Good shot to get him going. Hit it high on top of the bounce through the cover region. So well played. Welcome boundary for the Leeward Islands. They move on to 23 for 2.
Yes, their 3rd boundary so far of the innings. Let's see if Bryan changes his approach. Comes in to James. James comes right across and defends, plays it into the onside. I like what I'm seeing from the Jamaica captain, from Paul Palmer Jr. He has used his 3 seam bowlers. Had Alwyn Williams coming in from the southern end, and then he shifted Gordon Bryan to the northern end. He looks good, and that's the end from which Marquino Minley had success. This time James allows the ball to go through. And something will give here, because with Casey Carty, who is usually the anchor at that stage for the Leewards in the absence of Devon Thomas, with him going, with Kyron Powell, the most experienced of the batters, gone, Munson Hodge is just hanging around. It simply means that Kofi James would either be taking a consolidating approach, or he's going to try and be aggressive here. 23 for 2. Gordon to James. James rides this one. Plays it on the onside. Good composed bit of batting on the part of Kofi James, showing confidence here. But the man who has been happy has been pretty much unsung. Gordon Bryan taking the wicket of Carty Casey in this over.
Yes, well bowled there by Bryan once again. But I agree with you, Seth, that he's normally confident and aggressive in his approach, is Kofi James, and I think that's what the Leewards need at the moment. Still pick your deliveries, obviously, the bowling is well on top, but I think although the bowling has been excellent this morning by the Jamaica Scorpions, I think they're more switched on. I think they're more up for the challenge so far today. And the Leeward Islands just need a bit of a kick-starter, so that may be Kofi James.
This time it's Munson Hodge who faces and plays the ball out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. With Kofi James, it's only his 2nd first-class game.
Yeah.
He started, yes, in the List A games in the Super 50 a couple of years ago, and in fact at his young age he was thrust into leadership position of the Leeward Islands team when some of the senior players, Rakeem Cornwall and the other guys, Devon Thomas, etc., Alzari Joseph, went off to different overseas engagements. So was called upon to lead the team at that time at just 21.
Yeah.
Under the leadership, that's the coaching tenure of Winston Benjamin. Since then he has been given Super 50 opportunities because of his all-round capacity. Adept at off-spin bowling, adept at batting. In fact, in the local club Liberty, he's an opening batter. Munson Hodge, the opening batter from Anguilla, comes forward and plays defensively to Alwyn Williams. What do you say to Munson Hodge at this stage, at 35 years old? Never made a breakthrough to the West Indies senior team, would have gotten a few AT matches, but has not excelled. Is this a defining season for him? Are you looking deeper for youth with the Leeward Islands 3-day competition beckoning in a couple of weeks' time? Here is he playing this one back to Alwyn Williams.
It's an interesting question, Seth, and I was having a chat to Sylvester about it when he was on air, and you would have to say that this would be the last shot at reaching senior level, West Indies level, international level for Munson Hodge at 35. But then if he has an outstanding year and, you know, really hits a purple patch, then what do? Do you continue to look for youth and look for building the future? Or do you say, no, you deserved it and give him his chance?
Well, deserving it. He has been a good long servant of West Indies cricket. I have all the admiration for him, of Leeward Islands cricket, that is. But having just 3 centuries in 91 matches as an opener really does not speak as one who would have been outstanding.
No.
I think he would have been average about there.
Yeah, and if you look at a lot of them, he falls into that category, unfortunately. As you say, you know, 32 50s, 400s, an average of 28 or 28 and a half. You know, over a long period of time, you'd want that conversion rate a lot higher. And I'm sure he wants the conversion rate a lot higher too, but at 35, what do you do? If he comes out and makes 4 centuries in the 2023 competition, do you, as I say, do you then elevate him?
Well, these are questions.
Mm.
So Brian is back. Kofi James drives this one. Not with the timing that he would have wanted. The ball going through the cover region. And the Hurricanes not dominating the proceedings. 24 for 2 after opting to bat. I think perhaps they also misread the moisture in the atmosphere and even in the pitch.
Excuse me. You were out there, sir?
Yes, I went out for the toss. We'll get back to that as Hodges beaten by a beauty from Brian. Struck him just outside the line. Yes, when I went out, I could tell you there was moisture even just outside of the square area. And quite a bit of appreciable grass on the pitch. Some rolled into the pitch. Some obviously just outside the right-handers off somewhere Munson Hodges batting. Pretty much well grass. So, but
both skippers thought they'd bat though.
Well, Jama immediately said that he would bat. I did ask Paul Palmer Jr. He did say that he would have batted as well. So if both had the same mindset, it may not have mattered. But what it has proven, that
it's not a bad morning for bowling.
Yeah, it's a morning for bowling. An excellent morning for bowling. I guess one of the enticing things here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, it's a smaller ground than, say, at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds. Usually it's a run-scoring ground.
Yeah, and therefore most people do want to bat, don't they?
Yes, and it's a recently relayed square here. Usually high scoring in nature. Hodge comes forward and he can do that all day. Perhaps now he's saying my role is the consolidatory role. I just have to bat and bat and bat and allow the other batters to come up with the goods.
Yeah, to bat around him. He lays the foundation, but at this stage though, these two in Hodge and James would want to get through to lunch and then reassess things. They certainly wouldn't want to lose any more wickets, Leeward Islands, in this session.
Hot drives out to the boundary. No, it will not reach. It will not get there. Oh, and there was a chance for a second. And Hodge stands there, and Kofi James was already halfway up the track looking for a second run. So perhaps Hodge has settled on a mindset.
But it's one thing settling on a mindset set, but you need to keep the scoreboard ticking, or you're going to dig yourself into a hole.
It was clearly 2 runs.
Definitely 2,
easy.
and there was one earlier that was a comfortable 3, but they only took 2. So, you know, they still need to be aware. They need to be more switched on at this point. Jamaica well on top.
Kofi James drives a good shot. Through the covers, out to extra cover, close to the boundary. They will come through for 2. You know, once Kofi James is there, scoring will be done. He's not going to be careless, but he's looking for every scoring opportunity and every opportunity to run between the wicket at the end of the over. The Leeward Islands, who would have won the toss and elected to bat here this morning at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, 27 for 2. Munson Hodge on 9. Kyron Powell, you'd know, would have departed for 9. Kofi James is on 7 from 7. Both Minley and Gordon taking wickets. Jamaica only using 3 bowlers so far. Alwyn James adding to the 2 opening bowlers.
Yes, and he's been tidy, not as quick as the opening bowlers in Brian and McKinnon Minley. But he certainly kept things tight, and he'll be continuing from this, the commentary box end. He's got 2 slips, a gully, a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg, and that one's bang on target again.
Yes, good bowling. Alwyn Williams. He has been wicket to wicket in most parts. Allowed Minley and Brian to do the extra work, both searching outside the off stump, moving the ball away. Most of the time, that's the pattern of Brian. The pattern of Minley has been to move it in. That is to the right-hander. Hodge takes a quick scoring opportunity there. Gets the single, and you mentioned the importance of the rotation of the strike.
Yeah, exactly, and especially when James has come in and he's in the aggressive mood, not doing anything rash, but looking to keep the scoreboard ticking. That was a good, well-taken single there by Hodge that time. Saw the opportunity to mid-wicket.
So in other matches around Terry, the one started yesterday between the Volcanoes and the Red Force, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Volcanoes 243. Red Force in reply 80 for 2. Ball going down the leg side. James was looking to whip it off the pads. Stifled the peel. The ball going out into the offside. So James is showing his intent very clear. He was over the wicket. Definitely angling down the leg side. And Kofi James, one of the players on whom you may keep your eyes, whether with the ball or with the bat or in the field, has been called upon to do supporting fielding duties as well. Down the leg side, he whips it off the pads. Lovely shot from Kofi James. The outfield, though, is pretty much a heavy outfield, as I mentioned, filled with moisture. 2 runs to Kofi James, and he is going to show that he wants to get on with it. Quite a positive player.
Yeah, another ball angled into the pads by Williams.
But again, the heavy outfield.
Very, very heavy, which adds to your point that might have been a better option to bowl, but time will tell. Williams just straying into that one outside the off stump, but he does have the ability to just take it away. Took one away from Casey Carty earlier in the day. So Coffee James just needs to be wary.
The point I would have, I'm not saying batters ought to be rash, yet it may have been better bowling conditions. But how even the international game is changing at the first class and the test level in terms of positivity.
Mm-hmm.
Williams comes into James. James gets one coming into him, but he was able to adjust well into the onside. That completes the over. 32 for 2. Good over on the part of Williams. Good batting on the part of Kofi James. Kofi James is 9 from 10. Monson Hodge is 10 from 56. And I'm speaking in the context of international cricket. Good bowling from the Jamaicans. No bowler going above 2 runs per over. A wicket each for Minley and Gordon. But the key point I'm making, you see guys are scoring nowadays 500 runs in a day. England stepping up the play. Now you're even going into T20 today, India, over 200 against New Zealand batting first. And you're speaking about ODIs, England and South Africa,
well over 300. Yeah.
So you're speaking about you come for a game, a first hour, and you see 19 for 1, and then you see 30 for 2, and then you see a batter on 10 from 56.
Yeah.
You ask yourself some questions. Here is Brian down the leg side, Monson Hodge whips it off the pads, gets a single. So, not to be rash.
No,
but to be assertive.
There were a few opportunities there that Monson has missed out on this morning.
And also running between the wickets.
Exactly.
So we're not harping on Hodge, but with his experience and his capacity, should be the one
more
leading
aware.
that charge.
Yeah.
Better player awareness, more assertive, and you've seen Kofi James, though he's just coming on 9, has not been rash, but has tried to be assertive. He faces Brian, goes back and he cracks this one on the bounce to third slip. I think he was in 2 minds there, whether to drive and go down the ground or whether to cut, and I think at the last minute he got cramped there. Was wide outside the off stump, no bother.
He likes driving through the covers though. So.
Yes. Well, in fact, he's a 360 player. Can go right around. Loves the covers. He loves going down the ground. He likes the onside as well. He loves the offside. So I guess when you have a large repertoire, you have to decide what you want to do early. This time he judges this one well. Good little spell there from Brian. Sylvester Joseph is inching to come in because he's a presiding selector of the Leeward Islands team.
He is, yeah.
So
he's watching very, very close eyes, Seth.
And we'll be careful with what he's saying. Lest someone pulls up. James gets a good one, but works it nicely, coming back into him, gets one, and he's looking for the second.
Again,
a bit of bad feeling on the part of the player who ran around in Merchant. Kofi James gets 2, and immediately he becomes a joint leading scorer of the Hurricanes, moves to 11 from 14. So you look at 11 from 14 and 11 from 57.
Yeah, well, 11 for nearly 10 overs.
So you understand. And then I want to ask Sylvester Joseph a hard question, but it would not be fair to him. So I perhaps would put that to Stuart Williams, the coach of the Leewards team. I'm sure Mr. Richardson, the coach of the Jamaica team, must be feeling great about his fast bowlers. Driven out to the man at point.
Right.
And they are really having fun, the Jamaicans. You saw in that dive coming in there from Morris at the end of the day, acknowledged that he was a bit over exuberant, throwing that to. Because the question I asked 2 years ago, I asked the question earlier even about Kofi James.
2 years ago, and you're still waiting for an answer?
Still waiting for an answer, and perhaps now the answer is unfolding. I was trying to ask about some choices that were made, and then, you heard that there were players who may have been on their way out. This time he's wrapped on the pad. This is close. The ball going down the leg side as it's signaled by umpire Bazarat. Kofi James survived that appeal. Perhaps he may want to push out further on the front foot, but perhaps he was so believed that he was so safe. But good bowling on the part of Brian.
Excellent bowling there by Brian once again. I think that one kept a little low, and the pace beat James, but just going down leg side. But at least James is showing that positive intent that the Leeward Islands need. 33 for 2. Welcome back, Sylvester Joseph.
No, hold on first, hold on.
Well, thank you, Terry. Sylvester believes that he's in England. Has on his coat. I guess he's saying that we're freezing. In fact, he has on his hoodie.
Yeah.
I guess he's saying we're in a freezing press box on the opposite side of where we usually may be.
I guess we're both in England because your jacket is much thicker than I am. Than mine's.
So you're in London, I'm in Birmingham.
Oh yes. You look like you're in Manchester.
And I'm telling you it is.
Yeah, but it's good to be back. Good to see that, Kofi James, the first time batting at the number 4 position for the Leeward Hurricane, and he looks the part. He looks
very positive.
with intent. And this is what we're talking about. Said.
And not only coming at the number 4 position, but also coming in when they were in trouble. With the bowling on top, I think, for the first time, the Jamaican bowlers or the fielding team, Captain Paul Palmer and his team, felt that there was somebody who could make a difference, because otherwise it has been a little sketchy from a Leeward's perspective in terms of their batting. And now we see the first appearance of spin. Looks like Jamie Merchant, who will come in to bowl from the southern end. Monson Hodge works the ball into the short mid-wicket position. So let's see what he's bowling. He's bowling off spin with the forward short leg and the slip up. There is a short mid-on. There is a short backward of square. Conventional mid-off and mid-on. Cover. Point. Wide outside the off stump. Perhaps trying to induce Monson Hodge, because there is also a feel it looks like Brian Gordon Brian out on the square leg boundary. Merchant walks in. Monson Hodge defends. I recognize the movement of spin, not all spin bowlers, but quite a few spin bowlers these days. They just tend to walk and then throw the arm around. That was not the case in the days gone by, Sylvester Joseph.
Like the artisticity of the bowlers coming in with that graceful run up.
Yes, you need that. I think momentum is key.
Yeah, it's a momentum.
And
yeah.
the energy.
Well, I guess that's their momentum. But wow. I think the rhythm. It's all about the rhythm and
you never saw
timing.
that from Shane Warne.
Well, he walks a bit and then
but then the energy for about 4 good strides. Here is Monson Hodge coming forward.
But Merchant,
even Morelli, you saw that little energy coming up for the last 4 strides to put that on the ball. I've watched much of the spinners in the Caribbean.
I guess the bowlers have their own feel in a particular way about their momentum. I mean, Merchant, he has a little 4 or 5 steps at the end.
Monson Hodge getting 2 on this, being pushed by Kofi James. James is a man, he wants to run everything.
It would be interesting to see James and Hamilton batting.
I think it's a matter of who controls who.
Good
over from Jamie Merchant. Score 35 for 2. Hodge moves to 13, Kofi James on 11. Yes, because Jamal Hamilton, he likes to run everything as well. But it's a matter of who makes the call and who trusts who. But at least what that sort of batting does, it shows positive intent of rotating the strike and not just be blocking if you can't pick the boundaries.
Yeah, and you need that. You need that. You need that energy, to stem or to transfer throughout the team. When Hodge and Casey were batting, it was so stagnant. But even now, with James comes in and looking the way that he's looking in that positive way and looking to score. That is the important thing, that he's looking to score. Not only boundaries, but he's looking to score at every given opportunity, running between the wickets. And I think that also can pull Munson Hodge. Hopefully pulls him, in getting his momentum going.
Yes, we see Patrick Harty about to come in, the left armer. So we've seen the second introduction of spin. Here we had from the southern end Jamie Merchant, and now we're seeing Patrick Harty coming in from the northern end, being given the go-ahead by umpire Bassarat. Comes into Kofi James, fights it well. James eases back and drives it back to the bowler along the ground. Just to slip the forward short leg, close to the bat. James drives, ball of catch it, but it was a positive drive away from the left arm bowler. The good thing, intended to keep it on the ground. Munson Hodge calls James down, perhaps to have a word.
The discussion about on the field. You pick up the discussions.
It's one to induce.
It seems like they want to push
some
back.
doubt.
It seems like they want to push back mid off or mid on, and you have someone.
Oh yes, bam!
You have someone. I think he's in the slips. He's saying he's asking if he hit any ball over there as yet. He showed the intent of going over, so I guess somebody want to push him back. But he said no, he hasn't hit any ball over there yet. Let him hit one over there first.
This time he plays it with such calm and assurance. Kofi James allowing the left arm orthodox to just come into him. The first two deliveries were angled towards the batter, who is batting outside leg. The others have been on wicket. This one on wicket, but Kofi James stretches and smothers the spin.
Very confident in defending.
Good to see that.
Yeah, I like that. I like that positive intent. That's the body language and the way he's batting. Hopefully that he can do it for a long time.
That's important, the timing. This time he comes forward and he plays it with calm, confident calm, not just blocking, but showing that he's in control. And a good over, relatively good over on the part of Patrick Harty. Kofi James was content to allow him to play out the maiden. James remains on 11, Munson Hodge on 13. And you are correct. You must be positive in your body language. Being positive doesn't mean being careless.
Yeah, and it's important that you show the bowler of that intent. If you're a bowler and you see a batsman, I think the bowlers will be preferred to bowl to Munson Hodge. Just his body language, and they know that he's only looking to score when the ball is like between middle and leg. But Kofi James, no, it's a different kettle of fish. They have to be on spot on.
Merchant beats Munson Hodge. The ball pitched on leg, going down the leg side, took the pad, and a bit of an appeal from the Jamaicans. Still just the forward short leg and the slip. You may wonder why I'm commenting on that. I'll note that for your discussion later. This one played out. The point that I'm making, Munson Hodge has been basically in the shell for so long. I think I would have wanted a silly mid-off. I want to put pressure on him because of his lack of intent.
I like that. I like that option. Because he's not really looking to score unless it's a relatively poor delivery. But you can stick another one in his face.
Yes,
and see
get
what
another
he does.
one in his face to have the advantage, but have a big advantage. See what he has to offer. Merchant. Hodge works it to the mid-wicket fielder. No run. Have you ever remembered you batting and you'd be on 13 from 67 deliveries in your entire life?
That's a,
No, I know you, so I'm asking the question. You can comment
maybe.
on that. Think about it later.
yeah, maybe when I was younger.
You believe
First
so?
class. Yeah, but I mean, it's all momentum. Sometimes you come in and you're not really scoring, but months in terms of your preparation, you're not really in that mind frame. You're not in that comfortable situation where you lack a bit of runs. But Monson had just scored a century in the recently held practice games.
So that without saying that was my point. You come in with a brim of confidence. How do you lock down in a shell as the senior? For 35 for 2 after 22. The Jamaicans continuing to have a relative stranglehold here on the Leeward Islands Hurricane. They're keeping the Hurricane under control, and the Hurricane is a gentle one, but seeking to revive things.
Sorry, really and truly, when you look at Monson over the years, he has never been one who, is that positive in terms of scoring freely. He always one that bats. He enjoy. He seems like he enjoy batting the day, and doesn't matter what the score is.
Oh Jesus Christ!
So this is the way that this is decided to go, and you have to I guess back him.
Back him. Therefore, the younger Kofi James, man only in his second first-class game, may have to shoulder a positive responsibility. He has adopted well, nicely, between the pace and the spin. Decided to anchor things. Hearty. Down to backward point.
I don't like how Kofi James, when the ball pitches like about off stump, or just outside off stump, he tends to go, his left foot go to leg stump. I prefer seeing him getting a bit of, just like that, like that one, even when he is playing attacking, get your head and your foot will follow close to the ball as much as possible. You don't want to, that left arm speed to get that little turn, not much turn, but a little turn and get the edge.
That's right.
So you have to stay as close. Even if he's not turning the ball as much, you have to make sure that you stay covered.
That's right, because the ball angling across you can just take that little edge. So he needs to cover. You're hearing it from Sylvester Joseph. He's a coach, he's a selector, former West Indian player. Comes forward and you can hear Thomas in the mic giving all his bowlers the encouragement. Just what? Another maiden over? Good bowling on the part of Patrick Harty.
Yeah, he's getting into his work nicely. The first few deliveries to Kofi James like he wanted to attack, but he never really got off to get any runs. But Harty now is really getting into stride, and he's making it very, very difficult for Kofi James. So we want to see now it's difficult for Kofi James how he copes. If he can one that will fight through the difficult times and see how he goes.
Well, Monson Hodge has shown the fight, though not the runs, to prove it. If Kofi James can face as many balls as him, it would be more runs. So he can take at least that part from Monson Hodge's book in terms of the ability to stick around and bat long. Looks as though we have a little drizzle here. Very light drizzle. Hodge comes forward.
Many people don't know, but Chris Gale, he growing up in his earlier days, in the first class competition, he's one of the most difficult players to bowl at. He will just stay there and bat all day, but he's not prodding. He's just scoring.
That's right.
And he's not talking to anybody. He just there go about his business and batting. One
because he loves batting.
Yeah, but he's not gonna block all day.
He's got to hit ball.
Yeah, he scores.
Well, I mean, anyone with two triple centuries in Test cricket, has to be special. Driven nicely. I would just say in my lifetime, a lot of people don't give Chris that extra edge because in my lifetime it has been Viv Richards, Brian Lara, and Chris Gale. You know, you have to give it to Chris across formats, and really an outstanding figure in sport.
I tell you, a lot of the great players like Gordon Greenidge and so will not agree with you.
No, well, I'm not trying to discount Gordon Greenidge. You know, he's my favorite in terms of the openers, in terms of the approach, his belligerence, his ability to square cut and square drive and pull and hook. Let's get so let's then restate the conversation. I am not taking away anything.
I understand. I
am
just
just kind of linking it. When I grew up, when I started to be exposed to cricket, there was Viv Richards, and it was all Viv Richards, and then that legacy, being the top batter, was taken over by Brian Lara.
Right.
And then after Brian Lara ended, the man who really kept things in check and looked as though he was exceptional was Chris Gale. So I'm just bringing the link for the three greats in my mind
and not only
who were dominant during that era.
And not only
of
that,
West Indies
I think
cricket.
where you're linking is the generations.
That's right.
Yeah.
Which is the point.
But I think a lot of this generation, they don't understand how Chris Gale, in terms of the longer version, how impactful he was.
That's right.
You know, they see him. I saw him in the T20. How destructive he was, and I think they take everything from that. But I think the foundation that he got, you know, from the longer version.
That's right.
You know, could afford him to really exhibit those
qualities.
Yeah.
You know, and I think, well, we're going off because of the light drizzle now has become a bit of a drizzle rain. So umpire Bazret, took off the bails and the players, the stumps from the southern end, the ground staff, they're coming on. But just to give a recap and also to complete that situation, the Leeward Islands won the toss this morning and decided that they will bat. Paul Palmer, the Jamaica captain, also said, had I won the toss, I would have batted. The reality is that batting first has not really proven to be the best decision for the Leewards, because as we would have had the rain coming in after 25 so far 35 for 2, the Leewards lost their opening pair. In fact, it was Munson Hodge and Kyron Powell who started for the Leewards, and they lost Powell with this. In fact, after the first hour, they went in at 19 for 1. They lost Powell for 9. Powell had 2 fours, did not really dominate the proceedings from just about 10 balls. And then Casey Carty, he joined Munson Hodge, and the two did not really take the score as far as they would have liked, because Casey Carty was dismissed pretty early in his innings, immediately after the water break, after 14 overs. So they then moved in a position for 19 for 2. Since then, Kofi James, in his second first-class game, has joined Munson Hodge, and the two have shown some resilience. They have taken the score from 19 for 2 to 35 for 2. Kofi James is on 11. Munson Hodge is on 13. The reality is that Marquino Minley has been the man who started well for the Jamaicans. He dismissed Powell, and then we saw a good bowling from Gordon Bryan, who really bowled well. The two seamers doing the destructive work for the Scorpions. They have been supported by some spin bowling. However, 35. And we have just had information from our match referee, Rayon King, the former West Indies fast bowler, that at this stage they will be taking an early lunch. So this would be to accommodate that no play would be lost due to rain. Excellent decision, Sylvester Joseph.
Well, I mean, the umpires are on the ball, and the match referee, you know, I played with him. As a matter of fact, I think I may have captained him sometime in a probably 8-team series, you know, so he's one of my fast bowlers, former fast bowlers. So Yeah, a good decision. Very, very wise decision for taking lunch so early instead of losing any play. But the rain that is coming is just a slight drizzle. It The sun is out, the covers are going off, but I guess we will have an early lunch as the match referee has said, and we will come back with some good action. Hopefully, in about half hour, so we're gonna.
Well, so we just saw it there, 35 for 2. That was a quick little bit of rain coming there, but the covers have been removed. 13 months in Hodge. Kofi James 11, the only two to have gotten into double figures. Kyron Powell did not get into double figures, but Marquino Minley 1 for 9 from 6. And Gordon Bryan, I like what I'm seeing of Gordon Bryan. My first time seeing him, this is his intro to Antiguan condition in terms of his first class career, and he really used the conditions well. 1 for 17 from his 8 overs, and as we saw, Casey Carty did not trouble it for his 2 from 31, and it has been good resistance, I think, from Kofi James, bringing back at least some fight in the Leewards batting. His positivity, in spite of the good steady bowling from Jamie Merchant and Alvin Williams. Patrick Harty supporting the opening bowlers in Minley and Gordon. It has been a good morning for Jamaica, I think, but Leewards showing good signs of recovery. Sylvester Joseph, you may just wrap it up as we go into lunch here on the first day of this intriguing battle.
Yeah, and definitely, I think the Jamaican Scorpions camp will be more, pleasing because of the fact that they lost the toss and Lee was elected to bat first, and you will think that conditions were suitable for batting, but what we have seen so far, the conditions are were more suitable for the bowling, and the Jamaican Scorpions bowlers, the opening bowlers, really came out and hit their chops from the very first ball, and they continued. Also, the spinners came in, and they've been very miserly, bowling very miserly, especially Harty. I was looking at his stats from last. He played about 5 games, and he got a few wickets, about 7 wickets, but his economy rate, is really, really down. So, and Merchant, he's been around for a little while, so they continue the good work.
Yes, so at lunch, 35 for 2 from 24.1 overs. We'll be back in 30 minutes to restart our coverage of day 1.
Yes, he has a serious medical condition and he has been removed from the game.
So will there be a replacement?
Yes, Manson will replace.
So you'll be able to bowl and bat?
Yes, no restrictions.
Okay. Well, welcome back to this. I almost said the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Stadium, Sylvester Joseph. I'm so accustomed to be doing it from there, but we're welcoming you back to the Coolidge Cricket Grounds here in the north of Antigua, where the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions are locked in an enterprising battle. The pre-lunch session was curtailed to 24.1 overs because of rain. The Leewards, who would have won the toss and elected to bat, found themselves under Scorpion pressure as they went into lunch at 35 for 2, with the not-out batsman being Kofi James, the right-hander, coming in for his second first-class game on 11, and Monson Hodge, the established veteran of 35 years and 91 first-class matches. He was 13 not out from 75. The Leewards in the pre-lunch session would have lost the opener, Kyron Powell, for only 9 and Casey Carty for 2. The wicket takers being Marquino Minley and Brian Gordon. Now here is our first delivery after lunch, and Kofi James just coming forward on that one from Patrick Harty. Harty starting only, in fact, continuing his third over. He has had 2 maidens. We would update you on some news as we go along. James gets this one and smothers the spin into his pad. Sylvester Joseph, the former West Indies batter, is beside me, and we are delighted that you have just joined us, or you have been with us from the morning session as James defends another delivery. In fact, the 5th delivery of the over, but the 4th after lunch, because the over was interrupted by a light drizzle and then a light shower that forced play to be called with 15 minutes to go. The over now, in fact, 1 ball remaining. But Sylvester Joseph, we have also been updated by match referee Ryan King that Alwyn Williams, the Jamaican medium fast bowler, has been replaced in the match. Here is James coming forward. And that completes another maiden over, the 3rd on the track for Patrick Harty. 5 deliveries, completing over number 25 after lunch. The first one being bowled just before lunch. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes still 35 for 2, but just the update, Alwyn Williams has a medical condition, and they have decided to replace him with Abijah Mansingh during the game. It's a medical related replacement, because it's not a substitution. It means that Mansingh will be able to bowl, bat, or do whatever Alwyn Williams would have done had he been on the field. So he has been replaced in the match.
Yeah, and difficult situation and circumstance in that aspect. Hope the young man, whatever medical condition he has, will overcome quickly, and back and ready to go again. But fortune for another young man there, and hope that he gets a good opportunity and use his opportunity.
Well, that's the way the game goes. You remember Labuschagne, the Australian batter, coming in as a concussion substitute, and since then he has been
he's
the star of Test cricket.
He's number 1 in the world.
That's right. So here is Jamie Merchant being whipped off the pad by Monson Hodge. Hodge has been there all morning. Hodge has really batted, has not given any chance though. Batted with all the patience in the world. Jamie Merchant comes in, defended by Hodge. Hodge has seen the dismissal of Powell and Carty. But he's found a good partner in Kofi James. And they have added 16 runs to the Leewards score. Appreciable flight. Stronghold has been loosened a bit. Single taken. The ball being driven to the wide mid-off position. At least rotate the strike, and Kofi James comes in, I think, for the very first time to face the off-spinner, Jamie Merchant.
Yes, indeed. I think that may be the first one also from the spinners since they came on.
Yes.
And good start again here at the
Well,
the
Merchant
resumption.
would have given up 2 runs prior, but that was in his first over. But since then, this is his fourth. A run has not been scored, apart from the one that was scored then, because Harty would have bowled 3 maiden overs. So, Scorpions trying to keep a tight grip here on the Hurricanes. Merchant to James. James works this one nicely off the pads to a short backward of square, and ball being fielded. That's the end of over number 26. 36 for 2. Your thoughts on the proceedings after lunch?
Well, pedestrian going here by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They have 26 overs. 26 overs for 36 runs. That is really pedestrian movements. And but good steady bowling there by the spinners, starting off now for the Jamaica Scorpions. And Patrick Hardy, he definitely is one, to contain the batters, in terms of wicket taking deliveries. He hasn't really showed us so far his guile and turn and bounce and so forth, yet he very consistent hitting those areas. You see from Merchant though, you see a bit more revolution in the air with the balls, sometimes just back of the length. But in terms of turning, though, both bowlers, spin bowlers, are not getting any turn from our vantage point. But we have another change here in the bowling attack in Minley, who has been very, very consistent.
Very consistent, economical, and also penetrative to some extent. So he comes back in from the northern end to Munson Hodge. Angled away, not his regular stock delivery. And Hodge, it was too wide, really, to even induce Hodge into a stroke. 1 for 9, Minley, from his 6 overs. Prior to this, had a good opening burst.
I think conditions should be much better for batting now.
Yes.
The pitch starts to look a little more whitish. That is I think before lunch it was a bit brown for my likings. That's why I thought that you have to bat out the first session, and if you can rotate the strike and be positive, get a start. I think you can push on after lunch, after tea, given the opportunity, and depends on how your mindset is. But the sunshine is out. This look like another lovely session here before us.
Yes, and we would not lose any play because the early lunch was taken. The time was just reconverted into this session, mainly to Hodge. Hodge immaculately defensive. So Hodge has shown the patience. To be fair to him, though he has blocked many deliveries, he has not really looked in any undue trouble. He has weathered the early storms.
Well, his mindset is, it seems like he has a mindset of defending first.
And that's part of it. That's part of the challenge here. And it does put some pressure on the other batter to get things rolling. 2 slips for Minley. Hodge defends once again. You call the name, sorry.
Because some of those deliveries that are wide outside the off stump, you will find a Kofi James or maybe a Casey Carty in instance, they will tend to try to score. But Hodge, when you bowl him on that area, he enjoy just leaving it.
Well, you call the name Gordon Greenidge, and that is why players like that would always be in our mind, because you bowl Gordon Greenidge, they would be coming from the boundary every minute. coming forward, Hodge, on this occasion, and you speak beyond that. We don't even want to speak about Seville. But you told Richie Richardson that it is going to be meat and drinks. Yeah.
But those players, when you call these great players, you can see the intent. These guys are I mean, they want to bat. They will bat long, but they are there to score runs, and they're
Yes.
looking for every scoring opportunity.
And as we look forward to the West Indies team, by the way, I saw Chairman of Selectors Desmond Haynes just a while ago.
You had a quiet word.
No,
from the batter?
I was trying to hustle back to get something. A good one popped on him. Tried to drop the bottom hand, but the ball took the glove. Good response from Minley. Good wake-up call there for Munson Hodge, who has really been napping a bit. And Minley ends the over well. But we were just talking about these players. But the truth is, with the West Indies looking at facing Zimbabwe, sometimes you have players of that nature. The Nkrumah Bonner, they are blockers rather than stroke makers. And you ask yourself, do we continue to offer that? Or do you get the players who can stroke the ball around? Often these players have their place, but circumstances must be considered.
I think the onus is on the player, especially now they have opportunity where you prepare for in the contract situation in a franchise system. Your job is to play cricket, so it's after this.
Worked off the pads nicely by Kofi James. You hear catch it, but that was all played along the
Well
ground.
controlled.
Well controlled. He was in command.
As a batter, professional batter, your job is to go out there and bat and make runs. So you have to find whatever way you're going to score runs. You have to do that and try and master it as much as possible.
That's right.
It's not you're just out there blocking and not trying to score. You're in this day and age.
That's right. It becomes unattractive.
Yeah. You
And
have to.
it shows that at times you may not have the competency to do what is required. Yes, you got to stay in the crease, but you also have to score runs. That's the reason why you have the bat. Kofi James taps this one down. Good sunny conditions here. The cloud that you saw earlier, that brought that little drizzle rain, was from the north. It wasn't an eastern situation, so it was a real drizzle. Kofi
Shot.
James drives, brilliant shot. It will be four. Got to the pitch of it well and drove it out past the mid-off player. Kofi James just driving this one and showing his class and his authority. He moves up to 15, takes over the top scoring role in the Leewards team and pushes the team up to 40 for 2.
Yeah, this is the sort of cricket that you want to see. I mean, if bowler, you respect the bowler when he bowls good, but when he's coming your area, he's offline. You have to capitalize on scoring.
This one is down the leg side, change of line. James did not play, was not lured into opening up the eyes and swinging down to mid wicket. He just allowed it to go through. Jamie Merchant. James goes big. Will he be out caught? Will be taken? And we just spoke about that. Didn't open his eyes, but on this occasion, opting to go square. Jamie Merchant has the last laugh. The Scorpions taking the wicket, went to sweep, swept, but did not sweep well enough, was going against the wind in heavy conditions here. Wicket number 3, Kofi James realizing that it was a bad shot. He's not pleased. Walks back, waving his bat. Jamaica striking. Jamie Merchant strikes the third blow. Leewards on the ropes here at 40 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation when you're batting for long and you're not scoring. So every time a wicket falls, you're always behind the 8 ball. You always look like you're struggling, when in fact that you've been batting for quite a while. But I think Kofi James' shot selection there, is something left to be desired, because the previous delivery where he left alone on the leg side, I thought that was the one to be swept. And just his shot selection, and there's one lone fielder on the deep just in front
And
of
he picked him out.
And he picked him out, yeah.
Yes, he could have gone mid-wicket because it was tossed up. The intent, I had no problem with the positive intent, but how did he pick the man out at square leg?
But what I'm saying, Seth, when you're a batsman and you're out in the middle, you have to know your scoring areas. Where can you score? So in order for you to score on Merchant, he's flighting the ball a little more than Harty. So your area must be over mid-on or mid-wicket. Not if you're going to stay in the crease and swing it. Obviously, you're going to hit it to the man. And I think that the shot and the thought process, is not the intent. I like the intent, but it's just knowing your scoring areas.
Yes, I thought he gave it away. He had the opportunity, as you mentioned. He had done his hard work, just going for 15. And Jamie Merchant will be happy with that wicket. The captain comes out, Jamal Hamilton, and he covers up immediately. Good over on the part of Jamie Merchant, taking the wicket of Kofi James, which really was gifted to him. And the Leewards are definitely under pressure here, not dominating the proceedings, but being dominated by the bowlers.
Yeah, you have to take more responsibility than that. Your shot selection, especially this is a longer version game, and you have to be mindful of where the fielders are and your scoring areas. And I think that was the big downfall for Kofi James. He just stroked a beautiful shot to mid-off, mid-off an extra cover for 4.
Mainly comes into Hodge. Hodge comes down on that. Only a single. Not a single, in fact.
You want it to be.
Yes, I wanted it to be, but I was a bit unsighted by the column here. It looked as though it would have been an easy single, but the big lumbering figure of Man Singh. Minley. And Hodge just keeps prodding and pushing and blocking. 2 players from Anguilla, small tiny island of Anguilla.
Beautiful island.
Beautiful.
I went down there after so many years. I went down there just last year, early this year, last year. Yeah, we went down there to play in a little golf tournament, and I felt so at home. I felt something bubble up inside of me because Anguilla was one of my favorite places. Very quiet, very beautiful.
Good delivery, angling away. Well, Anguilla is a wonderful place. I think I always thought that at one time that the best beaches in the Caribbean were in Antigua and Jamaica. But when I went to Anguilla...
So you reckon?
I reckon. I would then say that the best...
What are you saying? What are you
in Anguilla. Listen to me. Anguilla and Barbuda. And then perhaps Barbados. I know I'm going to get some blows from Barbados, but go to Anguilla and then go to Barbuda and then you'd understand it. Wrapped on the pad. Loud appeal, but stifle ball angling down the leg side. Anguilla has some long, real, crystal, white sandy beaches.
We have
Yes, we do have in Antigua, but I'm just telling you. My views have been to most of them. I love it. I'm a patriotic Antiguan. But all of them are wonderful, but I'm just telling you, Anguilla has stunned me in terms of the quality of the beaches and the length of the beaches. Here is Minley to Hodge. Hodge comes forward on that. Half played push drive. And Harty feels and there is no run.
Looking at the pitch, set the pitch seems like it's coming on a little more.
Yes, it is. After
you can see it start to the colors start settling. Yeah. So
I think what the groundsmen did immediately after that little pre-lunch rain, they took the covers off and allowed it to get a bit of sun. Here is Munson Hodge coming down on that a bit late. It was able to push it out to mid-off. No run on that occasion, and the score remains at 40 for 3. Another maiden over for Marquino Minley. He has 1 for 9. The Leewards are 40 for 3.
You can see why the West Indies selectors, are keen on Minley, because he's bowling some penetrative lines, and his length, his pace is is up as well. He's not a big, strong, stocky fast bowler like we're accustomed to. But he has good, reasonable pace. But I think his line, his length, and the penetration in which he bowls, his effectiveness. You can see why they are keen on him.
Yes, they're keen on him, and I'm in agreement. I also would like to see Preston Maxwell, that left armour, giving the edge, or as well. Those two, when I saw them for the best versus best on the West Indies A team, I thought that they have future. I also saw Seals, and I told you all Seals would have made it. I made that prediction. 2019 that he is going to step up.
We were right here.
We were right here.
Yeah. And all those guys were playing.
And I'm very proud that my predictions would have come through. So all of them would have come through except Preston Maxwell, and I believe he is.
Yet.
You
can say yet.
That's here is Jamal Hamilton coming forward and playing that one. Another player I thought, in the context that we are not batting well as a West Indies team and also searching for all-rounders, that I thought, I would get back to that, would have been overlooked slightly by the selectors. Here is Jamal Hamilton going back, a brilliant shot out towards the boundary. 4 runs. When he goes back and he cracks it and he places it well, nothing or no man will stop it, and he will be happy to get off the mark with that flashy 4. Jamal Hamilton.
Yeah, typical Jamal Hamilton shot. Just backing away, give himself a bit of room for the cut shot. He loves a cut shot, and he gets out a few times from it, but he will. That is basically his favorite shot. I think most shorter players, batsmen, they like the cut shot. So he's no different to that, and he plays it well when he's unsung. I think he's batting well, judging from what I heard from in the camp that they had so far. He's one that is batting well. Hopefully that I think they need him right now with his attacking instinct and his experience. He needs someone there.
Tries to paddle that one around, taking the pad, and there is no run.
I think the Jamaican bowlers, they're bowling pretty
real well.
Pretty consistent. But I think you can score. You can score.
You can score. I'm going to make a comment about Jamie Merchant after this delivery. Flighted, driven back along the ground, didn't time it. Whenever he's hit, he goes leg side. When Kofi James punched him to the offside for 4, the next delivery was down the leg side. Kofi James didn't even play at it. That should have been hammered. And after being hammered for 4 by Hamilton, then he goes leg side. You got to stick to it. Yes, missed out, both. Hamilton missed out and Kofi James chose not to go, but chose the delivery after. So as a good off spinner, stick to your line. You're being punched. You may change your length, but to go leg side may not be the answer. So that's something I guess Andrew Richardson will work out with him. Nevertheless, he has had 1 for 11, mainly 1 for 9, miserly from his 8 overs. And Gordon Bryan 1 for 17. Gordon Bryan is, I think, the pick of the bowlers for me. Though he may have gone for more runs, I thought he presented more challenges for the batters. Instead of blocking, they were always kept on attention, always looking, always focused. And it's the first time that he has appeared here. And I'm sure that he will come back into the attack sometime soon.
Well, yeah, as I said, with the conditions this morning, with the pitch, he has a bit of moisture, not coming on in the way that the batters would like, and his areas, his attitude in terms of his consistency were very, very good. And now we have another chance. I think the pitch is a little better, we can see a little more of his pace.
Well, he comes back in now, and I think Paul Palmer has done a wonderful job in leading this team. He has used his resources well. They have, as a team, they have kept up their momentum. They have kept up their focus. And in fact, in terms of the rate in which they are bowling, even the Pacers, Minley and Bryan, they're sticking to the task. Hamilton whips this one nicely off the pads. It may not have the legs because, as I mentioned earlier, it was a heavy outfield in the morning. And 2 runs to Jamal Hamilton. He will free up.
That's Hodge. That's Hodge.
That's Hodge, in fact, Munson Hodge.
Remember, he hasn't got.
That's right.
Remember, he hasn't got much runs, so you can't afford to take away his runs. So don't do Hodge that. That's a good shot. I think all the scoring shots that all of his 16 runs came from that type of shot.
Yes, that's right. That's right. If you were to look at it.
Yeah, where he whipping from his middle stump, leg stump area.
This one comes back a bit late. Hodge having the patience of Job. 16 from 94 deliveries.
And he's not bothered.
He's not bothered. Not at all. Whether it's the storm.
He's just like, this is my job, and it doesn't matter what. You look at his demeanor, you haven't seen any bit of anger, any bit of frustration. It's just the same demeanor.
So at the end of the day, the other players go in. And if the team didn't score the targeted 250, he would say, but I batted long.
I'm the anchor.
I scored a half century.
I'm the anchor. I said that I hold the end, I kept the end for you, and you guys are the attacking players, so you guys are supposed to score.
That's right.
I'm doing my job.
I batted 100 deliveries.
I'm doing my job.
How
Yeah.
many did you bat? Gordon. Tall, upright figure. Smooth approach. Just leaving the batter. Did not play at it. But I would love to see if he can go around fourth stump and leave the batter more often. He's got to be a handful.
Yeah, he seems like he does a bit with the ball. You see he's bringing it in back, and then you see taking away, and he's seaming the ball. You can't necessarily pick it from his wrist. Some bowlers they push it there and push it there, but he's very strong in terms of his wrist alignment and so on. Good. I like what I'm seeing.
Yes, good skill level. That completes the
skills,
over. 46 for 3. Hodge on 16. Hamilton on 4. The two Anguilla batters. Would like to see the Leewards through. Leewards, those two Anguilla batters are very experienced. At least Jamal Hamilton has the opportunity of playing one test match for the West Indies. Became only the second person from Anguilla to have played test cricket.
The great Omari Banks.
Following in the vein of Omari Banks, who is now an accomplished musician.
Take up the mantle from the great Banky Banks.
Yes, his great
when we
father.
were when we were tour, with the U team or with the West Indies team or A team or whatever, Omari was our entertainer.
And it amazes me because the Omari I know is a very quiet, cool youngster. So, to see the entertainment side of it or hear of it, it's a bit strange. Wonderful young man. Here is Hamilton working the ball into the onside, and there is no run.
He's a real patriot from Anguilla.
Yes.
I can remember that he had an Anguillan song, that he had, and he always make sure that wherever he's doing a presentation, he makes sure he sings that first.
Down the leg side, whipped away, 4 runs. Jamal Hamilton would not allow Jamie Merchant to settle with those leg siders. As I said, likes to go leg whenever he assumes that the batter is on top of him. Hamilton allowed him to bowl on the wicket, looked assured, and then he went down the leg side, swept away for 4. Hamilton moves to 8. The 50 comes up for the Leewards. 50 of 31.3 overs.
Predestined going. But Hamilton is choking the ball nicely. I mean, his timing is immaculate. Those 2 boundaries that he's struck so far, they race to the boundary in a flash. But in this day and age, Seth, if you can't sweep, it's going to be difficult for you.
Well, just get down on the knees and you would be sweeping.
Whether reverse sweep or conventional sweep, you have to have that in your repertoire.
Hamilton coming forward once again, looks assured. In fact, my view is that you must be able to be a 360 man once you're a top line batter, must be able to score. All areas. Hamilton looks assured. The one criticism I've had of Hamilton's batting over the years is that I think sometimes he tends to want to hit the ball too hard.
Yeah, and if I can add another, I think sometimes you want to hit the ball too square, especially on the offside. You know, but he's that type of player. If you know Hamilton, he's not one that will keep still. He always on the go. A very busy player. A busy person, that's his personality.
Yes.
Very positive. You know, enjoys life. You
Well,
know,
why live it if you're not enjoying it?
well, a lot of people want to know that, innit?
50 for 3 from 32. Both batters doing well. Munson had 16 from 97. Kofi James, 15 from 41. Just one run differential between them. 50 odd balls different. But Kofi James is not here. The man who is here is Munson Hodge, soldering on for the Leewards.
And at the end of the day, if Monsignor gets a century, we will not remember how many balls he
That's right.
so,
Because
that's
it's
the beauty
not
about it.
T20 cricket, it's not ODI cricket, it's not List A cricket, it's for the first class match. Gordon Bryan, about to start his 10th. Looks the same as when he started his first. Oh, lovely delivery. That one shaped away. Almost got Munson Hodge in trouble. He was about to drive. It was one of a fuller length, drivable length. And at the last moment, it left him. Didn't have the pace as previous deliveries. Fortunately for Hodge, he didn't take the edge.
Yeah, well, good delivery induced Hodge in a naughty shot. That one was a bit wide, you know.
Yes.
But I guess that one lit up his eyes a bit. Unfortunate for him, he missed it.
Nice little area.
That's a teasing.
Plugging away.
That's a teasing line and length that Gordon Bryan there is hitting consistently. We're going to test that. That will definitely test the patience of Munson Hodge.
Yes.
Who's like Job.
I'm telling you.
So you know he's definitely bowling something troubling to Munson Hodge, because Hodge has that patience to leave those deliveries alone.
Hodge facing his 100th delivery. Gordon comes into him, drives into the covers, does not beat Harty. Thomas behind the wicket says, I like it.
They want to see Munson Hodge play some shots.
Yes, they want it.
Sometimes when you're a captain, you have some boring battles, so to speak. You know, sometimes you give them a little half volley, a little short ball, something to see if they
open up their eyes.
But I mean, some of them, they have so much patience.
That's
that
right.
It doesn't really matter. You know. Yeah.
She is. Oh, that one took off. It was wide outside the off stump, but it had bounced and it left the batsman. And Hamilton comes down to have a word with him. Perhaps there's a part on the pitch that they're brushing. When I looked at the pitch this morning, as I mentioned, it has some grass, some live grass. It also had grass rolled into it. And
it's coming alive now, though.
yes.
You can see the pace is up, and especially when the bowlers put in a bit more. I saw mainly struck Hodge on his fingers a few overs ago, where you can see that he gave it a bit more on that particular delivery. And it seems like the pitches, if you put in that extra effort,
You got to get something
you
out of it.
Yeah.
Gordon Bryan, he's bowling to a plan. If we would have had a pitch map, you'd recognize that he's going through just wide of what we would call the corridor of uncertainty.
Uncertainties.
Just trying to draw the batter. But
And
he's changing his length.
and he's doing a bit with the ball, in and out.
This time he's edged just in front of first slip. He thought he had him and he was just about celebrating. But Sylvester Joseph, I thought it could have been a catch had the slip fielder
Palmer.
Captain Palmer would have just moved forward a bit. I thought he was waiting on it to come, and it fell just in front of him. Munson Hodge is a bit lucky. The unlucky man is Gordon Bryan.
Yeah, indeed. Take it from a good slipper. I think that one, hit the bottom of the bat, so it was dying. Palmer, he tried desperately to get his hands on it. I think it was a very good attempt. That over was at line length, Fuller a bit shorter.
But he achieved his objective. He was teasing him,
Yeah.
testing him, and then he induced him. And I thought that though it was a big attempt, I would have loved to see the captain just anticipating, stepping forward a bit. That's how the cookie crumbles.
Well, good effort. But to see that Brian can induce the patience of Hodge.
Here is Hamilton hammering this one.
And he pulled something. Look here. He
Oh,
fired. He fired so hard that he felt it. Yeah, he felt it in his knees. He's walking gingerly. Let's see if the physio or the doctor comes on. Well, the physio is coming on now at a brisk pace. Tony,
Yes.
the physio from the Leeward Islands, she has some pace there, sir.
Yes, she has some pace. But the concern is the man who is down, the Leeward Islands captain, Jamal. It just happened so sudden, Sylvester.
He tried, as you said earlier, and he's one that likes to put a bit of power behind the ball, and I know he tried to hit that ball so hard that I don't know, like he
And
pulled his
also
knee.
immediately after he was setting out to run. So sometimes you're not fully anchored. He really played it hard, thought it would have penetrated. Let's look at it.
No, that's the difference.
Good
That's
straight
the
delivery.
edge. That's the edge.
Or
Munson
that
edge.
would have been, yes.
Look at it. Tell me. Oh,
Excellent bowling.
it was an outside edge. I thought
Yes, it was an
the back
outside
end-
edge.
Yeah,
And
that
is
was a
why I'm saying
genuine
that
edge.
Palmer should have anticipated and should have taken that. However,
But not to cut you off, but a situation like that when the ball is dying on the first slip, the wicket keeper should be the one that
Agreed.
snap that up.
agreed. But also now, I am also looking at the setting of the slip. We'll look at that perhaps the next over, but look at what happened with Jamal Hamilton. He got it, came forward, stroked the ball with power.
That
It did
stroke-
not penetrate. And then a good stop on the part.
He's down.
Dancing stopped it well. Then he was turning to run,
It seemed
and
like
we
his
saw
ankle.
him down. It looks as though it is his ankle.
His ankle, yeah.
Got the shoes off, so situation is here. Leeward Island still 50 for 3. It all happened in the start of over number 34. Jamal Hamilton, the Leeward, he's in pain, Sylvester. He's pounding the ground. We just hope that everything is okay. Some treatment is being applied. Would you take him off and allow him to be I know the game is delicately poised, but in the interest of his personal safety.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a captain. He's an experienced player, and he knows exactly. When it pertains to an injury, you will know exactly how you feel. And the way he's behaving, reacting. He seems like he's in a lot of pain. So I don't know, but it would be, unfortunate for I think the Leewards Hurricanes. No, because he's getting into his stride, and you need someone out there who's
changing the tempo.
Yeah, you need a change in the tempo, and if he can't continue, that will definitely, put a damper on the Leeward Islands process.
But then you look at the team, are there other top competent batters? Raheem Cornwall is still in the shred.
You have Terrence
You
Ward,
have Terry Ward. You
he's
also
batting
have
well.
Archibald. You have quite a few batters who are
Jeremiah Louis, those guys
right.
are still batting.
Right. So they are persons
I have,
who can
you're not
change
calling
the
it
tempo.
your villager.
Hayden Wall Jr. That's right.
Yeah.
He can bat in the middle
I think
of
he's
the
batting.
order.
He's batting well. He's batting really
Yes.
well.
So the issue is that they are persons. The question is, we are not sure what the situation is. If you have just joined us, it's Jamal Hamilton, the Leewards captain, wicketkeeper batter, batting well, and then had a good clean strike, but the ball did not penetrate, did not get past Man Singh in the covers. Looked as though he on the impact, he was attempting just to start tried to run, and then you saw him, Sylvester, you called him, he went down. And he has been down for the last 4 or so minutes, being attended to by the Leewards physio. The Jamaica players are looking around. Monson Hodge, his countryman, both from Anguilla, is also close by in the helmet. And he's being strapped up, I believe. Can't have full view, but we wish
See like his
Jamal Hamilton all
ankle,
the best.
his right ankle. You can see his right ankle being strapped. But he seems like he's still in a lot of pain. So we're wondering if he can continue. Let's wait and see what's happening.
Personally.
Could we have another medical situation here?
Well, that's something to ask the officials, because I do know of the concussion injury situation as replacement. If he is not well, it depends on the nature of the injury. Perhaps that may be a consideration. But we'd have to know, can he resume batting? If he resumes batting, then what? I know the Leeward Islands do have a reserve wicketkeeper in Durant Benter. Would he come into play? Or could it be that he retires hurt and allow another batter to come in, and then he has time to get treatment? I always think in situations like these, to go into the pavilion, to be assessed medically, to be treated, it gives a better opportunity, because being retired hurt, you can always return. But the intention seems like trying to get him to remain out there. The shoe is back on the right boot, so he intends to continue. Gets up. Wow, so he's fine. He's lacing, in fact, up his boot, and they're looking to resume. So if you have heard the score, or you've seen the score 50 for 3, you may be thinking that we're still in the first period of play. So there are 2 stories about that. Number 1, the Leewards' slow scoring rate, 33.1 overs for 50 runs. Also, the other factor is that we would have missed what? Right, current run rate of 1.5. The other factor would have been that we missed just about 15 minutes prior to lunch because of a sharp little drizzle shower, drizzle and then a quick shower. But that has been set up. If we were to look at the contrasting situations, the Windward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago yesterday, so great.
I think
He's back up.
I think
The
Tony.
physio
I
are
think the
running
Tony
off.
physio is faster than you said.
You believe so? I don't think so. I think you're underestimating me, Sylvester Joseph.
I mean, maybe I'm just giving her credit because she's moving.
She's
really
moving
fast.
well.
Yeah, she's moving.
She is fitter than me for sure, but I don't think she would be able to run as fast as I do.
Wow. But you're a fit guy. You still play.
No, I haven't played in a couple of years. Since COVID,
So you retired.
COVID-induced retirement.
Are you
But
retired?
I'm getting tempted to get back out there.
You got to bowl
But I
those.
need to get fit.
You got to bowl those dibbly daps. You don't need to get any fit to bowl those dibbly daps.
But then you need to spend time in the crease and on the field. You can't just bowl and walk off. Oh, so Jamal Hamilton is back. So the good news is that he will resume his innings here. And Jamie Merchant is ready, and he comes forward. Looks as though he's okay. Wow, no, but when he takes the balance off the front foot, he's walking away and perhaps trying to test it. I do understand the captain's commitment that, given the fact that they're struggling for runs, that he would not like another player to come in. But at the same time, he knows the best about his personal safety. Here is Jamie Merchant to Jamal Hamilton. Hamilton, wow, he's coming. Oh, he's struggling now. Coming through for the single. What would you do in a situation like this, Sylvester Joseph?
Well, as a captain, you got to stay out there and fight. If it's a situation where you can't really move or what.
But the game has changed in that you can't have the runner.
Oh, most
We used to have that runner, so you could bat and then allow the runner to run. So
not in this time.
that's right. So that has changed, and he would put himself under further pressure. Monsis Hodge faces Jamie Merchant and comes forward.
It doesn't matter what happens out there. Montinage won't even be bothered. He just keep on being the person that he is, staying and sticking, that stickability, the power that he has.
Perhaps the reason why he remains in the Leewards team. Jamie Merchant to him, and he comes forward and plays it on the bounce to the forward short leg fielder in Kirk McKenzie.
I think Jamaica Scorpions will be at a disadvantage in losing Williams. Williams is the third seamer.
That's right.
And he looked really effective, and I think now that the pitch has gotten a little quicker, he would do a number, I believe.
Yes, and I liked his approach. The over comes to an end. 34 completed, 51 for 3. Hodge and Hamilton. Hodge on 16, the top scorer. Kofi James, the other one, getting double figures, 15 before he departed. And since then, it is the man Hamilton, 34 overs, 51 for 3. A wicket each for Merchant, Minley, and Bryan. What I liked with Alwyn Williams is that he bowled wicket to wicket. Not as quick as Minley, not as sharp and in terms of his not only pace but seam movement, as we have seen from Bryan, but he is consistent and accurate. So that now would put more pressure on Minley and Bryan to deliver more overs for Jamaica.
But you never know that maybe Manson,
the leg spinner.
He has to do a bit of bowling.
So the news, Jamaica would have started with Williams. Mansingh would have been out at the start of the game, but a medically induced injury has now forced Alwyn Williams out of the team and Mansingh in the team. Beautiful delivery once again. That one did not leave the right-hander but came back into the right-hander. Jamal Hamilton, obviously in some pain, is walking away. When the Hurricanes won the toss this morning at about 20 minutes to 10, they said that Paul Palmer Jr., the Jamaica captain, said that had he won the toss, he would have batted. But I guess he must be happy that he did not bat, or must be happy at least that
Maybe
he's
he
bowling.
didn't win the toss. Maybe after hindsight, now you're happy you didn't win the toss.
That's right. Because it has been a bowler's game.
So far,
dominated by the bowlers. Some good sharp lusty hitting could change things around. So I thought Kofi James was setting himself up nicely for his 15, but then sort of gave it away.
I think it's a disciplined bowling also from the Jamaican Scorpion bowlers.
Yes.
He wanted to go. He
wanted to go,
but the consistency of
forced him.
Forced him to.
Driven, comes off the edge, down to third man for 4. Jamal Hamilton goes into double figures. He will be happy with that 4, even though it came from the outer half of the bat.
Not only him, but I think the whole Leewards team will be, delighted to see at least a boundary. It has been a while.
Has been a while. And I think that's the point we are making, whereas Hodge has been solid. 16 from 106 delivery. It does put pressure on the other batter to score runs. And I think that may have gotten the better of Kofi James, because he did have the presence of mind. Even that delivery down the leg side, he didn't want to play. So you can see he wanted to stay, but in the end he's perhaps said, I can't let it pass twice. This one is defended nicely by Jamal Hamilton. Rising delivery, just on about off stump.
I think my thing is as a batsman, when you starting, you try to get in, feel the pace and the conditions, the pace from the bowlers, but you have to have some kind of momentum to your batting.
That's
right. You can't just be going at that.
And there has to be motivation to score.
Yeah, you must. You can't just be comfortable at this stage of your career, just batting all day without even looking to score.
Hamilton comes forward, plays it from outside the crease, not looking comfortable. You're right about that. At this stage of your career, you're at your most senior position at 35. You're by age the most senior statesman in the team, second most experienced in terms of cricket at this level, and your role has to be beyond just nudging it around Jamal Hamilton faces. Brian gets a good one. Plays it with an angle bat into the offside. Fielded by the man at backward point. No run. Even Jamal Hamilton acknowledged that it was a good delivery. Shook his head. 55 for 3. Good over from Brian. 1 for 23 him. From his 11 overs, pretty much a good bowling, and I think
we were trying to find out his age because he looks like a good prospect. He seems, like he understands his craft, and he hit in some good areas, and he seems like he can bowl a little faster too.
Yes, he can.
So he's a good one to look out for. If he
in the early part of his innings, when he bowled, his first 3 overs were pretty sharp.
Yeah.
I think our minor focus was on Marquino Minley for obvious reasons. Went to Australia, got injured, came back. We wanted to see what he was, but I thought even after Minley would have gotten his wicket, that after that it would have been a display of fine swing, medium, fast bowling from Brian, and I think I am delighted to see a new pacer, having the skill level that he has and having the aptitude to keep the ball down certain channels consistently. Yes, he will give up runs, but he has the capacity to be a good strike bowler. Here is Jamie Merchant and Monson Hodge once again.
And also the fact that he bowls, in different spells.
That's right.
I think he's on his 3rd spell in a matter of what? About 2 hours and
yes,
a bit.
and bowl from both ends.
Yeah. So it's good for the young man, good talent, good showing so far.
Monson Hodge.
The Merchant is doing a pretty good job here.
Yes.
Merchant has been around for a while, I think he came first in Antigua when they have the triangular series.
The triangle series between Guyana,
I can remember
Antigua and Jamaica. Definitely he was in that same team coming forward on this occasion, Hodge. Quite a lot of the Jamaican
came to that.
Emerging players came through that.
I can remember Royal, the guy Royal.
Also the fast bowler, Odin Smith.
Yeah.
We also saw John Campbell a bit in that, quite a bit of them. So we would have seen them here for quite some time. And that tri-series really brought out quite a bit of them.
What has become of that? You need to get on the president, Mr. Rodney, because that was a good initiative. And maybe
I'm not
COVID.
the PRO of the ABCA, so I would allow them to provide.
But you're seeing a positive on the president, Mr. Rodney, because that was a good initiative. And maybe
I'm not
COVID.
the PRO of the ABCA, so I would allow them to provide.
But you're seeing a positive in it. You're seeing a positive.
Yes, it has reached some good positive. I don't know why they have changed that. This one is driven brilliantly by Hodge into the boundary for 4. He gets up to 20, and he will feel that after that 4, with that skill level, that he can just up the momentum now. Has been batting for well over 130 minutes, and the Hurricanes 59 for 3 from 36 overs. We spoke about Brian, his 11 overs, pockets, 6 from one end, then 3, then back with 2 from this end. Sylvester Joseph, I will leave you in the capable hands of Terry Laraji after your comments, and then later on I will relieve you because it is coming to a good game. The Leewards trying to arrest the balance from the Scorpion stronghold.
Yes, indeed. These two, they are two countrymen from the beautiful island of Anguilla, and they will know each other. They grew up with each other, and this partnership is going to be very crucial. I think the injury there to Jamal, who is the captain's right ankle, maybe just slow him down a bit, but hopefully that he can recover and give this partnership some impetus, so they can go on, because Monsignor is going to stay and bat as much as he can. But in terms of the captain, he's the more aggressor, and the Leeward Islands team needs him at the moment. Welcome back, Terry.
Thank you, Sylvester. Good afternoon to everybody. Yes, they certainly do need Jamal Hamilton at this stage as they attempt a rebuilding process. He tries to sweep that, but misses. I've been doing some homework though. Gordon Bryan is 30.
He's 30.
Yes.
So he's a late bloomer.
He's a late bloomer.
Keep going, Bam, Ed. Keep going, Bam.
But in the Australia setup, and we have Wiggly Jacob. He made the West Indies team when he was about that age, 30, 31.
Yeah.
You know, so but when you're at that age, you
Keep going, Bam.
basically understand your craft. You know
Right.
that sometimes you're at your peak,
Oh, yeah.
and I mean
Bam,
the way
yeah.
that he is operating, you can see a level of understanding of his skill set and the confidence that he have in
You
himself.
work, Bam. You
You know,
work,
so
Bam.
you can see the maturity. 'Cause I guess he has been playing for quite a while.
Yeah, most definitely. And, very impressive this morning. But that's what I was talking to you about earlier, though. Does it, when does age matter and when doesn't it matter? Because, as you say, they may mature late or blossom late or whatever you.
Well, we West Indian over the years, if you check back, the maturity, we mature a bit later.
Mhm.
You know, because I guess it's because of our background
Oh, yes, Bam. That's fair. People.
or whatever. And well, we normally before time we don't play much cricket. You know, we have one maybe 5 games, and then the other year you come back another 5, and then
True.
they started to change it. But in terms of the maturity, so many of our players they started to mature when they are 28, going up 30, going up.
Mhm.
You know, and you have a lot of players as well, especially in Antigua. At that age, they retired. You know,
Right, yeah.
when they even hit the peak as yet. You know, so it depends on how we are performing. But I think when you reach that age, you have to show that skill set. You have to show that you're in terms of performance. Whatever skill, whether bowling, batting, wicket keeping, you have to show and produce the goods.
Most definitely, as Merchant looks to continue from the commentary box end. He's bowling to Watson Hodge, who's back in defence, defending it back to the bowler. Yes, very true. And, there's been a few. I mean, as we see today in all fixtures during the first round of the West Indies Championship, all the players are wearing black armbands in honour of Irving Shillingford, who passed away a few days ago. And I believe he was about 32, I believe, when he made his debut. So there have been ones that have been in their 30s. But generally, it is considered that once you're past 30, it's too late.
Well, I'm talking from experience in Antigua. Before time, even now, as soon as you hit 30, they consider you.
Big appeal, trying to pull that was Hodge. Umpire says not out though.
I think the line was pretty straight, but the length may be the concern. Oh no, that was down the leg side. That he got a bit of turn, from the replay. It seems like he missing leg stump.
True.
Yeah, but what I'm saying in around these parts, when you reach that age, a lot of people retired early because of that. The mentality of the people around here that you're old when you're even at your peak as yet.
Right.
So but when you're at that age as well, you're supposed to be at a level of maturity because of all the games that you have played and the experience that you gain through traveling and so forth. So it's important if you want to go on, and continue in your craft, you have to perform. It's all when you're at that age, it's performance.
Right. Yeah. True.
No other word is performance.
Merchant in again to Hamilton. Hamilton defends that onto the onside, and there's no run. 60 for 3. Slow going here for the Leewards of Jamaica Scorpions. Since ball 1 have been on top today. The pitch is playing a little bit better though, with the sun being on it for the day. It's tossed up a bit more by Merchant. Again, defended well by Hamilton.
I like Merchant as well. He's pretty steady. A few balls will go. He varies down the leg side, but I like him varying his pace, and he give it a bit of ear sometimes, and induce the batters into some drives. But I like the different variety that he brings to the table. You know, he's not one-dimensional, just bowling fast. He doesn't really got much turn, but I mean, he tried to vary his line, his length, and a bit of guile as well. So I like what I'm seeing so far. He's steady. You know, he just keep on going, and as you can see that the captain Palmer is using him as a stack bowler.
Oh, yes,
Harty continues from the northern end. He's bowled 4 overs so far.
You reckon
4 maidens.
You reckon they're gonna have a run after Hardy today?
Well, they should. They need to run after somebody.
They need one from Harty. I definitely need one from him.
Oh, what boy. Like that, man. Where boy at?
This might be a record that he's going to set today. Who is he going to bowl? 10 overs.
10 overs for nothing.
You gotta be kidding me.
Okay.
I don't think he's bowling that well. He's bowling well, but I don't think he's bowling that well.
True. Plenty of scoring opportunities out there, but Hodge is still in his corner, defending well. 21 of 117 deliveries now.
Keep going out, son.
A marathon effort. But Leewards still need the anchor man, but just for somebody to play around him at the moment. Captain Hamilton is a bit injured with his ankle, so he's a bit hampered down the other end.
Oh, Harty. Groupings.
But he hasn't really, Monson Hodge hasn't really tried Sylvester to knock anybody off their line. He's let the bowlers dictate to him pretty much all day.
Yeah, and I think that is really the disheartening thing.
No.
He's trying to crack that through the cover region, but it'll just be the single. Quite get the timing on that one. 61 for 3. And that completes over number 5 for Patrick Harty, and that was the first run. So no wicket for 1 of 5 overs.
So they finally got a run from Harty. I hope that this is the beginning of
many more.
many more. Yeah, but I think this is the disheartening thing about Monson Hodge. He doesn't even look like he's interested in scoring.
Yes.
You know, and he doesn't go well for the other batters, because as Seth was saying, you put pressure on the other batters to try and score. When you are that experienced player, you have skill set. We all know that he has skills, but he has to use the skills in a more positive way and try to execute and get some more runs. You can't be batting 22 from 120 balls. You know, as
No, very true. And I thought when he was batting with Coffee James, he should have taken over the leadership role in that partnership and got himself going. But as you say, he hasn't looked too switched on today, and that one nearly crept through on him by Kim Fraser has been brought into the attack. So more spin from this commentary box end. But that one skidded on. Sylvester nearly got through Hodges' defence.
He backed away a bit, but that one looked like he had a bit of turn as well. You know, his first delivery, and you have to be watching and see what he does.
Well watched time by Hodge outside off stump. Probably because of, definitely because of the shorter versions of the game. Batsmen tend to not give themselves a chance these days to have a look at a new bowler. They try and go after them from ball one type thing.
Well, I mean, nowadays more than ever, these guys back their skills.
Right.
You know, and they're scoring shots. They have different shots. You know, they develop their game in such a way that they create scoring opportunities.
Right.
You know.
That was well run down to the third man area by Hodge. He picks up another 2. That moves him on to 24, and the score is up to 63 for 3.
That is how the game is going now, you know, as a batter and a batsman. You're a batsman. You have to, as Seth says, you have to be a cheese 60 type of player.
Right,
You have to can score in different ways. and it's for you. They are professionals. That is what they do on a daily basis.
Mhm.
You can do it in the evening as well because they have lights. you know,
Right, yeah.
you know. So it's the onus is upon you as a batsman, a bowler, as a professional, whatever sport you're in, to get yourself better and equipped to execute your skills when required.
That's why I think sometimes that like if it's a bad shot, it's a bad shot. But sometimes, we go after these batsmen and say, "Oh, what did you do that for?" and thing like that. But then if he doesn't back himself, they say, "Well, he should have backed himself. There was nothing in that delivery." So you're sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Sometimes.
But as a stigma that we have, especially in the Caribbean, I think that hampers a lot of players from even being themselves.
The natural flow.
Yeah, because hey, it doesn't matter to us. Terry, whatever. Why is your batting? You're gonna get out sometime.
Right.
Yeah, you're gonna get out.
Yeah.
When you check as a batsman, if you bat 10 times, you're gonna out maybe 9. But 9, 8, maybe you get 2 not out. Or you get a big score. But even though sometimes you get a big score, you still get out. So.
Right.
I have the mindset of you have to allow players to be free. You're gonna out from trying to play a proper cover drive. You're gonna out from playing a sweep shot. So you try to as best as possible to harness your skills. So you be more consistent. You may get out 1 or 2 times, but more often than not, you're executing your skills.
Right. Yeah.
I feel comfortable in doing that. I think many of us, as players, as soon as a batter makes a mistake, we're down on him.
Yeah, exactly. yeah.
So that and the next time we're going to come in around, they're not going to want to try it again.
Right. Because they've been put off.
So we have to have a mentality, a mindset that, if you want to change, this is where you're going to be.
Hamilton struggling to get Harty away, still feeling that ankle that he rolled a few overs earlier.
His right foot there, so every time he plays on the back foot, he's gonna have some pain, and he's more Hamilton is more a back foot player.
True, yeah.
So he's gonna be one of those days. This is the first game. This is the first game of the competition. So, do you want your captain? Do you want your captain to be out there risking himself at this stage of the competition instead of taking a break? You have his 3 players out. He can come back. He probably should have gone off and get it ice up and.
Oh, yes.
A good point, but he was probably looking at the scoreboard, and it was only 40 odd at the time. He looks like he's going for some more treatment this time.
It's the water break.
The water break. So you'll be able to rest it up a bit. But 63-4-3. We've had an hour of play in the second session of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes up against the Jamaica Scorpions, and they are up against it, the Leeward Islands. Jamaica Scorpions have played very well so far. 63-4-3. And Jamal Hamilton is on 13. Monson Hodge has been there from the beginning. He's on 24. Patrick Hardy just finished his 6th over, 5 maidens, no wicket for 1. So 63-3 here at the drinks break at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And they have been impressive so far, the Jamaica Scorpions attack, Sylvester.
Yes, indeed. They haven't gotten the reward in terms of wicket that their bowling seems to show, but in terms of the economical rate, keeping down the runs rate, they're doing a pretty good job. And the Feesmen, they are backing them up in terms of you haven't seen any misfield, any drop catches so far.
No.
So the support is there throughout, and even the vocals you can hear because they are bowling so tight. The fielders are crowding the batters. All of them, majority of the fielders in the circle. So you always hear a bit of chirping. You always feel like you're crowded as a batsman. But it's for you to release that pressure. You know, by executing your skills, backing your skills, and knowing your scoring areas, and you know where best that you can score from different bowlers.
Yeah.
And we need to see more of this type of cricket in order to move the cricket forward.
Yes, there's been a few opportunities for the Leeward Islands today to force the pace a bit. As we spoke about before, especially Monson Hodge. He's been out there for 126 deliveries since the start of play this morning for only 24 runs so far. There's been a few opportunities that they could have turned the strike over, picked up the twos, even threes a few times. But full credit to the Jamaica Scorpions. Let's get the bowling figures, Sylvester.
Well, yeah, the Jamaican Scorpions, they are still in control of the game. They are pretty comfortable, especially the fact that the Leewards Hurricane won the toss and decided to bat. When you win a toss and decide to bat, you have to be in more control. And it seems from the record so far that if you're coming into the ground, you're wondering if it's the Jamaican Scorpions won the toss and decided to field. Because they are the ones that are in control of the happening so far. And the intent from especially Monson Hodge is not there to push the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in a more comfortable situation. If perhaps 1 or 2 wicket falls now, it will be a lot of pressure on the lower half.
It'd be a huge amount of pressure on the lower half, but just to have a look at the bowling figures, they all look very impressive. McKean Minley, 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 9. Gordon Bryan, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 23. Owen Williams, 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 7. But unfortunately, we hope he's all right, but he won't be taking any further part in the match. Jamie Merchant, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21. Patrick Harty, 6 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 1. And Kim Fraser, just the 1 over, no wicket for 2. Leaving Leeward Islands Hurricanes on 63 for 3, with Hodge on 24 not out and Hamilton on 13 not out. As we look to resume this second session after the water break.
So the Jamaica Scorpions, I think would be the bet. they would be in a more comfortable situation here. Welcome back, Dr. Burton. The governor's, your good friend Vernon has left us. He went to Saviv. He ditched the team.
Well,
And you know he say that you're the governor.
Well, I've been given a lot of names, but the reality is just set Burton for me. I no need for all the names or titles, induced or real. Just like to keep it real. The Leewards want to keep it real here. Good stroke from Monson Hodge. They said 1, but it will be 2. He just seems so relaxed and so calm in spite of the storms around the Hurricanes. 65 for 3. Captain Jamal Hamilton would really like to have a good knock. He also had a scare. Thought there may have been another medically induced substitution. Here is Monson Hodge. Fraser, give me your thoughts of him.
Fraser? Well, he just came on, and the first delivery almost caught Hodge. Came back a bit. But he's looked so steady so far.
Gives the ball a little flight on the stumps.
It seems like he's a kind of burly, stocky young man, but he seems like he has some strong shoulders. The balls are a little quicker than Merchant from our vantage point.
Yes, does quite a bit off the wrist. Gets the ball up, the motion may be a bit different. Has a higher trajectory in terms of from where he delivers the ball, but somehow it rushes off a little bit with no big effort. I think we spoke about energy before. Comes in a few steps and he's into Jamal Hamilton. In fact, that's Munson Hodge. Cuts that one out a bit cramped. And the end of another over. None for 4, Akeem Fraser. And Munson Hodge on 26, Jamal Hamilton on 13. The leaders of the Jamaican bowling, Aquino Minley, 1 for 9 from his 8. Gordon Bryan, a good 3 spells, 1 for 23 from his 13 overs. And now it has been a spin diet. As we have seen, Harty will be back with it.
Hold on.
Which of the 3 spinners would you do you like to see most between Harty, Merchant, and Fraser?
I would say Merchant because of his variety. I think he showed a bit more variety in terms of.
Oh yes.
You see a bit more flight. Harty, he just consistent with his areas, and from what I've seen so far with Fraser, he is similar in terms of just bowling that with a little more pace. But in terms of the variety, you can see Merchant. He flights a bit, bowl a little one quicker, a little one outside the off stump. He and he's very consistent as well.
Goes back and cracks this one down to the point boundary for 4. In a blaze of glory, the flash of the bat of Jamal Hamilton off the back foot, and as you says, perhaps his strength is his weakness. Likes to cut the ball. This time he got full wheel on that one, and Harty would not be happy, but Hamilton moves up to 17, 69 for 3. Faces now. Comes forward. Good delivery. Cramped him a bit. Hamilton is hopping away. Some challenge to his ankle. Considering that he would have to be the wicket-keeper batsman, must be thinking about a long bat. And then the keeper would have to take care of itself. But I agree with you in terms of Merchant. The variety is important, as we spotted. Perhaps one little kink is that when he's struck, he likes to go leg side, perhaps overcompensating. Here is Hamilton going back and out to cover, no run. On that occasion, that completes the over. 69 for 3. This partnership building nicely. They have gotten up to 29 between them. Hodge only 12 from that. Hamilton 17. So Hodge looking a better picture on 26 from 132 deliveries.
Yeah, but they're not getting the singles and the boundaries are come kind of irregularly, innit?
Yes.
So it's a case sometimes that you have to come out of your comfort zone in order to maybe push back the field, so you can pick up some singles. But if you continue in this manner, the opposition has all the rights to whether they want to open up the field or whether to be more attacking, because as you were saying earlier as well, maybe the captain Palmer can be a little more attacking with another batsman on the bat as well.
That's right. You got to find a way. Find a way. I remember Sylvester having a discussion with Sir Viv at the Antigua Recreation Ground then, and he was going back in his career, and he was saying when he went to India, when Venkat and Bedi and those guys were bowling, he said there were 9 fielders around you. And he said Chandrasekhar, though he was a leg spinner, he was quicker than Cobley. And he said you had to find a way. So that's when he found a way. He had to chip down and hit it over the top. He was not always an over-the-top player. And he said he had to find a way. Getting it over the top, then they started to spread the field.
Yeah. He said we don't want to score runs. Yeah.
Exactly. So when I see Hodge just content to play it, it bothers me a bit. Good to see him still there. Yes, it's not a 50 over game, but you must find a way. His way has been the top of the Leewards batting, 26 runs from 135 deliveries. Fraser to him and he drives. No run. Jamie Merchant trying to get as much sheen off the ball to give Fraser perhaps a better grip, or to keep one side well shaded and the other not. Going back now, pulls this one. He gets a 6. This, in fact, is his 9th 6 in his 92nd first-class game.
Is that so?
That's correct.
Good stats. It's night.
Munson Hodge getting a 6. Hammering the ball, going back, had the time, and struck it over square leg. So he moves to 32 and the score up to 75 for 3.
Yeah, that was a very good shot. I mean, he picked length early, you know, and we know that he has the skills. He has skills, but I think it's his mental towards the batting. You know, he's content with just staying out there and block. But in terms of skills, we know that he can hit the ball. He has a few shots that he can execute. But it's all about your mentality and what you want to achieve.
Here is he. On the other end, Jamal Hamilton working this one down to short back of the square. Wicketkeeper Thomas coming around. Patrick Harty, the man back into the attack. But yes, you have the capacity. You got to say to the bowlers, conditions are in your favor. But I need to show you who is in charge. Game coming back into.
I mean, he already done all the hard work.
All the hard work.
Session,
So
yeah,
he
the
needs
first session.
to motor on.
Yeah, he needs to.
Oh!
But
He needs
also,
to.
when you look at the contrasting game, we mentioned Red Force against the Volcanoes. They were scoring the Volcanoes at over 100 per session yesterday. Makes it interesting.
Oh, yeah!
Not just intriguing, but interesting, even though you push to 243. That you have given your bowlers time. And then you give the opposition a chance to recognize that they can't dictate the pace. And they dug themselves, in fact, out of a hole to get to a decent position. Munson Hodge is digging deep. He's on 32. Jamaica Scorpions really having a good grip on the Volcanoes in terms of the economy in particular. Hodge whipping this one off the pad, getting a single. And it's a good balanced attack from the Scorpions. The 3 seamers, unfortunately, Alwyn Williams, had to be pulled from the game for medical condition. And we have seen 3 spinners. And I'm sure we are going to see some of Man Singh. Here is, Hodge almost spun himself into some trouble there, forward and then back, playing the ball to Harty. Harty is glad to complete his 8 over. Only 6 runs coming from his 8 over. Munson Hodge, 32, 2 fours and a 6. Jamal Hamilton on 18. And those two have been doing well, a partnership of 36 for the Leewards Hurricanes.
Yeah, and I think this is a stage where you can say that the Leewards Hurricane would miss Devon Thomas. I think he's a better batter of the spin.
Well, he's the better batter overall in any situation.
Yeah, most definitely. And when he's batting in this situation, as long as he's there, he's going to score. And you need
He scored 414 runs. Chandapol had 439 from 8 innings. Craig Bradford 584. And Thomas was almost going at a run per ball. Averaged over
That's a lovely shot there.
59. And now we see this one is really in the vein that we expect to see. Sylvester Joseph.
From Hamilton.
Hamilton.
That's his shot, that cut shot.
Meat and drinks.
Yeah, that's him. Especially when the ball is sitting up. It seems like Fraser, bunks is a bit slower, so they get on top of the bunks. But going back to Thomas, I'm baffled to see that they have Reefer at the number 3 position and Thomas.
Well, here's a point, and that's a question I would beg to see the chairman of selectors, or to perhaps it's the captain, to understand that. We saw Reefer coming in at number 3 against Bangladesh and didn't do well. We saw him again. They tried to force him up to number 3 again in the practice match against Australia before he got injured. And now we see him in Zimbabwe coming at number 3. Amazing. He's no frontline batter. And, if you really wanted a frontline for number 3, it's either Thomas or Brooks, but you didn't even pick Brooks in the final analysis. So sometimes we are craving answers. Are you forcing a player in a position against weak opponents, or do we want our best batters out there?
As a matter of fact, you need your best team,
At all times.
At all times. And
here is Hamilton. Goes back. Good delivery from Fraser. 80 for 3. And then the debate will continue. Because how do you see that? Yes, if we were to look back at last season, we did see that Reefer definitely, he was amongst what he was just after John Campbell was in 6th position. We'll get back to that as Hamilton comes forward. So he did from his 5 matches, 7 innings, 345 and average 49.24. If we are to look at him overall, we recognize that he's neither a top line batter or top line bowler. He's an all-rounder who may well work his way, in the team to bring some balance. But you need to get your top batters out. Jamal Hamilton, though, continues to show his value here as the captain of the Leewards team. He moves to 23, score up to 81 for 3. Sylvester Joseph.
Yeah, indeed. This partnership for the Leewards Hurricane is going to be crucial. I mean, the longer that it goes on, I think it will be beneficial for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And the captain, even though he's hobbling, he looks in good nick. He's just hampered by, that foot injury he got early on in his innings. But in terms of hitting the balls and timing the balls, he looks in immaculate form.
Yes, he's definitely in form, and he's glad to retain the strike. This time he faces the left arm of Harty. He punches this one out to Mansing at backward point.
Loving your work, Harty. Loving your work, Harty.
No run. Jamaicans perhaps don't want to lose grip of this game because they have been the one who dominated the proceedings in the pre-lunch session. Here is Hamilton taking this one. Struggling with that injury, walks away. You really want to know what's the matter. But he's toughing it out, Sylvester Joseph.
Yeah, as I was saying to Terry, that if it's beneficial for the first game of the Caribbean Championship.
Well, he goes back and he cracks this one down to backward point, between backward point and third man for 4. Jamal Hamilton picking up the tempo here for the Leewards Hurricanes. Score moves up to 85. 85 for 3.
How detrimental will it be in the end for his keeping? And
well, that's my concern. It's something that he has to weigh, because would he be able to wicket keep later on? Also, do you put yourself at risk for further injuries, knowing that it's the first game of the season? Here he goes back and he cracks it down to deep backward point and only gets a single. But he has to make the decision. It's your call. It's the captain's call.
Well, he's out there still fighting, stroking it well though. Maybe that may be a good thing in terms of him controlling himself a bit. He's one that very aggressive. So that will kind of temper his aggression in terms of his running and his mindset. Hopefully, hopefully it is not too detrimental in terms of aggravating the injury even worse, and which would be a disadvantage to the Hurricanes.
None.
Bonsid Hodge plays it back up to Harty. Over completed. Harty keeps on being tight. They had a song around, Lucinda tight, tight, tight. I'm not sure if it's the same context that the Monarch used. So you can tell me about that. But it has been Harty tight, tight, tight. Really keeping the Leewards on the edge. You're entertained, Sylvester Joseph. It is really tight going here. Good bowling on the part of Harty. 86 for 3 after 47, Sylvester Joseph.
I like that set. I give the kudos to that. That one, you're the governor. Yeah?
Can't go with you guys about governor. I just want to tell listeners, you can't believe everything you hear about me. These guys just place names on. Here is Jamal Hamilton. I can tell you the truth. He's from Anguilla.
Yeah.
And also another H, Hodge, is from Anguilla. And they're trying to battle here for the Leewards. Approaching a 50 partnership, 46 so far by the two. Hodge comes forward, that's Hamilton. In fact, does not get the single. Jamaica really in need of a wicket because they would have felt at 19 for 2 at the first break. They would have been on top. 14 overs for 19 runs. Then that partnership between Hodge and Kofi James really stabilized things, even though Kofi James did give it away. And I think that sort of set things into motion that once they would have lost their third wicket, then these two have come out to battle 40 for 3. And they're still there. Still there.
I think that's the difference when you're on top and you're not taking wickets. I mean, you're containing in terms of run scoring, but if you're not taking wickets and the partnerships develop, all your hard work will come to naught at the end of the day. You have to, when you're on top, you definitely on top with wickets.
Right, you got to keep them down because you would have lost. They would have lost 2 wickets rather early. I said within the first hour, and then only 1. The next hour following, scoring rate has picked up with Jamal Hamilton's enterprise. 28 from 60, Jamal Hamilton. The over has come to an end. Over number 48. Leewards winning the toss and deciding to bat here at Coolidge Cricket Grounds. They are 86 for 3. The 3 wicket takers though, Minley, Bryan and Merchant. Apart from that, it has been tight bowling, but you're right. You can be tight, but you don't take wickets. A team can sit you out and then accelerate.
Yeah, but on the flip side to that set, if you pick up 1-2 quick wickets, the opposition, which is the Leeward Islands team, now they will be in a desperate situation with fight for a little bit because you have to keep on scoring. So on both ends, Jamaica Scorpions, they would want to take some more wickets, but the Leeward Islands, they have to continue with this partnership, and hopefully that you have a big partnership. In terms of the runs per over, it's still not something you want to desire. 1.7.
No, you can't desire it in any form of cricket. You can accept that maybe for a little period, let's say a nice testing 5-over period, a good spell, and you accept that, but it cannot be the consistent pattern throughout an innings, really, by large, unacceptable.
We're coming up to tea, so
if you were to see this score, you'd be saying, okay, it's lunchtime.
Or probably, if you're a passerby or someone who's just glimpsing over, you may say that's probably something is wrong with the pitch.
Yes.
Or the weather.
There was rain.
It's rain or so interrupt some form of interruption.
But when you look at the over line,
yeah,
you'd be asking yourself another question, Monson Hodge. He has a lot of questions to ask himself. He's saying, I am the anchor. So it's okay. I am crawling at 32. He may have a big laugh on us, perhaps, as the game goes by. But scoring is a part of the game, and one must have the capacity to score. Tried to score on that occasion, but good diving save from the captain.
And that's also a key part in Munson Hodge innings. He's not pacing the gaps. So even when he plays an attacking shot, you know, seldom you will see he goes through the field.
That's right. Look at that. Apart from there's a gap. Okay, you have Mansing at backward point. You have Palmer at short cover, but then there is a huge gap between our cover and the extra cover. Had the opportunity of punching, but then he's hitting straight to the fielders. Sometimes delaying the shot, sometimes the turn of the wrist are skills that he would have developed over time.
Yeah, and he should be. He should have. You know, he have played a lot of cricket, a lot of first-class cricket. He has won a franchise team for a number of years. You know, so he should have those particular skills in order to manipulate the bowling and rotate the strike. So he's only have himself to blame if
that's right. If they have not been developed, you'll see at least two of the both James and Hamilton come and at least show how runs could be scored. But at the same time, one may be pressured out because nothing happens at that end. Here is Fraser, comes into Hamilton. Hamilton cracks this one out towards the boundary for 4. We can tell you that. We didn't even quite see where it went. We saw a dive from Mansing. But it's only the ball has been relayed because it was all along the ground from Jamal Hamilton. The Leewards captain has caught up Munson Hodge. Both are on 32. The differential here, 132 from 62 deliveries. That's the captain. Hodge 32 from 151. Score is 90 for 3. You can see the reason why Hamilton intended to stay, because he recognized that it was a critical stage in terms of the batting, and he wanted to be there to guide it. Whips it off the pads. Will get, he's hobbling terribly. Sylvester Joseph, this is not looking good for him. And I think the time may have to come, whether it's at tea time or whether it's later, that he would have to make an assessment of his injury and decide whether to continue or not.
Well, you can see that from experience that is definitely a serious injury, because if you're out there and your muscle, your blood is warm, you know, when everything is settled down, that is where you normally feel a lot of pain. Yes. So if he's out there and still hobbling and feeling so much, and like he's in so much pain, you can tell how severe that ankle injury. He's going to get some swelling.
Yes, he's signaling to the dressing room. You can see some communication there. But things will continue as he has eclipsed Munson Hodge now. He has moved to 33. Hodge is on 32, faces Fraser. Goes, whips it off the pad, but will not come through for the single. The injury to Hamilton would have cautioned that. Midley fielding, and there is no run. Has a backward short leg, a slip. Fraser as the attacking fielders. Hodge going back and whipping this one to Paul Palmer Jr., the captain, at mid-wicket. There is no run. So the onside field, one field on the boundary, that looks like Brian. Field at back of the square looks like Harty. Palmer is at mid-wicket. Minley is at deep mid-on. Then there is the back of the square, pulls at this one once again. Straying down the leg side, Fraser missed it completely, Munson Hodge. And at the end of over number 50, 91 for 3. Leewards crawling at 1.82 runs per over. Minley 1 for 9. Brian 1 for 23 and Merchant 1 for 21. They have been the dominant for the Leewards. 33 to the captain, 32 to Munson Hodge, who has been there from the start, and 15 Kofi James.
Yeah, and the captain is very nice in terms of having Fraser still bowling, because out of all of the bowlers so far, you know, he seems like he's the one that gives the most bad balls.
That's right. And Mansing would have already been drafted into the team.
And we haven't
at the
seen him.
expense of Alwyn Williams' injury replacement. But we have not seen him delivering even a ball.
Well, we have to wait and see. I think the way that Fraser is bowling, he's not being effective. And those bad balls, especially, and he's bowling the bad balls to Hamilton, you know, who's not going to miss out on those balls pretty often.
Harty comes in. Hamilton comes forward. Harty's in his 11th over. 6 maidens, none for 11.
Remember his first 4 overs were maidens.
That's right. This guy Thomas behind the wicket, he appeals for everything when it comes from the face of the bat, the edge of the pad. Quite an animated figure.
Oh, lovely shot. Oh,
Well, he missed it completely. The lovely intent.
intent. I thought I heard, you know, I heard the way that one. So, the stump Mike is there, so it seems he hit the boot of the wicket keeper. So it sounds like, you know.
And to tell the listeners, Sylvester Joseph is bombarded by a column in front of him based on the angle of where we are. Jamal Hamilton works this one nicely, gets a single, maintains the leaderboard. Top scorer so far in the Leewards innings.
The Hoblin's captain.
Yes. One must commend his dedication. As we mentioned, it's not a team that is short of batting options.
Oh, yes,
Harty continues.
The Leewards batting goes up to number 10.
That's right. Archibald has a first-class century. Cornwall has a few. Louis bats very well, even though he has not gotten into the century vein.
We have Hayden Walsh as
Hayden
well.
Walsh is a genuine in terms of at this level all-rounder. So pretty much a good batting team. The over comes to an end. Captain Hamilton remains on 34, 7 fours to him. Monson Hodge on 32, 2 fours and a 6. And you see the lush green conditions here around us here at Coolidge. The gentle breeze are blowing here, and it is a beautiful fair day here on the northern side of Antigua.
You think this is a good setup for Jimbo?
Yes.
Raheem Carnival. You know, when
I like that.
You know, when he comes out,
Yes,
it's a no-nonsense
he would have
player.
his goal. You know, here is Hamilton working this one off the pads, gets an easy single, continues to hobble. Yes, this is a good setup for him if he's in next. Because I remember when they had the best versus the best game here, everybody was playing, and his team was in trouble, and he just came and he just rattled off 100 without slugging, just hitting the ball over the top, changed the whole complexion of the game. We're close to the VC Bird International Airport, so that flight was bound for the airport. Fraser continues. And if I were to have one criticism of Paul Palmer Jr., is recognizing bowler is not being penetrative. Lovely shot. They're coming through for the single. Oh, they get it easily. But Jamal Hamilton is in trouble because they decided to go for a quick one. And he had to flat out all the way. And he is really, it's not looking good, Sylvester Joseph. I'm still wondering how long would this continue. He has played, though, an invaluable innings
Interesting
for
to
his
see.
team.
Interesting to see that Monson Hodge call him down for that tight single when you know that he's hobbling that way. But also for him as a captain who, you know, took that risk.
He faces Fraser. Plays it out to cover. Sing Fields.
So you think it's the best thing for the Leeward Islands team for him to be
Well, I don't think so. But then he is the captain. He's the key decision maker. So if he endures it, I would say that's what he wants to do.
I mean, you know, sometimes his decision making is something to be.
To be challenged. Yes, certainly. We would have seen that in the Super 50. Costing the Leewards qualification
Sorry,
and
Abby,
perhaps the
sorry.
championship. Not trying to be but self-sacrifice is one thing. It's proving that in the context of the game, his batting was worth it, and you understand. But the question you'd ask, how long would he continue?
Yeah, I mean, as a matter of fact, you have a few batters still in the shed that, you know, very capable of joining batsmen who are selected in the team as batsmen. You have Terence Ward, and then you still have the vice captain Raheem Khanwal still at the back end. And so, is it necessary?
And the
was it
context that
necessary?
you placed on it earlier, the context that is the first game
Yeah,
of the tournament. You have another one starting a week from now.
yeah.
And then you're going to, yes, there is a break thereafter. You're going to a Leeward Islands tournament. Would you want to be injured at the start of it all? Or would you want to say, guys, I can't take this anymore? But he knows. 94 for 3. Hamilton, though, has batted commendably. 35, 7 fours. He has eclipsed Munson Hodge, who is on 33. Between them, they have managed a partnership of 54 runs, and they have really been on a rescue mission for the Leewards, who found themselves at 40 for 3 when they lost the wicket of Kofi James, who scored 15. Before that, they had the wicket of Powell and also Carty. No run from Munson Hodge.
Sweet ball, sweet.
Perhaps the Jamaicans are enjoying bowling to him.
Don't rabbit, don't rabbit. Get it in.
The inner fielders are.
They're calling for a rabbit.
Oh, Patrick!
That one came back in.
They're very animated, and the keeper.
Yes.
They're trying, I guess they're kind of bored with Munson on strike, so they're trying to keep themselves motivated.
Yes.
Stay in the game.
That was an arm ball from Harty. You need to do that because he's not giving you any chance.
11 over 12 runs.
He's content to play it to the fielder. And that's the thing about batting. You must at some stage be able to nudge it, to be able to delay the stroke, to be able to pick the gap, to be able to use the risk. But also, to be fair to him, with Jamal Hamilton being injured, they can't really try too many quick singles. But even batting with Kofi James, you didn't see him showing the intent of those singles. Nevertheless, he's on 33. Perhaps if you were to minus those 33 and there were 3 more wickets, maybe the Leewards would have been in trouble at 50 for 6. So give him some credit, but it's difficult absorbing this time, Harty. Feels to his own bowling.
Or maybe the Leewards will be 180 for 3 wickets. You know?
Well, that's true. That's true. That's true. Being positive may have played off. This time he steers this one down nicely to backward point. A big chase by Mansing, but the ball outpaces him and goes into the boundary for 4 down the hill. And Munson Hodge has taken over the leaderboard once again from his captain Jamal Hamilton. This is how it went. Got a ball spinning away from him and steered it down to backward point to get 4 runs to move to 37 with Jamal Hamilton on 35. It's 98 for 3. Sylvester Joseph still going at a current run rate of just over 1.85.
Yeah, and you don't really see any intent of, pushing that run race up, and especially Munson Hodge. If he doesn't get a bad delivery, he's not showing the intent of scoring. So in terms of getting the runs rate up, that is not going to be possible if Hamilton is not the one who is going to do it.
So Hamilton stays and he swings. The ball goes forward of square. Gets a single. Score moves to 99.
He doesn't need that. He doesn't need that big swing. I mean, mid on is up. All you have to do is get the proper timing on the ball and get the ball over. And you so easy that ball. This ground is not a big ground.
That's right.
So you don't need all this winding up this power. Just get the timing on the ball and get it over. Sometimes.
Fraser to Hodge. Hodge pulls down to the short back of the square field in Harty. Low run. Yes, you're right, because he's already impeded by the injury.
Yeah. Right.
And just pick the spot. The winding up and the slug at the end of the day. 1-1, you could lose your wicket. 99 the score. In sight of getting to the 100, the Leewards. Hodge comes forward. Really painful, painstaking cricket on the part of Munson Hodge. Goes back and is beaten by that one. Was going back to cut, to punch it through the offside, and the ball came on to him. Good bowling on the part of Fraser. Jamal Hamilton comes up to speak to his countryman, Munson Hodge. Goes up, he says a few words. Then he walks back. He must be saying, you have worked so hard, you have toiled so hard, and then you're going to give it away? Hodge works it into the mid-wicket region. Paul Palmer is there. Good clean fielding, no run. Still just a forward short leg. Fraser in his, just looking to complete his 8th over. Down the leg side, out caught. Hodge hits it into the forward short leg field. It rebounded and was taken by Thomas behind the wicket after a long, let's look at him, went back and it bounced from his thigh, and well taken by Aldine Thomas. Munson Hodge, 37 runs, caught off the bowling of Akeem Fraser. 37 runs from 169 deliveries. Sylvester Joseph. Leewards losing wicket number 4. Hodge long innings has come to an end.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. I mean, striking the short leg field and going back to the wicket keeper. I mean, that is really unfortunate for Hodge. But as we were saying now, there's another wicket now, and it seems like the Leewards from the scoring is on still in that negative, so to speak. When you're out there not scoring so slowly, well, every wicket that falls, it seems like you're still in trouble.
Yes, and we mentioned the impact on the other player. For instance, the Kofi James came out, looked so commanding, but felt that he had to try and go to keep things. Jamal Hamilton had to at least keep things interesting for the Leewards, resulting in an injury.
Even in his impending state.
That's right. Yeah. So at 99 for 4, Jamaica getting a wicket, I think a well-earned wicket for Fraser, Akeem Fraser. He has really toiled. He has been put a bit under pressure, but he has, 1 for 23 from his 8 overs. And we see now Harty, one of the young players for Jamaica, only in his 3rd or his 2nd first-class game, looking to come in, but Terence Ward has walked out for the Leewards. That's a discussion that we could have in terms of the Leewards batting lineup, in terms of the order that they have set. I think it would be an interesting discussion, perhaps after tea.
Well, we have ample time.
Well, because I'm looking for Terry to come beside. Terry's enjoying the comfort of a warm environment and enjoying some tea, some pre-tea before tea. And he has had Sylvester Joseph really working hard.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a break, my friend.
He have me in the ice cold seat. I deserve a cup of tea.
And you're still sipping cold juice. Here is Hart. He comes into the Leeward Islands captain.
Yes.
A good delivery once again. He looks like the
Patrick,
stop
we love
bowler.
this, we love this.
The one who is going to keep the stranglehold while allow the wicket takers to do their job. Terry has just joined me as Harty comes into Hamilton. Hamilton drives a powerful drive, but only as far as Minley, who feels out that deep mid-off.
Tell you.
Score remains at 99 for 4. So the wickets for the Leewards falling 1 for 11, 2 for 19, 3 for 40, 4 for 99. Harty comes into Hamilton, and Hamilton comes forward and plays the ball just in front of
Come on,
forward
boys, come
short
on,
leg.
boys, man.
And there is no run. Here is Hamilton. Goes back and he cracks into the ground.
Right, man.
And Paul Palmer, the Jamaica captain, fields. Good afternoon, Terry.
Good afternoon, Seth, and good afternoon to all our listeners. Unfortunate dismissal there for Monson Hodge, but he really laboured today, though, Seth.
Yes, certainly laboured. Here is Jamal Hamilton steering this one to backward point. Fielded by Mansing. No one on that occasion. The over has been completed. Another maiden over from Patrick Harty. And none for 13 from his, in fact, none for 16 from his 13 overs. Enjoying the spectacle in spite of the wicket takers. Minley, Bryan, Merchant, and Fraser. Harty has been contented to be that economical bowler. Really keeping a stranglehold on the Leewards.
Extremely economical. 7 maidens in those 13 overs, and just the 16 runs coming from him. But I've been impressed with the Jamaica Scorpions this afternoon, or today I should say. They've certainly bowled well, kept the pressure on the Leeward Islands, who have had a lot of difficulty trying to get it off the squares there.
Yes, and they would continue. You're right. It's a good, tight battle.
It's an interesting time for Jamaican cricket, though, that the Talawas winning the CPL and then the Scorpions winning the Super 50 Cup.
Yes,
and now the 4-day championship. See what they've got in the longer version.
Yes, we were mentioning that earlier. That must be a motivation
Most definitely.
for the team. And also, when you look at Jamaica cricket, beyond this team or the team that play Super 50, there are those outstanding pro players who play the leagues in the 2020 level.
Mm-hmm. And of course, they're missing Jermaine Blackwood on West Indies duties. The
Bonner also on West Indies
Bonner,
duties.
yeah. I heard you talking about having Raymond Reefer up at number 3. That's all come about because of Bonner struggling at number 3 and keeps getting hit. But
that's the
where did Reefer ever become the solution, though? Is what I'd like to know. Because he was always a lower order all-rounder. Now all of a sudden he's West Indies number 3.
56 overs, 99 for 4. The last 4 overs have been maidens. And intriguing situation by the Jamaica bowlers, the Scorpions. They have really been on top of the Leewards. That discussion is one that will always be had. And it is not just strange, but I think it is ridiculous. As you mentioned, a lower order becomes the number 3, and it's what is so visible in front of our eyes that it's a forced situation, assuming that there is a need for that. It has nothing to do with Bonner being under pressure, because there's so many other options. Too, but it's a forced situation.
Exactly. And if we can see it's a forced situation, opposition can see it's a forced situation, and would realize that Reefer doesn't normally
try
bat
all
that
means.
high. Right. But would you build your team around a number 3? Would you necessarily build your team around Reefer, who's trying to establish himself.
From Bangladesh, we spoke about it when we had the test here, and we said there were other options if John Campbell at that time was in and you needed to bring him down at 3 to give Tajinarine the chance. They have reverted. There are so many options. Here is Jamal Hamilton covering up. There are so many other batters. Then we saw that continue during Bangladesh, then started again as an Australian option. Then he doesn't do well the first inning. Then you force him in early again. I mean, I think it's really a waste of time to try and get somebody in rather than doing what is best for West Indies cricket. And I think these are some of the things we need to abstain from if we are looking forward as a thinking people. Here is Jamal Hamilton coming forward and covering up well. I also thought that on the all-rounders side that there is a guy by the name of Kadeem Hodge from the Windward Islands that when you look at Hamilton whips this one nicely down to fine leg. He's still coming back for the second even though he's limping. And the 100 comes up for the Leewards. The 100 coming up after 56 overs and 5 balls. Jamal Hamilton getting his team to 100 from 56.5 overs and his personal score up to 38. But there is Hodge, who has been there. When you look at him, you see quality batsmanship. He spins the ball well. He offers option. So I'm saying outside of the convention, there are some when we saw them line up best versus best and monitor them consistently, you recognize it. 3 centuries, first-class centuries. Reefer may have had a couple. But the issue is the preference that is obvious. And I think West Indies cricket need to get away from that. Because if we look at what we have, yes, our players are not doing as well as they should. But sometimes our decision-making could also affect the whole.
Yeah, most definitely. And I agree with all that entirely said. And the fact of the matter is the ones that you do look, if you make a decision like that, such an important decision, then you need to stick with it. Because as you say, what's the point in doing it for 1 match or 2 match series or something like that, or that didn't work, so we forget about it, we start again. You get yourself into situations where you start to lose control of the players that you've got in the 11.
Fraser pulled away nicely.
It's a good shot.
By Terence Ward, down to the boundary for 4. Terence Ward, another all-rounder for the Leewards. May prefer his batting bowler. We speak about all-rounder. Has done a relatively good job in both formats, both the 50-over game and also the first-class game. He's not an all-out player.
No, but he's a good little cricketer.
Good balanced cricketer.
Yeah, yeah.
The one who would come in the lower order, the one who would be called upon to bowl and do well. But you'd never push him up to say you'd be an established number 3. As we have been debating, has a very low grip on the bat. Faces Fraser. Fraser, a smart fella. Did not go on the wicket again, went wide. They would say in my day, you're running from bat. Fraser has had a decent spell, and Terence Ward comes forward. Got to be clever. When he hits you there, you got to go back there. That's my approach. That's the best approach. Oh, almost.
Yeah, a bit more Clyde's on that one and nearly returned.
Smart bowling on the part of
Fraser.
Fraser. Very smart bowling, and you see Hamilton coming down and he punches fist with Terence Ward. In fact, both players, one is from Anguilla and one is from St. Kitts. Both players play for the Liberta Black Hawks here whenever they have league opportunity here. And that's why they want to call me the mayor. I didn't recruit them.
Well,
they're just Black Hawkians.
No, but anytime you may not be the mayor as yet, but anytime you can get a plug in, you do though.
We'd like to say good evening to the gentleman down in Zimbabwe, Kenny Benjamin, the president of the Liberta Black Hawks, the bowling coach, Andrew Coley and his team. Those who may be listening, we trust that they would get all the support that they need coming forward on this occasion. Terence Ward showing that he has the competency 105 for 4. Jamal Hamilton leads the board with 38.
Yes, 38 of 84. He's tried his best to put some impetus into this Leeward Islands batting lineup, and maybe Terence Ward will be able to join him now and they get things going for the rest of the day. Although Jamaica Scorpions have been on top, I just feel that Leeward Islands have left quite a few runs out there that they could have taken and been a lot more further advanced in this match than they are. But full credit to Jamaica Scorpions, and of course Hamilton still has that ankle injury. And as you were saying with Sylvester said whether he should keep going in the opening game, but he's captain, he knows best.
That's right, and you just trust his judgment because he knows his feeling more than we do. And you know, he may say, well, I have it. At least he may have the opportunity. I know the substitute wicket-keeper in the team, Darren Benter, quite an efficient glove man. Not sure if that would come into play. Hamilton. He's looking for a single in spite of his injury.
I don't think there was a single day set with 2 good feet, let alone just one.
Well, if you know Jamal Hamilton, we were commenting earlier when Kofi James was batting with Munson Hodge. We said that it would be interesting to see Kofi James and Jamal Hamilton batting in terms of the running between the wicket. Plays across the line. A question being asked by Harty.
He's normally a good sweeper, but he hasn't got one away yet so far today. But he's a fighter, though.
Yes, he's
Hamilton.
a fighter.
You know, we've seen him play through injuries before, and he likes to stick out there.
Usually when you have a foot injury, it impedes that sweep shot because you have to get down there in
True.
a flash. So he looks comfortable coming forward as he did in that delivery.
Yeah, I think it's when he goes back because it's
When he
his
goes
right
back
foot.
or having to go down,
Right.
that may well be a challenge. Here is Harty. Commendably played by Hamilton, realizing his physical limitation. He's content on his 38. Harty would be delighted with his performance, though he hasn't gotten a wicket. None for 18, and he's in the last delivery of his 15th over. Going back, Hamilton, and cracking it. Oh, an appeal, 4 run out, not out, says the umpire.
He took his time, though. There's
Yes.
Ward.
That was a good return from Paul Palmer at backward point, and Thomas had the bails off in a flash. Look at this. Oh, he had his bat. He was just sliding in, but it was very close.
Yeah, very, very close.
Umpire Deaton Butler says not out at square leg. 106 for Hamilton on 39. Munson Hodge, his innings being the one that ended on 99 when he was on 37. That, you would say, is the innings that may have defined the Leewards inning.
The Leewards batting so far, or at least their approach, and you can see from the time Terence Ward has come out, he's tried to maintain that positivity that Jamal Hamilton has had, despite his injury.
Well, we see now Mansingh is going to get his first bowl. Abijah Mansingh. I would also like to see Minley coming back. We would have seen 3 spells from Brian, who has bowled well, remarkably well, has good skills. But we now see the leg spinner Mansingh. It would be interesting to see what the approach for listeners or those who are viewing, who have joined us. Mansingh was not in the original 11. Alwyn Williams was in the original 11. But after a few overs and after the first hour of play, the break, the report came to us via match referee and also CWI official in Spooner and also match referee Rian King that he has a medical condition, so there's a replacement in a medically induced situation.
Yeah.
So Mansingh replaces Alwyn Williams, and he has his first delivery to Jamal Hamilton. Flat, but already.
In a turn.
Yes, you're seeing the turn from outside the off stump.
I'm impressed with Palmer too, with his captaincy, he's kept the field
Excellent
up. Yes,
leadership.
and you don't often see that these days in our cricket.
One or two times. Also the rotation of his bowlers. One or two times you may have desired a bit more pressure on the batters. Maybe a silly mid-off. But he has been really on the ball. Hamilton goes back and plays his favorite cut shot. Does not get it past Merchant.
Jamie Merchant's in another one of the Terence Ward molds, you know.
Yes.
Good,
that
decent
sort of
cricketer.
Decent all-rounders. Nice low order, mid-low order.
Yeah.
And can work their craft well with the ball.
He doesn't mind tossing it up, does Man Singh.
Which is good. And what I
Brilliant.
like is his change of line. He started on the offside to Hamilton. Hamilton had a good look at it. Then he's between middle and leg.
Mm-hmm.
So that puts Hamilton on notice that you're not going to see what you want or do what you want. Good delivery.
Whoa.
He had that one between middle and off. And there was Hamilton just backing away, thinking he could have cut on the ball, beat him outside the off stump. This is really
Excellent start.
a good start. 3 deliveries on 3 different lines,
Right.
all turning away from the right-hander.
Yeah.
And here is where I would need to see some more pressure on Hamilton.
Yeah. Slip in a short leg, bring a silly mid off in.
Dancing to, this time he got a loose. Something that he could have relaxed outside leg. He was able to get inside and turn it down.
Happy to get off strike, I bet.
And what is interesting with Man Singh, you have a bowler like this, even though it's the first over, I would love to see him in the 11. You have a bowler, he has not changed his length, but he has enough control to change his line on 4 deliveries.
Mm-hmm.
All could have been, the first 3 could have been wicket-taking
Deliveries,
deliveries.
yeah.
What-
But it's the flight that's impressing me.
And his excellent control.
Definitely.
Very good over on the part of young Man Singh. He must be happy. I would say to him, be of good courage. Remember, Lamouche came in as a concussion substitute, and now he's the #1 batter in the world.
Oh,
So
yeah,
Man
for-
Singh must be
for
thinking
Smith,
for
yeah.
Australia, for Smith.
Mm.
So Man Singh must be thinking, I was not in the 11, but I can come out of the blue, and I can look forward to great things.
You never know. Take the opportunity with both hands and see where it takes you. But impressive first over there.
Very impressive.
And all the bowlers have been impressive so far today.
Really, I think I love to see what I saw with the opening pair. Harty, the stock bowler. He has been perhaps given the mandate by Paul Palmer just to keep that line, just give us some line and length. While the other batters, while the other bowlers would have been the wicket-taking ones. Merchant, Fraser. Here is Hamilton going back to crack this one. And also the opening bowlers. We have to give a lot of credit to Gordon Bryan and Marquino Minley. They really got things off.
And I agree with
Good
you.
start for Jamaica.
I agree with you, Seth, that I'm surprised we haven't seen Minley brought back into the attack prior to tea, especially when that 4th wicket fell.
That's
We
right.
Go in 5-6 down by tea,
None.
and obviously Jamaica would be well on top. So I'm surprised he hasn't brought him back.
Yes, it was
late
99
in
for
the
4
session.
at that time.
Mm.
And 47 overs now. We have seen what? 13 overs been rattled off. And even though runs have been hard to come by, that extra edge with mainly charging in could have made a difference in terms of the game. Hamilton was definitely made a difference from a Leewards standpoint, who is on 40. Monson Hodge, saw a game on the opposite side of things. Precise caution, that's all I could describe it. Precise caution or planned caution. Was not organic in any way, as though it was more robotic, a machine model of handling things, just hitting to the feelers,
Finish it,
just
finish it,
blocking
finish
back
it.
to the bowler, hitting
Yeah.
to the feelers.
He managed
No
to put the bad
innovation.
ball away, but that was about all. And that was, there wasn't too many bad balls,
Child
So,
can do that.
yeah, definitely. But that's what I was saying about the impetus in the innings, that he set the tone.
And it's tea time here. It's tea time, Terry.
It is tea.
107 for 4. The Leewards from 61 overs. We have had pretty much a session in which the Jamaicans have been able to maintain a stronger hold in terms of the economy rate of the bowlers. A session in which they have taken 2 wickets. A bit disappointing in terms of that, in terms of the wicket taking. But at least a session in which Jamal Hamilton has been able to come to grips, injured himself, but is still there with Terence Ward. Ward on 4. Hamilton 10 times that score. He is on 40. Would have batted well for the Leewards. Your final thoughts?
Yeah, another good session there by Jamaica. As I say, maybe 1 or 2 wickets. I'm surprised they didn't bring Minley back late in that session, especially when the 4th wicket fell, to try and get another breakthrough before the tea interval. But full credit to the way Paul Palmer has handled his bowlers, and he's kept the pressure on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who are still struggling. Hamilton's doing very well though. Captain Jamal Hamilton on 40 not out at the tea break, holding things together for the Leewards. They put on about 68, I believe, in that session, round about there, for the loss of 2 after the first session. It was 35 for 2 at lunch. So 107 for 4. Still all to do for the Leewards if they're wanting to put a decent score on the board in the first innings. And but Jamaica will be hunting those 6 wickets tonight. They'll be saying, hopefully, and would be pretty pleased with themselves, especially after the fact that Leeward Islands won the toss and opted to bat. But we'll take a break and we'll be back in around 15 minutes with the final session. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in sunny Antigua for the opening round match of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus the Jamaica Scorpions. And after winning the toss and electing to bat, Leeward Island Hurricanes, after 61 overs, 107 for 4 in their first innings. It's been slow going. Players just arriving back on the field after the tea interval. As I welcome back Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. Good afternoon, Sylvester.
Good afternoon, Terry. Good afternoon to the viewers, wherever you are. Hope you're having a wonderful afternoon. And we have some intriguing cricket going here out on the behalf of the Scorpions there in the driving seat.
Certainly are. And they'll be happy with their efforts so far in the field. Some good tight lines and lengths. All bowlers so far used today. But impressed with the opening pair of McKenna Minley and Gordon Brand or Sylvester.
Yeah, most definitely. Mainly, he's 10 for his accuracy and penetration. I think he really stood among the fast bowlers today. Brian did a remarkable job, but in terms of getting wicket, mainly got the breakthrough and he bowled some real penetrative line. He created a few opportunities. One that he thought he could with Casey Carty. He thought he had him early, but early on when the pitch was playing a bit slow, they hit their chops some early and got the ball to do a bit. But the spinners, all of the spinners so far, barring Fraser. Fraser got a wicket, but I don't think he was that penetrative.
Right.
But in terms of the other spinners, Harty, Merchant is a more out of all the bowlers. I think he has the more variation. He didn't really get the wickets that he deserves, I must say, but he bowled really well in the circumstances that kept the pressure on. But the partnership with the captain Hamilton and Munson Hodge was booming, and then
It was, yeah.
yeah, and then
Unfortunate dismissal.
very unlucky. Even though we all think that Hodge bats are relatively slow, I think the dismissal was unfortunate. But we're back here.
Yep, Mansingh will continue from the commentary box end, and that's played back with a point by Terence Ward for a single. So he goes up to 5. Jamal Hamilton is on 40. The score 107 for 4. Are you surprised with the intent or lack thereof by the Leewards so far today?
Well, I wouldn't say surprised because over the years Munson has grown into that type of player. He enjoys just spending time in the wicket. Doesn't seem too concerned about scoring big runs.
Yep.
But he more concerned about batting time and staying out there. The other batters, Casey Carty especially, I was looking forward for him to get off to a good start. I think he's a very good player.
That one's hit in the air. Chance for mid-on and takes the catch. Hamilton has gone. First ball he faced after tea. Second ball of the session. A big breakthrough that for the Jamaica Scorpions. And Hamilton is not moving from his crease. He's in pain. He's in disgust. It was a poor shot, a shorter ball there by Mansingh. He tried to pull it through the mid-wicket region, caught the top edge, and a simple catch there for McKenna Minley at mid-on. So Leeward Islands in further trouble as they lose their 5th wicket. It's 108 for 5. As big Rakim Jimbo Cornwall comes out, and they'll be looking for a big score from the big man today. But that was a good wicket for Jamaica to get first up after the tea break, Sylvester.
Yeah, Mansingh, he started the over just before tea, and he started his line is length from very early, and he comes back, and a wrist spinner is a wicket taker. It's either they go for runs or they're going to take wickets.
True.
They have that wicket taking delivery, and he came in and did the job for the Jamaica Scorpions. These bowlers, Merchant and these guys, been bowling some long enduring spells, with no wicket in the column, so to speak. And he just comes on with his second over, and he has a wicket. So that's the difference between those leg spinners and the orthodox spinners. But that delivery wasn't that short, and to just come back from tea. You have to give yourself a little sighter.
Into Cornwall now, and that's nice loop on that one, but driven beautifully through the cover region for 4 by Cornwall. What a start!
Cornwall, it seems like he had a sighter in the dressing room, because he's going to play shots, and they're going to need him. I mean, as we were saying earlier, and Terry, that because of the scoring rate is so slow, losing 2 quick wickets, you're in a hole.
Yes.
And that is exactly what is happening. So now is the time that Rakeem Cornwall, he has to play a Rakeem Cornwall's innings.
Again given flight, but well watched there by Cornwall. Let's go through to the keeper, and there is no run. Yeah, the run rate just above 1.8. It's been around that the entire inning so far. 112 for 5. Mansingh in again to Cornwall, and again he's forward. Mansingh does well off his own bowling to field that. No run. He's looked impressive in a couple of overs so far, though. Sylvester, very good control. Comes in again. He's got a slip and a short leg. Cornwall looks to cut that one. Can't beat point. And that brings the over to completion. So successful over there for Mansingh and the Jamaica Scorpions. First over after tea. Leeward Islands losing their captain Jamal Hamilton for 40. Came off 102 deliveries. And they continue to struggle on 112 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes in terms of Mansingh, he comes in because of the medical condition, of Williams.
Alvin Williams, yes.
Yeah, so when it's a difference when you know that you're gonna play sometime before, so your mind is thinking about all sort of things. But when you've been thrown in the lines, and so to speak,
yes,
you have no fear. So he comes on now, even though he would be elated to get an opportunity. The nerves and so forth. I think he has more control of his nerves because he just got into the game. But given the fact that sometimes you have to think about it,
true. Yeah. He didn't have all night to think about it.
No. So he comes in now, and he started pretty well.
Definitely. 2 overs, 1 for 2. 1 for 6 at this stage. As we see the return of Makino Minley from the northern end. It was very impressive this morning with the new ball.
As a matter of fact, it's his debut, Mansingh.
Right,
It's
yeah.
his first match, so and to, he come in with that little.
And also, from an opposition's point of view, not thinking that they will face a wrist spinner.
Yeah, also,
make
I mean,
a difference.
Yeah, I think so, because you weren't really prepared for him.
Right.
Basically these guys are on the circuit for a while now, so they have an understanding of the Jamaican team, and some of these Jamaican players are not the regular players.
Right.
Some guys that are in in Dubai are doing a T20, some in Bangladesh. So some of the main players are and other duties, but they've been given the opportunity here. and Manson will be very grateful. Even the way that he got in, I guess he will be disappointed for his teammate, you know. But given this opportunity, he want to grab hold of it, and these 2 overs so far, the consistency that he has shown for the 2 overs, not talking too soon, hopefully, you know, because the leg spin, wrist spin, is very difficult to control.
Definitely.
But he has started well, and he has gotten a reward. So that would, whatever little tension, little nerves that he had,
Not there anymore.
no, yeah. But he will have some sort of what you call it, fight, because the big man is out there.
Well,
I mean, he knows if he bowl, and he has to be on his best behavior in terms of his bowling, because if the ball misbehave, he's gonna
Trouble.
He's gonna be trouble.
Oh, that one taking the outside edge of Ward's bat, but dropping in front of second slip. Binley bowling with 2 slips, a gully, a point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. Yes, he'll have to make sure he gets it right to Cornwall. There could be a interesting tussle though between the 2 of them.
But I think Palmer using his bowlers of them wisely, especially fast bowler. You always have a fresh bowler coming back. You know, he's not overworked. Mainly, he bowls some good areas, good lines. So, you know, in a situation like this, he's capable of taking wickets at any time. You know, so the Jamaica Scorpions, they really put themselves in a very, very good situation.
Yeah, most definitely. And Mindley starts with a maiden, so he's bowled 9 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 9 so far today. Excellent returns for him.
This is a season, I think, for like a person like Terrence Ward, who has been amongst the franchise for quite a while, and
Yep.
you know, I don't think he has any first-class centuries yet. You know, as a batsman, you need to make sure that you record. But having said that, he has been very consistent with the opportunity that he has gotten. He is very consistent in his batting and bowling.
Yeah. 27 matches, 1,080 runs at 28 and a half with 550s and 30 wickets at 30 apiece.
Yeah, I think he's much better than 28.
Right.
You know,
yeah.
average. He's a much better batter. He bowls very well, but I think he's capable of getting a few centuries. So I think this season he should, you know, capitalize after an opportunity. And this innings, I mean, if you have a good partnership and get a good total here, you know, should really boost his confidence going forward.
Singh with a short leg and a slip into Cornwall. Cornwall is chopping that to point, can't beat point, and there's no run. Score stays on 112 for 5. In the final session of the first day here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. Ground looks magnificent, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he had a bit of rain. I mean, you have a difficult water system in Antigua, situation in Antigua at the moment, but we're blessed with some rain now and then. And because of the season, you have the dew in the evening and early morning, you know, and I think that is beneficial for most of the grounds, if not all of the grounds now in Antigua. Probably through the Leeward Islands as well.
Right, yeah. Cornwall with that last ball did man back just past the outside edge. Comes in again to Cornwall, and Cornwall again to force that through the offside. Can't beat the extra cover fieldsman. There's no run.
I think one of the things that stagnate the Hurricane batting is, you know, the lack of singles running between the wickets.
Yes.
Hamilton was impeded because of his injury, but you know, Cornwall is not fast between the wicket. He's more of a boundary hitter. You know, and in a situation like this, if you have batters that can rotate the strike, you know, give good energy running between the wickets. It's not all about hitting boundaries and sixes. If you can run between the wickets, you know, that will give the team and even the batters a level of momentum.
Yeah, most definitely. And we talk about opportunity for Ward, but opportunity for Cornwall too, because West Indies selectors are looking at him. They didn't select him for Zimbabwe, but of course South Africa just around the corner, so both with bat and ball.
You reckon?
hand.
You reckon they're looking at him?
Well, that's the word on the street anyway, Sylvester.
Well, I mean, he's not hard to be seen, is it? I mean, both literally and whatever. Because I mean, he has performed.
Yes, yeah.
You know, he has been, if not the best. And when he got his opportunity from the playing in the test and whatever, he gets wickets. You know, so
Exactly, and he scored a couple of 50s against Sri Lanka in the test matches. But it was interesting interview I saw with him a couple of months ago, and he was saying that, you know, surely one day it has to come back to performance. So another good delivery by.
But I don't
Mindley.
think, to be honest, I don't think Cornwall's situation is about performance. He was performing well when he had the selector, when you have the previous selectors.
Yes.
Not when I say previous win with Courtney Brown and these guys, but
Yeah.
they, for whatever reason they didn't see it fit
Right.
for him to be a part of that. Then the new selector team came in, and that's where he got his opportunity.
Mhm.
And then now they had a change again. So those selectors, it seems like they're not.
Yeah, they're not convinced
Convinced of-
selecting
yeah,
him
yeah,
on a
so-
regular basis anyway.
Mm.
But that's what he was trying to say, that he's not built like an athlete, fair enough, but he'll never look like an athlete. He can do certain things that will improve his fitness, but his performance is reliable, season in, season out. So therefore, you know, that should get more recognition than the way somebody looks, is what he was trying to say. And that's hooked down to fine leg, who does a good bit of fielding there. Jamie Merchant on the fine leg boundary, restricted to a single, one more to Ward. Takes him up to 6, and the score 113-4-5.
But
Because
do
he
you,
was saying about the yo-yo test. He can't do the yo-yo test, but he does the exercise bike. That's the alternative for someone his size and everything.
well,
And I guess they're saying that that's not enough. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just saying what he said in the interview we had. I mean, the into Cornwall now, and Cornwall solid in defence, pushes it up to mid-off, and there is no run.
I'm not there on a regular basis with amongst the team, but I'm wondering, for years now, I'm wondering if Cornwall himself think that he's doing enough, you know, to help his fitness.
Yes.
You know, I know a few years back when the West Indies board took him and sent him to Miami and so on, they him on a program, and he was doing well. You know, he was coming on really well. I don't know if personally, I mean, at this stage of your career, you have an opportunity here to, you know, to better yourself and better your family.
Yes. Yeah.
So whatever it takes for you to get fitter, hire a trainer, you know, a nutritionist or whatever, you have the opportunity now to get yourself better. Put yourself on a program, go to the gym, and because I think he can improve. I have seen even person that bigger than him that make that change
Yeah. Or
for the better, and yeah, that sacrifice, and you know it works. So it's up to, I think, Cornwall himself. 'Cause if that's the problem, and I am at this stage of my career where I can, you know, make a difference. I will do everything in my power to better myself.
Definitely.
So is it the fact that maybe, I don't know, because I think it's in terms of selection is a preference in terms of whether a selector like you or not.
Right.
In his case,
Tossed up again by Man Singh, this time to Ward, who drives to cover, and there is no run. Yeah, I agree, and I think that's where the selectors are coming from, Cricket West Indies are coming from, that he can do more, because you're right, he was a lot trimmer, a lot firmer, looked a lot fitter. And then, you know, it's like he's almost gone back to old ways, old habits.
Well, it's a case that you have to be honest with yourself.
Right.
And
right.
at the end of the day, it's your life, and
Yes.
it's your responsibility to get yourself in a certain way. When you look at the guy there from Pakistan,
Yeah.
he's big bone as well, but he can't really move like the others, but you can see that he does a lot of work to move in the best. He's a wicket keeper. He runs between the wicket the best he can, but so there's a difference. But maybe people may say Cornwall is this and Cornwall is that, but I mean, this is your profession, and if you want to achieve your full potential, and you can do something to help, you have to do everything in your power to try and overcome that.
Right.
And the fact that if you do that now, and then they're still denying you because of this and because of that, then you will be, probably you can take it further.
Right.
Because then now that is injustice.
Right. First up again by Singh, and a miss hit there by
What?
Ward. Nearly lobbed it up to the short extra cover there in Captain Paul Palmer.
But Manson so far, his 3 overs seems like he's a pretty steady, pretty good bowler.
Definitely. Still got the slip and the short leg into Ward again, and on fire of it down the leg side. It's turned down to fine leg region. Might go for 4 actually.
That was the wrong one. That seems like it was he tried the googly. Yeah, that's it, the googly. Yeah, and nice picked by Ward, and worked it down to the vacant deep backward square.
Yeah. So nice way to finish the over for the Leeward Islands. 4 coming off it. Ward goes to 10. Cornwall is on 4 and 117 for 5. But even Khan, you were talking about the Pakistani who big boned, and so he was saying that a lot of people around Pakistani cricket, not just supporters, but people inside Pakistan cricket, were telling him that, you're wasting your time, go and find another occupation and everything, you never make it because of the way you look and everything. So that made him more determined.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, and you can see his determination. And now he's traveling all over the world.
Yeah,
he's in demand because I mean he's a good talent.
Right.
And it also, in a world where different class, different people, different belief systems and so forth, taking the forefront.
Good shot there by Cornwall, but well fielded at mid off.
You see, like that's going to the left of the field at mid off extra cover, and they don't even attempt a single.
Right, they didn't move.
They didn't move, So that's what I'm talking about in terms of the intent.
Yes,
it's all about boundaries for Cornwall, and it's very difficult on an international stage, whether we like it or not. It's very difficult to be watching this type of cricket.
Yes, yeah. Cornwall lets this one go. Another good ball there by Lee.
So it's just not, it's an accumulation of different things, especially when a West Indies team that is not dominating anything. Yes, your people is going to look at every aspect to criticize, and you can't really put certain things on the world stage to some people. You have to play the cricket how the game is playing now, and the game is playing more aggressively in terms of running between the wickets and batters doing all sort of things. But
well, spot on target, defended into the cover region, and there's no run.
But in terms of skills, there is not much people in the Caribbean has the skill like Cornwall. He can change a game like that when he's batting and also when he's bowling. But the only difference is just his physical attributes.
Right. Yeah.
which is disappointing, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Because he performs in every cricket he plays.
In and out. Yeah. Minley in again to Cornwall, and Cornwall watching another good delivery just outside off stump.
Minley is performing here for the Jamaica Scorpions. 10 over 10 runs.
Yeah.
1 wicket. Very consistent. And as I was saying this morning, I can see why the selectors are keen on him, because he has that discipline. You know, he's not an out-and-out fast bowler.
Right.
But he has a good pace and he can bowl a good length areas. And in Test cricket, you need bowlers that can, you know, be consistent in the areas. The captain can set a field and knows fear well that a bowler can, you know, bowl to that field.
Yeah. He comes in again to Cornwall. Cornwall is driving firmly again, but can't beat extra cover. But I think the stint in Australia, although, you know, it finished after over and a half or whatever it was, just being called up into the Test squad, getting the opportunity to make a debut, must be a lot of encouragement for him.
Yeah, of course. He has been on the circuit for
right.
a few years now. You know, so he has been in and around the West Indies setup. You know, so barring injuries, he should, you know.
Cornwall again in defence to finish another good over there by Minley, another maiden. She's bowled 11 overs now, 7 maidens, 1 for 10. It's the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 117 for 5, with Ward on 10 and Cornwall on 4.
This is a very important partnership here for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, especially, you know, Cornwall being so destructive. You know, they're going to need that destructive Cornwall through this innings in order for them to get a respectable total, or else they definitely have to, the bowling team has to come and, you know, bowl out their hearts.
For sure. Ideally, the Leewards would want these two at the crease by stumps. But you're right what you're talking about, Sylvester, with the intent. I think although the Scorpions have been bowling very well, tossed up again and clean ball, beautiful ball, beaten in flight. He came forward, down the track, but beat him in flight. Man Singh, he's picked up his second. Terence Ward is gone, clean bowled by Man Singh for 10, and the Leewards lose their 6th. 117 for 6 after opting to bat first.
Well, this seems like a blessing in disguise for the Jamaican Scorpions in terms of the medical condition for Williams. It's sad, but the reality is when you look at it, you beg to wonder why Mansing is not in the team, because you have 2 off spinners in Merchant and then you have Fraser and you have a left arm spinner. But when you see the effectiveness of Mansing, he's totally different than he just like your attack is basically the same. With you have someone like Mansing, the first time I'm seeing him, you know, and the control that he's showing so far, and he's reaping the reward, because, you know, the leg spinners they do something different. You know, they're wicket takers. So Jeremiah Louis coming in now.
Yes, looks like Jeremiah Louis. Join Rakim Cornwall. Leeward Islands in desperate need of a partnership here to put some respectability on the scoreboard. That man Singh 4.1 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10. Down 2 important wickets too of Captain Jamar Hamilton and Terence Ward.
I thought they would have sent in Hayden Walsh. Not only the fact that he's a left-hander right combination. He and Cornwall, they play for the same local team, Liberator. Right. Both of them grew up together, playing together. So in a situation where the Leeward Islands desperately need a good partnership, you know, you would think that those two, you know, with this opportunity that you have given them the opportunity to go out and, you know, try to get the Leewards to a respectable total. And I think Hayden Walsh, you know, he's a pretty good batter. You know, he has different shots. He plays the sweep, the reverse sweep, and he runs between the wicket good. Not that Cornwall is going to run between the wicket, but he runs between the wicket good. But Louis is batting well also. You know, from the practice games, he got a few and look the part. So hopefully that he can get some today.
Yes, and Louis and Archibald batted well in the lower order. last season for the Leewards, and they're going to need them here in this innings in the first round of the West Indies Championship. Today, coming to you live from the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Sunny afternoon.
Beautiful day. Mansingh into Jeremiah Louis. One tossed up again and beaten again. Turn he's getting is brilliant. Also the line.
It begs the question: Why is he not in the original 11? When you have a leg spinner at your mercy, you have to use them because they are different. Wrist spinners, especially when you have good control. At one time we have so many leg spinners, but now it seems like it's very difficult to get the wrist spinners quality.
Quality,
I
yes,
don't know what happened to Trinidad and Guyana.
Right,
those are are the ones that normally, produces those type of skill bowlers.
That was a bit of coming back for the second, and that was well run. Louis off the mark, just sweeping that around the corner to fine leg. Deep backward square leg had to come round quite a bit. So he gets off the mark with 2 off the last ball. The Mansing's successful over. He's now bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12. And Leeward Islands are 119 for 6, with Cornwall on 4 and Louis on 2. Yeah, we're not producing them at all these days, really.
Yeah, we used to have a ton load of wrist spinners, especially from Trinidad and Guyana. But I don't know the different. I know we have one here in Antigua who plays the under 17. He was with the Leeward Islands under 19. Micah McKenzie. Yeah, good
very
control.
Promising, no?
Yeah. Very impressive. You have a few around the place still, but they used to be so many of them.
Cornwall goes for a big hoist that takes the inside edge back onto his pad. Lobs out into the offside, and there's no run as Minley continues his spell. He's into his 12th over now. 1 for 10. His figures work very well today here at Coolidge. Leading the attack for the Jamaica Scorpions, who are well on top in this first round match. Leeward struggling on 119 for 6. Minley into Cornwall, and Cornwall leaves that outside off stump through to the keeper, Aldane Thomas, and there's no run.
And just to remind the viewers that the Hurricanes won the toss and decided to bat.
Yes, which makes the scoreboard even worse reading if you're a Hurricane supporter. you would look at it and you'd believe that Jamaica won the toss and asked them. Yeah. Minley in again. And that's aerial by Cornwall. To backward point. They scamper a single. Minley continues to ask the questions.
That's one thing about Rakeem. If when he's there is always going to be some sort of opportunity because he's going to play his shots.
Right.
And, he can take the game away from you, but you can also have an opportunity of getting his wickets. Getting the wickets. So that's why you see the Jamaican fielders. They are quite animated. They're looking for it because they know that he will give you an opportunity. And if it comes around, you can't afford to drop it
to miss it.
to miss it. So they are keen. They're looking, and
they've been good in the field so far.
The fielding and the bowling has been really disciplined.
Good.
Yeah, really good. But I like the fact that even though they are not getting any wickets, they're not giving any freebies, free runs.
True. Spot on target again. His first delivery to Jeremiah Louis, who defends back to Minley. He He's kept the 2 slips, the gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg for Jeremiah Louis, who's just come to the crease. He's on 2, score 120 for 6. Minley in again, and again forward in defences. Louis punches that up to mid-off, and there's no run. So another chance for the Leewards to build an important, which would be an important partnership. They need something going. There's only been the one partnership so far between Hamilton and Hodge, which realised about 50-odd runs. Apart from that, it's been very, very slow going for the Leewards, who have been under the pump for the entire day.
Pedestrian, they call it, pedestrian going. But the Leewards batting, it never really got off to any momentum. You know, even up the long partnership, because of the injury to Hamilton, they never really got that momentum. It's always just pedestrian, slow going throughout. And you know, as you can see, the best scorer so far is Jamal Hamilton, the captain, and he was impeded by his injury. He was chucking the ball really nicely, you know, got a few boundaries, 7 boundaries, you know. So you can see that he was hitting the ball really nicely, but overall, they never had that momentum. Look at the balls that each batter faces, you know. And
two by Carty off 31, 15 off 41 by Coffee James, 37 off 170 from Monson Hodge, which would have been all right if he had had somebody going at the other end.
Yeah, but it just goes, and what we're seeing here is not that the conditions is it doesn't show the true picture of the condition. I don't think the pitch is that amount they score 1.7 runs per over.
Right.
You know, I mean the bowlers are bowling well, but I don't think the conditions they are justifying the conditions with that total.
No, it's gone through everybody and will run down to the boundary behind the keeper for 4 byes. So 4 welcome runs there for the Leeward Islands. Takes them on to 124 for 6.
That went to Cornwalls. He went to pull and he went to his legs.
Through his legs.
To the keeper. You know, he didn't touch anything. That was kind of interesting. And the bowler and the wicket, as a matter of fact, the wicketkeeper was appealing. And for, you know, just to make it worse, the umpire signal byes. So he was a wicketkeeper to stop that one.
Manson in again, and Cornwall pushes that for a single. But yeah, I agree, Sylvester. There's been nothing too untoward in the pitch. Had a bit of moisture in it this morning and everything like that. But that's why I just feel with a bit more intent, the Leewards could have been a lot more than where they are at 125 for 6.
Yeah, you have when you look at it, you have 3 batters now showing intent in Cornwall. You have the captain, but he, as I said, he was impeded by his leg injury. And then you have Kofi James. Those are the 3 batters that you see came out with some intent. You know, I mean, Kofi James had the wrong shot selection. But overall, you can see even defensively, he looked in control. You know, he looked like he's batting with a purpose.
Yes,
you know, but the rest of the batters left a lot to be desired in terms of how they approach and how they go about their innings, and I think that is where you see the total now 125 for 6. You know, from 6. Well, this is a 70th over.
70th over, yeah. Tossed up again by Mansingh and driven up to mid-on to complete the over. So at the end of 70 overs, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 125 for 6 with Cornwall on 6 and Louis on 2. Be more words from Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, and then you'll hear the voice of Seth Burton.
Yeah, I haven't seen all the Jamaican bowlers so far, and now that I'm seeing Manson, I'm really wondering why he's not in the original 11. Though probably Fraser is a batter. I have to check the stats some more to see if Fraser is more of a batter. But from what I'm seeing here, I mean Manson is a pretty decent leggy. Welcome back, my good friend.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. It is so heartwarming to see a leg spinner with that much control, understanding his length, understanding his line, understanding the situation. Another leg spinner is also in this game on the Leeward side. You'd see Hayden Walsh Jr. But there are few around, and to realize that this youngster, in fact, he's in his first game, first class game. So he's making his debut, a forced situation where he was not in the original squad. But to see him come in and perform the way he has been doing, I think it is rather commendable, and I think he needs some more regular opportunity. Cornwall faces Bryant for the first time outside the off-stump. Cornwall was about to drive, but that one beat him. He played right over it. The ball going between bat and pad and going through to wicketkeeper Thomas. So it's really heartwarming to see that from Man Singh. It's good to see Brian back. I think he has been pretty much the impressive one. Yes, mainly had a good opening burst as well, but Brian has shown more variety and control. Driven, brilliant shot by Cornwall. That will be 4 out to extra cover on the front foot. And when the big man middles it, just with precision and timing, not much power, and Cornwall goes into double figures and powering his way through, just with class and timing. Cornwall, mind you, is a top-notch batter. He has one first-class 100, but also has 4 list 800. There are few people who are not in the ODI team or who would have not made it to ODI cricket in the Caribbean who would have had 4 list 800. He faces up to good delivery. Cornwall covers up and plays it short. And also in the other format of the game, in Test cricket, he has about 2 half-centuries in his 9 tests to date. And in the T20, list A T20, he has 5 half-centuries, one of which was a brilliant 93 that he could have converted. So a man with the bat, spoken a lot with the ball. This time he goes at that, down to backward point, does not beat the fielder. So not just a giant in figure, in posture, but in performance. And when you look at his stats in first class cricket, 77 first class matches, over 340 wickets. That's huge. That's going at more than 5 runs per innings. 5 wickets per game down the leg side. Cornwall pulls at that, misses it completely. And 19 5-wicket hauls. So who is speaking? We would have to run down maybe a Curtly Ambrose, maybe a Malcolm Marshall to be in that category. And I think 4 10-wicket hauls, so you can just check that out. So therefore,
so you think that his performance with the bat and ball alone would justify him? You think in terms of his feeling and running between the wickets, do you think that plays?
A double appeal, one was for leg before, it was on the thigh pad, they took the catch, but umpire remains. Let's look at this again. Bryant pitched on the wicket, going down leg.
A bit high too, I think.
Definitely high, darting down the leg side. Good delivery still, didn't get the wicket, but Cornwall. But I am not speaking about, you can bring in those negatives, because each one of us have positive and negative. But I'm into business, so I always believe on the net returns. I believe that his batting and his bowling outweighs those things significantly. That if we could get maybe 6 other men to bat with the courage that he bats in any format. And if you can get 4 people who can bowl as well as he bowls, then I would say go ahead. But the truth is you can't. And yes, he may not be a fast runner between the wicket. Chris Gayle is not. So let's face reality. And I believe performance is always your best test. Going back and cracking this one out towards deep cover. Jeremiah Louis, another young 26-year-old from St. Kitts. Surprised that he comes in ahead of Archibald. Archibald also has a first-class 100. Jeremiah Louis has had a few 50s. Also a decent bowler for the Leewards, himself and Sheena Berridge. But Mansingh is the man. Good delivery on the part of Mansingh. What I like about him, Sylvester, whereas you get the one outside the off stump, he's awful on the wicket, so he's not giving you any breathing space. And when he's outside the off stump, he's not short like most of the other leg spinners.
Yeah, for what we have seen so far with him, he has very good control. And I keep asking how come he's not in the original 11.
Yes, and I would ask that many times. He would have played a few list day matches. But a man like this, you need him. I've been very high in compliments for Captain Paul Palmer Jr., but I also think with Mansingh's bowling, I would be bringing in someone at a silly point. The leg spinner going away, I would be applying some more pressure. The score is 126 for 6, and only the forward short leg along with the wicket keeper and the slip that are up. There is a short extra cover, but I need to see some more pressure. Louis goes back and he cracks this out to deep cover, and he will not pierce the cover field.
You see, because Cornwall is there, it's so deep the fielders are. So you have to really pace the field in order for you to, because they're not going to run any singles, and the Jamaican captain especially knows the situation and circumstances. So it's kind of difficult for the strike to rotate, for the score to even build up. So
I disagree with you.
Okay.
I believe that there ought to be an attacking ploy, that this young man is bowling so well that you need somebody else in the face of the batter, and
no,
that ought to be.
I'm not referring to in terms of, I agree with you. If you can even bring the short leg fielder and the offside to silly point, but the pressure in terms of the batting and Leeward Island scoring, there is no pressure.
But there has not been any. There has not been any rotation of the strike for the Leewards from morning.
But look where the extra cover is.
Right, so that's the
extra cover is almost halfway between the boundary and the batter keeper and hitting the balls to and they can't run.
And that's the point I'm making. But I'm talking about the batter's skill to adjust instead of hard hitting.
No, but with Cornwall there, why is Cornwall there? They're not going to take those singles. That's why the captain pushes back. Look what cover, extra cover, mid off.
To be honest with you, that one is like an offside in football.
An offside.
That's an offside because they weren't running the singles all the time. So I don't understand how the rationale for that comes, because Cornwall is there. This time he drives straight to cover and there is no run. So it doesn't matter the negative stakes that we try to apply.
No. You want to take it as a negative stake, but what I'm saying too, like that particular delivery, he's trying, because he's not intent of running any singles. That delivery, he could have just dropped the ball right there and they get an easy single.
Right, and we have not seen that all day.
No, I'm not talking about all. I'm talking about the feel that they have now.
Oh, okay.
Not talking about this morning. This morning, these guys didn't show that they were capable of doing that. That's
this time he drives over the top. Lovely shot, class arc. One bounce into the boundary for 4.
Well, that's a positive shot. That's what he's looking for.
Pitched up. And oh my, just the cock of the elbow. And all what they can do is to go to retrieve. So Brian will soon realize that the fuller length that may work against the other batters. He had a brilliant one against Munson. That would not work against Cornwall, not just because of his power, also because of his height. So he needs to pull that length back, and I defer immediately. Well, at least communication between the captain and the bowler. I don't think the bowler should be under any pressure. It's just one stroke. But the captain goes up at least to get some clarity in terms of what the bowler wants. Jamaica there in a firm, strong position. 1-3-3 for 6. Cornwall is on 14. The man who really stood out for the Leewards, the captain, Jamal Hamilton, batting in torrid circumstances. Damaged ankle on the right foot. Really pulled the Leewards out of a hole when he came in. It was 40 for 3. And they were sliding down after you had the opening batters not putting on as many, losing 1 for 11 and then 2 for 19, 3 for 40, and he really dropped anchors, scored in a half-century partnership with Munson Hodge. Here is Bryant to Cornwall on the stumps. He whips it off the pads, gets a single. The mid-wicket fielder, just about where the circle would have been in an ODI game, and him and Louis coming through. So 134 for 6. Leewards would need to dig themselves out of this hole. If 90 overs would be bowled at the end of the day, means that we would have another 17 overs. They would need to be there at the end, or else they would be in trouble. And if they're there at the end, they would need to be
there tomorrow.
Yes, they would need to be there tomorrow and closer to 175 than to 150. Jeremiah Louis faces Brian to him, and he judges this one well. I just like Brian. He holds his head because that one was coming back, not with as much pace as we saw him this morning. But what we are seeing from him, if he bowls a delivery that he thought could have been different, you're seeing the agony, you're seeing the expression, and that's what I like in a cricketer. We have tried to pull the stats. We have not gotten as much as we would have wanted from him. But he's definitely someone to whom...
Well, Terry says that he's 30, so he's a late bloomer. But he looks like a man that plays a lot of cricket and understands his game.
Does the age matter? As the Mosley made his test debut at 32.
No, what I'm saying to Seth, you must understand what I mean when I say certain things. It's not a negative comment. I'm just saying that his skill set shows that he's an experience. I just wanted to know how old he is because he's
what
exhibiting.
happened during that time, why he was not...
Yeah, but he seems like he played a lot of cricket.
Yes,
you know, but not at a high this level.
The first class level that would have given him. Another late boomer would have been Berridge from the Leewards team. We'll speak about that later. Onto the pads, worked away by Jeremiah Louis. Berridge also came into the scene, I think, around 2018, at the age of about 28. And when you saw him bowling with pace and with good guile, you wonder what would have happened. Why that? So explain how that happens to players, as good as we would have seen with Brian, and as good as we would have seen with Berridge.
Well, you have, I think, West Indian players in general. You know, you have a few that will peak at an early age, but most of the West Indians, they will peak mainly more experienced at 28 and going up from there. You know, and
is it bad or is it good?
Well, I guess I can relate it to a culture because it's been happening for a long time.
Let's look at Australia. Mike Hussey and some of the other guys coming really into the fore.
Well, that when when 28, 29 is really when you're becoming a real man. When you have a family and can take you, and you understand your responsibility. You're more mature in your mindset. You know what you want by then. Sometimes you're more secured because you may have a property, you have a good job. So it depends on
what
your
you're
circumstances. Yeah. So these guys, you can see that the maturity in what they're doing.
Here is Man Singh, the man of the moment, comes into Cornwall. Coleman goes back and steers it to point, and there is no run. I think that's an interesting discussion, Sylvester, because oftentimes we look at a player and we say, oh, he's close to 30, he's old. But then that's the time you're settled. And if you're performing, you want to be given all the opportunity.
Well, that's what I see over the years. Many people don't really look at it in that aspect. It's sometimes in the Caribbean, they just want to get you out and get somebody else in.
That's right.
And we lose our players and our best at their best, I think, at that type of age, So he's always like you're always starting over. Whereas when you look at the Australian and the Indian, these guys are still playing. Look at Cooley, and these guys can close their eyes and play. Look at Steve Smith. I was watching Steve Smith the other night, and
still hungry.
And the man still developing his game.
South Africa also bringing on some in the 30s. Cornwall would have got the single. It's over to Louis. They bring on these players and they're performing well. In fact, some in the first class system would have played many first class games before they really get into their respective test teams. But at the same time, they're not pushed out. And I think that is a critical thing. Perhaps at that age, some guys would be looking to retire in the Caribbean or figure that you're too old for that. In your case, you got out of the system too early. So, good to see. Hopefully, this will be a change of mindset. Here is Louis, goes back, and that was a good delivery. Rushed him. I thought that was the googly, because he was really onto it, and that one spun back sharp. But Louis read it well.
Yeah,
but it really rushed him.
I think I think it was a length. If he did come forward, he played a much better defensive shot. But he gave it time, so he looked more dangerous. But that delivery was with the length, should have been a bit forward. But the thing is, over the years, I think when our players reach that age, especially now that they have the T20 leagues around the place, they go and play in these leagues and put West Indies basically on the back burner. So why it is happening now that when our players reach to a certain level of maturity, instead of taking West Indies cricket, our West Indies team to the next level, the opportunity comes that they go and
exit.
Yeah.
And look for that. That's an interesting thing that I think.
And it's a personal.
Could look at.
Basically, it's a personal decision, because he say about country and life and all sort of things, But
it may also differ if let's say you're locked into a contract, maybe a retainer with the regional team. I think there would be consequences if you leave those retainer. The Indians have their players under some tight retainer. In fact, some players who have already retired just cannot play in certain leagues.
Yeah, well, they have a policy, and I mean the Indians understands that. They are paid handsomely, and money is not a problem for the Indians.
Oh, okay.
I
think you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, but when you check it, these guys, they are more about being the best that they can be, the best in the world.
Louis faces up and steers this one. Oh, excellent fielding. Diving to his left in Mackenzie.
The Jamaican fielding has been very impressive.
Yes.
Through the day.
I'm impressed with the general standard that I've seen of the Jamaica team. The bowling, the batting, the leadership. The bowling, the fielding, and the leadership. I've not seen the batting yet. So that is something that we'll be looking carefully at. It will be interesting to see the system that they have. Here is this one inside edge onto the pad from Louis. I think all in all, in general, sport in Jamaica has really been flourishing.
Yeah, especially athletics.
Yes, even netball.
Yeah, netball. Yeah,
yes, the women's game.
The Spice, what do you call them? The Sunshine. The Sunshine.
Yes,
Sunshine girls.
They're shining, always shining.
And they have
athletics that's incomparable.
They have a few football. Yeah, they have a few. They have a lady
in the European League as well. And the reggae boys of the past was just the big thing in the Caribbean. Louis comes forward, plays the ball out towards cover, and there is no run. St. Kitts also, Jeremiah Louis from St. Kitts, also another big-hearted place for sport.
And
cricket had not been their leading sport per se, but they would have had Kim Collins, world champion. They would have been pretty good in football, even at the sub-regional level. Would have gone to the Gold Cup. Just a country, 62, I think.
They have some good golfers too.
Well, I know about
I know you will know about that, but I'm telling you, they They are some of the best golfers in the Caribbean.
Oh, Jeremiah Louis, the Kittitian faces up, does his part. I believe he was sent in to keep things quiet. When
No,
I say that,
I believe he's batting in his position.
right position ahead of Archibald.
Yeah, well, from what I've seen during the trials and the camp and so
Okay.
on, he bats in front. You're concerned about Archibald. I was saying about Hayden. I think Hayden. I believe
Yes,
Hayden
Hayden
should
have been
bat.
ahead of him.
Yes, but the coach sees different. He's there with them every day.
That's
You know,
right.
so he knows.
Stuart Williams,
yeah.
the coach of the Leewards team, your former teammate.
Former
Here is-
captain.
So you don't just want to say teammate. You have to give him the kudos.
You have to give the respect. You know, all my players that I have captain, when they even though when they see me, they call me Cappy.
Okay, so I get a new name. So
I
I'll
never captain you. I have never
No,
captained
that's
you.
okay. I will put away bouncing and I would call it Cappy. From now, even though you didn't captain me, that's
Yeah.
okay. You deserve it.
Is that
No,
so?
I remember we were playing against Guyana, Antigua against Guyana here, Sylvester, in the Stanford T20. I'll get back to that. Here is Jeremiah Louis coming forward to this delivery from Brian. Plays it into the offside. The over has been completed and 136 for 6. The Leewards, this partnership is growing. The water is coming onto the field. 19-1 partnership, but it was right at this venue. And I was with my family. It could have been a qualifying game.
A young family,
Yes,
because
my
you
young
have a big
there.
family now. You know.
It's 4, only 4 children and my wife. So 2 halves, the bigger set. The biggest boy who was there, and all the spectators were leaving that Antigua was going to lose. And somehow I said, no, we can still win. My bigger boy agreed. My biggest boy agreed, and you almost carried home the game.
We should have won that game, sir.
Wow, a
I
few
still really
sixes,
that.
and I think I even saw Sar one. He was shattered. Chandapol was shattered. It was who was bowling you? Did you remember the left arm?
Neil McGowan.
Man, he got some sticks. But I thought you got hooked up in the wind, and after hitting 2 successive sixes, and then after that, I thought the guys could have still carried it on for the next over, but it didn't happen. Guyana went through, and they ended up winning the Stanford T20. I've also been a very strong source at the youth level in Caribbean cricket. West Indies youth captain. Unfortunately, you were given a bad hand in one World Cup, where you had about 7 players who were over age. Nobody knew, so they had to
that's when they
participate in the World Cup.
Yeah, that's when they had to change the rule from, because it normally used to be 19 and under, but they changed it to under 19. Yeah, but
And that took place in a grey area that it wasn't communicated.
But you know, as I say, every disappointment is a blessing, when you look at it, because Chris Gale and Darren Ganga, they weren't in the original team. No, and Chris Gale came and he scored a century in one of the games, and from then that was history.
That's history.
So you never know. I know we have the
Every
universe
disappointment
boss.
is a blessing. That's something to look forward to.
Maybe we haven't seen the
somebody
universe
else-
boss.
Exactly. Somebody else may have done well, gotten the chance, and he may have taken a longer time. So, and then you found yourself in Sri Lanka. Was it India or Sri Lanka?
Sri Lanka.
With the West Indies team, when some of the players did not decide to go.
Another opportunity there again.
That's right. The team performed remarkably well, but most of the players were not retained thereafter.
But you had some guys that came over. You have Ramdin. You have the late Onako Morton. These
That's
guys
right.
were. Shanjapur was there. He was a captain. I was a vice captain. You have a few guys that came too. A few of them you never heard of them again. You have Tino Best.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Tino.
People
Effervescent
was. I mean, we got a few licks. We got some licks down there, but just the attitude and the
Yes,
fight
they were speaking about the positivity. I think India was the 3rd team in the triangular series.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
That, and when the Indians were asked which team they preferred playing in the final, they said Sri Lanka, because that West Indies team looks so dangerous.
yeah.
That was amazing when I heard those comments.
Yeah, we had a good tour, but when the big guys came back, that was the end of it.
So we're speaking also about a mindset here, because you can be not only young and hungry, you can just want the opportunity.
Well,
and the
I think
desire
most.
and the hunger maybe different than guys who are complacent.
I definitely believe that the person that has a desire to be the best possible West Indian cricketer or footballer, whatever you desire to be, you will put in the work and you will establish yourself and you will go all out, to give your heart to whatever you do. And I think that is key. The most talented persons, sometimes are more difficult because they have the talent, they don't want to put in the hard work, they don't have the discipline. But I think attitude and desire
important.
is very, very, very important.
Raheem Cornwall, he's a fighter, a perseverer. Man Singh, he is a good find for Jamaica. To Cornwall, back past the bowler, they're coming through for a quick single. They get it comfortably in the end. Man Singh, 2 wickets for 14 runs. Really bowling well for 15 runs. And he has been pretty good. Gordon Bryan 1 for 32. As we look and see, the West Indies should be playing against Zimbabwe in a couple of days' time. Sylvester Joseph is going to leave us for the day. Terry Laraji will come in beside me. Good delivery on the part of Man Singh. And Jeremiah Louis allows it to go through. Jeremiah Louis has been pretty much around the Leewards camp for a few years now. Terry came in as a younger player. Lots of hope and lots of potential. Good both-way swing bowler and also pretty good with the bat.
Definitely. Good afternoon, Seth. He made some good, important runs along with Colin Archibald late in the order in a couple of matches in the last West Indies Championship.
Well, both are considered all-rounders.
Yeah.
Archibald at least has gotten 100.
He got the 100, that's right.
Louis has not gotten the 100 but has had a couple of half-centuries. This time he drives Man Singh back to his right, stops it well. Good to see the patience that both Cornwall and Louis, they have applied in the circumstance, because once they would have lost their captain, who was really the one trying to keep the score in good stead, it needed some measure of consolidation. It is first-class cricket. It is 4-day cricket. It's not ODIs or List A.
And I think they've understood the importance that these two need to be there at stumps. It's roughly an hour or so to go. But of course, second new ball is due in about 4 overs time, though, Seth. That could be interesting.
Down the leg side, swept away by Louis, but only a single. It was the first ill-controlled delivery that I've seen from Man Singh. It was full. Should have really been punished. But I guess Louis, already in the defensive mindset, just swept it down to the field on the back of the square boundary. Got a single. That completes the over. 137, 138. Now 138 for 6 from 76 overs. Louis is on 4, Cornwall on 17.
Yes, and they're developing a good partnership between the two. And as you say, they're doing the right thing, taking their time and making sure that Leeward Islands don't lose any more wickets this evening. That would be ideal for them. Of course, after opting to bat first, Jamaica Scorpions will be looking to wipe off the last 4 before stumps. And as I said, 4 overs to a new ball, which could be very important. If Makino Minley gets his hands on that new ball, he could go bang bang very quickly. At the Cricket West Indies selection panel today, Seth announced 15-member West Indies women's squad for the upcoming ICC Women's T20 World Cup in South Africa, which commences on February 10. Squad sees the inclusion of 3 West Indies under-19 Rising Stars players who recently competed in the ICC Women's Under-19 World Cup.
Here is Louis coming forward to the first delivery from Patrick Harty,
which is Zeta James, Trishan Holder and Janaba Joseph. Shemaine Campbell, the wicketkeeper batter, has been named as vice-captain, and experienced all-rounder Stefani Taylor has been named in the squad subject to a final fitness assessment.
Louis covers up again. Looking solid, Jeremiah Louis.
And the full squad reads Hayley Matthews captain, Shemaine Campbell vice captain, Alia Aline, Shamilia Connell, Afi Fletcher, Shabika Gajnabi, Chanel Henry, Trishan Holder, Zayda James, Janaba Joseph, Shadeen Nation, Karishma Ramarak, Shakira Salman, Stefani Taylor and Rishada Williams. Of course, the first match is against England women on February 11.
Good delivery on the part of Hati. Did I hear Kai Shona Knight?
No Kashona Knight. Matthews, Campbell, Aline, Connell, Fletcher, Gajnabi, Henry, Holder, James, Joseph, Nation, Ramarak.
Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. The stumping effort on the part of Aldine Thomas. Good effort, but Louis, his foot was planted.
Salman, Taylor and Williams.
Therefore, in terms
she
of,
was looking promising, wasn't she?
yes, Kaisia
Yeah.
Knight
Mm. And Kashona.
they also had Cooper option. I'm not quite sure if injury, but it's good to see 3 of the Rising Star on the 19 players
Excellent,
have been
yes.
included. It has been a call we have been making for some time. 77 overs have been completed, 138 for 6. I remember we have covered quite a lot of the women's games here.
Yep.
And having done that, we have made the calls for the under 19. I remember Stacey and King, one of the winning member of the winning team 2016. She has also been one champion in the cause that if we are not seeing the productivity level of the national senior team, then why not incorporate the under 19 players? I think it is welcome. I think it could have been earlier, apart from the tri-series and then now, because what it would have done would have exposed them to real situation, as in the case of a few of the others. However, never too late. My hope is that the West Indies can go on and do well. I do have my suspicions, unfortunately. The Deandra Dottin, my favorite female player,
Yeah.
she would not have been on the team. She would have retired.
Yeah.
And,
And left a big hole. No?
That's a huge hole, because she is one
to
player
try and fill.
like Hayley Matthews who can carry the team
Right.
on her back, like Stephanie Taylor.
And
So-
Hayley Matthews made a good point after the tri-series recently that, you know, in a perfect world, she'd like the Chanel Henrys, the Stefani Taylors, the Shadeen Nations to stay on another 2 or 3 years during this transitioning phase, so that the under-19s had that 2 or 3 years of experience and come of age a bit more to then take over.
Well, Chanel is one of the players whom I believe we can get more out of. She's just a talented player. Here is Rakeem Cornwall, drives to cover. She has the capacity, not only with the ball, but with the bat.
Yeah.
And oftentimes when Alia Alin is given the opening role, I just thought that get
She
Chanel
could've.
in,
Yeah, true. Yeah.
and you would see perhaps a difference. It won't be hit and miss.
Mm-hmm.
It would be solid, classical play. And I think, you know, the coaching staff, they understand it better. So I should maybe just hush. Here is Rakeem Cornwall.
But she's a very determined player and a real
Classic fielder.
yes, yeah.
Don't get
and-
me wrong, Ali Allen is another talent and
Right.
excellent in the field.
But I know what
Good
you mean.
all-rounder.
Where you're going with Henry, though. Is she a real competitor? You know,
Rakeem Cornwall,
speaks very well
Faces.
too.
yes,
Mm.
very respectful.
Mm.
I'm not saying others are not.
No.
But sometimes you actually have the luxury of having a favorite, all right? Because all 3 dimensions of the game, you get the sense that she's just so wholehearted.
Right.
I think it
Yeah.
would be good for her to continue to be around or to be pushing towards the top. Here is Cornwall going back and cracking this one out to Fraser. Backward point, and there is no one. Cornwall pretty much showing patience and showing discipline here in this innings. It's an uncharacteristic game, but he understands the importance.
Yeah, which
Of
is
it.
which is great to see. 17 or 42. He's got all day tomorrow too. If he can get through this next hour or so.
comes forward and whips the ball down to mid-on. His father is also watching this game amongst some of the spectators to our left.
Yeah, there's a few in the ground today, which is
Yes.
encouraging.
It's encouraging. I think though some more marketing could be done. I got the impression, even I listened to the sport this morning, one sportcaster, not you, Terry,
Oh,
was saying, I
good.
think, not sportcaster, but your host was saying, I think that the game would be played up there. And then last night I watched the Nation station, and when I watched it, they gave the update in the Trinidad game, but didn't say that there were two matches here in
Today.
Antigua. And I thought it was just so unfortunate. Not trying to be controversial.
No.
But it simply means that there is a missing link somewhere.
Yeah.
Those who would reach out realize their responsibility to get the information and also the push approach.
Yeah,
Because
to
they
put-
can't
to
always
put the
pull
information
you. I
out
think we
there.
need to get that information out there. We need to get back the old hype. Because
Yeah.
I would have seen good sized crowds for games like these.
Yeah, because I've had quite a few people asking me when it starts, who's playing where, what's going on. You know, so there is a genuine interest in
the
this
cricket.
season's 4-day first-class matches, and I think that's got a lot to do with the only real shining light at the moment is the Test team, and these guys, with it coinciding with the Test series, the first 2 rounds, and then on to South Africa. These guys who are having the opportunity to represent their national side have a real opportunity, to push for international selection.
Yes. Every player must
Every
look at
player.
himself and say, I have an opportunity.
Yep,
Some
yeah.
guys grasp the opportunity in Bangladesh and they're still holding on.
Right.
So why can't you with a good season, a good innings? Harty plugs away, continues to do so. Jeremiah Louis continues to be patient and 4 from 40. Really absorbing the pressure here. Well, we were saying that we don't see any devil in the pitch, but the truth is those who are out there batting, or is it the impeccable bowling of the Jamaicans?
It's hard to say though, really, isn't it, Seth? Because we haven't seen it from here, but as you say, they're the ones out in the middle, and I guess we won't get a true indication until both teams have batted on the surface.
You know, earlier we were pressuring Munson Hodge for being slow.
But no one's really got away at all. I mean, even
That's right.
Hamilton's
Hamilton,
40
that's
was
right.
off 102 or so deliveries. So, and even Cornwall 17 off 44.
They're made to work.
Definitely.
They're made to work by a good Jamaican fielding team. Ayo, that one did not get through. Jeremiah Louis stood
He
firm.
was up to it. But credit to Jamaican bowlers, though. They've been right on top, right on line all day. There's been very, very few bad deliveries.
Catch him, Leewards!
Louis drives. Cornwall says no.
Not shot
And
Good shot on his team, good shot on
I think even for Jimbo, there was a single in that one. So
yes, but I think he wants to
He
take
wants
the
to strike.
I believe that he's trying to measure Ramsey because
Harty.
what is happening is that Jeremiah Louis looked a bit vulnerable against Man Singh.
Right, right.
And I think Cornwall, realizing that, perhaps the coaching staff may have said, bat as long as you can. And he plays Mansing without any problem. Mansing to Louis, there are a few tangles. So, I think these are some of the things that they're measuring. But Louis 4 from 45 deliveries. In the context of it, perhaps Munson Hodge may be listening later and say, you guys owe me an apology. So Munson, if we owe you one, I would be the first to give it to you. So here
Mansing,
is
though, 2 for 17 off 10.
Cornwall stands up and plays him straight. It's a good workout for the batters.
Definitely, and I think if they can go to stumps still 6 down and have say around 160, 170 on the board maybe, they'll still feel that they can come back tomorrow and post something decent.
Well, you're right, because if 6 would be down, it means that this pair would still be intact, and you
Yeah.
still have at least 2 batters in the shred in Hayden Walsh Jr. and
And considering
Archibald.
that they opted to bat, you know.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
challenge for Jamal Hamilton. Paul Palmer must be saying that I'm glad I didn't call right because he said I would have batted first. Pitch did present a challenge. Now we have seen exactly what I'm speaking about. Cornwall took the single, and now it's Jeremiah Luya. Now you see, at least now there's a silly mid off. There is a backward short leg. Good one, rushed him a bit, and Man Singh has his hand on his head. Jeremiah Luya, though, is equal to the task.
Yeah, and a slip as well. So 3 men round the bat.
He may
Man
not show
Singh.
the composure as Cornwall, but he's effective
He
in
is
blocking
yeah,
the delivery.
Yeah, yeah.
Man Singh, I guess, is saying that he's grabbing the opportunity. That one went around, but Louis managed it well. I think he picked up the pace
Mm-hmm.
rather easily. A bit of slow turn. Palmer applying the pressure. The slip. Silly mid off and the backward
And
short leg.
He's just dropped the short mid wicket back a bit.
Wrapped on the pad, definitely down the leg side. And I guess Cornwall watching from the other end must be saying I really should have been the one on strike. There's a few anxious moments here for the Leewards.
Well, it's when to take the single and when not, though, isn't it?
And sometimes it's difficult.
Yes, yeah.
Not
But you
to take it.
automatically...
Can't really shield anybody. Louis is competent though. Goes back and he plays it a bit hurriedly. And fielder at point Fraser Fields. That's the end of the over. 80 overs have been completed. And it is 139 for 6, Terry. They actually have the option of the new ball, so that's something that they could consider.
Yeah.
They have both Minley, who has been used sparingly, and Brian, who has had his work. They do have options, at least with 10 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they didn't have a crack with the new ball tonight, the Scorpions, because judging on how the day's play has been going, and the way the Leewards have struggled against the majority of the Scorpions' attack, I think they'd fancy themselves to at least pick up a couple more tonight. And also, with only 10 overs left, and they're obviously not taking it straight away as Harty is going to continue, but then they'll have 2 bites of the cherry. It'll still be relatively new tomorrow morning as well.
Yes, I would be surprised if they don't. But as we say, I think with 10 overs to go, that would have been ideal, giving each of the quicks 5 overs each.
Yeah, yeah.
And see what happens. They're at an extremely strong position, 136-39 for 6. And if a few runs even go off the new ball, it can't really affect or impact a potential outcome. Cornwall facing Harty. Back past the ball, a good diving
fielded.
save.
I'm impressed with the way they've kept up with the over rate too. Jamaica all day. They're basically spot on target for a normal time stumps finish. As I had a look at the practice match with Leeward Islands last weekend, and that disappointed me. I think in the first day they only bowled something like 67 overs or something, and you know, they're the things you'd really need to practice, you know,
Yes.
especially these days where you not only be fined, but players can be
Well,
suspended for a match or so.
You get the impression that Andrew Richardson, he is a serious
Right.
coach.
Mm-hmm,
You know, his name came a few years ago, and once he started, you get the impression you go close around the team, you observe, and he's spot on. And as you realize, they're well ahead of
Yeah, they're
of
doing
the
very
rate.
well. Mm.
Don't waste a lot of time between overs to get going. Cornwall gets another single down to long off. Fraser comes off the boundary.
Of course, it helps with a few spinners in the attack. Also,
That's right.
They don't take as long, obviously, to get through their overs. But,
But
even so,
this morning, in the
yes,
first
yeah,
hour,
yeah, they were still up
the
with it.
Seamers, they had 14 overs.
After the first hour.
Yes,
yeah,
after the first
yeah,
hour.
Yeah, yeah,
And they were all bowled by the Seamers.
by the Seamers. Yeah, yeah, the three of them. Harty also crowding Jeremiah Louis, but he does well.
Yes,
As long as he's not induced into anything silly.
140 for
That's fine.
6. I think the ploy here is realizing that Cornwall is comfortable, even though he's not scoring, he's not accelerating the scoring. They realize that Louis, though he looks good, he could be vulnerable. So
Yes.
the idea now is to apply some pressure, which I believe has come a bit late. I thought early in Louis' innings, I've been saying, place that silly mid off, place that, you have a backward short leg, perhaps a forward short leg as well. But Louis has been allowed to settle in, even though he looks a bit vulnerable to Mansing. And Cornwall looking solid. It seems as though the new ball will be taken. In fact, no, not as yet. Louis has gone for his helmet, but we see Mansing is back with the bowling. But the other reason perhaps why Paul Palmer Jr. has not gone for the new ball is because Mansing has been bowling so well.
Well, you have to take that into consideration too. I mean, the guy's bowled 11 overs, 2 for 18.
Comes into Cornwall, he goes back and he pulls this one. Oh, the forward short leg was looking for
Ducking
cover
for cover,
there.
yeah.
Only a single. He hammered it hard, but more into the ground because it didn't really bounce.
It
as
didn't
he
really bounce.
expected.
Caught the bottom edge, and he'd be disappointed if he had gone out to that particular delivery.
I think that's the way Kofi James got out.
Right.
Yes. Should have cleared the boundary, but it didn't get up as he expected. Now you see the fielders are coming in. So you have the slip, the forward short leg now, the silly mid off, the slip, backward point, cover. Louis leaves it alone, allows it to go through. In fact, for Mansing against Louis, the only fielder is on the boundaries on the backward square leg boundary.
Mm-hmm.
So you have those three around the bat. You still have the mid off, the mid on, the extra cover, and the point fielder pretty much intact. Driven by Louis out to cover. And once again,
I really am impressed, though, Seth, with Mansing's control. And
very much so.
Yeah, and the flight he gives it. He's not frightened of flighted up to any batsman, which is very encouraging for a wrist spinner.
Comes in. I would like him to get into a T20 franchise team that will give him the opportunity
Mm-hmm.
to bowl, because the nature of his bowling, I'm not trying to get away from the importance of first class cricket,
Mm-hmm.
but I think in T20 he would really cramp batsmen, and it would be an interesting observation, I think, for some scouts, some agents, someone to get him there. Really like his approach. Down the leg side on this occasion allows Louis the luxury of working it to short back of the square and getting a single.
Talking about T20s, did you see India today against New Zealand?
I didn't see it simply because I didn't see the game, but
No,
I monitored
but the
the fact
score.
that Manshudman Gill is really having a purple patch.
Yeah, well, apparently he's the fifth player to score 100 in each format, but 234 for 4, and then bowl him out for 66.
Wow, I didn't know the result.
Yeah, the highest winning margin in a T20, 168 runs they won by, which is about an average T20 score, isn't it?
Wow, that is shocking, because New Zealand would have taken the lead, then India hit back, and then
Yeah, that was the
This-
decider. Yeah, yeah,
60,
yeah.
64.
66 all out.
Wow, that must send some shock waves into Hamilton and for the rest of the world. 146 for 6 from 82 overs. The way the Indians do it, I guess, when you look at it, these guys have 3 teams that they can rotate
Yeah,
in any
yeah,
format.
yeah. They
One
got the
team will
big
go to
pool.
Zimbabwe, another one may go
Yep.
to Sri Lanka.
Right.
Then the team
Oh,
plays at
where were
home and
they were in?
players in and out.
Yeah, they were in. Was it? Yeah, when they toured England,
Yes.
they had They had a one-day team in
Yes.
Ireland or something at the
Darwin
same
came
time.
to captain, different
Right,
captains. Here is Louis coming forward and playing this one in the onside. The other thing, when we look at this, we were calling some of the players like Min Lee and some of those who played for the A team. They played against India right here.
Mhm,
And in
right,
that
yeah,
India
yeah.
A team was the same Shudman, Gill and Shias Ayer and Dubé and a whole set of them swept nicely by Louis down to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, he got a bit of bell on that. Well done.
It was
Good
the
important
angle
boundary.
down the leg side by perhaps the tiring Patrick Harty. He is in his 20th over.
20th over.
Wow.
No wicket for 24.
So he has been the man in terms of the economy.
That's what you call plugging one in, sir.
That's right. And it has worked well for Jamaica. Comes into Louis. Once it's in front of him, Louis has been instructed, it seems, to just anchor.
Mm-hmm.
And he has been doing that well. Moves to 9. Cornwall, the big figure there. He's on 20. This one is flighted and he whips it off the pads, only for a single. Perhaps he looked and realized that the square leg was on the boundary. Because once it's full and it's down the leg side, you must have a go. But he opted perhaps playing accordingly as instructed.
Right, yeah.
Realizing Jamaica, they are really on top and he has to grind it out.
Yeah, but he's doing a good job of it so far. They put on about 30.
Cornwall plays it back to the bowler. So I just want to make the final point about India. So the A team comes here. And from that A team, I'm sure maybe every member would have gone on to play international cricket. They may not always be in the team, but they have been given that clear pathway.
Right, yeah.
Unhindered.
Mhm.
Cornwall gets a single at the end of over number 83. The Leewards, who won the toss this morning and deciding to bat, they're just on the verge of 150. 147 for 6, but they have lost their 6 top order batters. So the issue is, whenever a player may be out of the team, it ought not to seem as they're dropped, because India would keep rotating. They have a larger pool,
Yes,
but at
much
the same
larger,
time, the exposure, mainly coming in just to fill a void in Australia, coming off a flight. Perhaps we need to rethink that. Should he then be in, a regular setup, even though he's not in the team?
Yeah, and we were talking about
should-
that earlier. How long a chance do you give somebody? You bring them into an A team, they do all right,
Yes.
but then they don't
You may not be the
progress.
starting 11 all the time.
Right, right, but at
must
least you're
get around
around.
the core,
Yeah, yeah.
which I think is important.
Because I was always a bit disappointed with to be quite honest, with the squad to Zimbabwe. I would have thought they would give a Minley or a McSween or a Niall Smith or
Maxine,
something.
definitely.
You know what I mean?
I do understand with Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals injured.
Right.
Well, they went spin out, perhaps, but I think Minley should have gotten the opportunity. The same way Reefer
Yeah.
would have gotten after being injured.
Mm-hmm.
And McSween, he's definitely that left armour. He is a man who we have a lot of time for.
Right, right,
May not
right.
have all the pace in the world, but has the capacity to do things with the ball.
Mhm.
Has been fairly consistent.
And hopefully it doesn't end up the same position as it did in Australia, where you get a few injuries to
And then
key
you send for
players,
the
and then
replacements.
right, because Gabriel's susceptible, Roach is injured.
Let's hope.
After Australia, they're not sure if he's going to be ready for the
with
first test
West
or not.
Indies, they're expected to beat Zimbabwe, but the game is played on the pitch.
Exactly.
The challenge
And I
is
think that
that's
held
going
them
to come
back
is
a
going to
bit.
be South Africa.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure, definitely.
Here is Man Singh. A revealing debut for him. Louis comes forward and covers up again.
But having said that, though, Seth, I was looking at South Africa against Australia, and they didn't handle Australia any better than what West Indies did.
That's
When
right.
it came to so if you got these guys in beforehand and give them a run against Zimbabwe, the time they get to South Africa, they could produce something on those type of pitches.
Louis gets a beauty. Managed to edge it down to third man and get a single. That one hustled onto him and really spun.
Educated edge, that one.
Yes, the 150 comes up for the Leewards. They have gotten there finally. At one stage, it looked as though they would be struggling to get there. 150 for 6. And the big point you're making, I'm glad you did the analysis on the South Africa Australia situation. And having done that, I said, therefore West Indies should still have heart.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't do badly.
Right.
Look at the composition of the South African team in terms of his experience, vast experience, and name brands, and the results were not anything significantly different than the West Indies playing in Australia.
If anything, barring injury in that second test, the first test went down to, tea on the 5th day. Their first test didn't last 2 days.
That's right. Cornwall goes back and he pulls this one out towards mid-wicket for 4. Showed signs of aggression because he launched forward first and then rocked back. Man Singh, realizing the big fella seems to be upping the gear. Man Singh needs not to be losing heart.
No,
because that did not bounce and it could have been a miss one.
Yeah.
It could have been an LBW.
But I don't think we'll see too much more of this. I think Captain Palmer will take the second new ball.
I think
pretty
2 overs
quick.
late.
Yeah, well, definitely late, but I don't think he'll let this go on too often because Jeremiah Louis is looking more and more comfortable the longer he stays out there. We know what Cornwall can do, and it's getting a bit easy for this partnership, which has gone on to 37. So a good partnership for the 6th wicket.
Definitely.
And it was the 6th wicket that changed the complexion of the game in Grenada, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Definitely.
It gave Trinidad
And it's
Tobago
good to
the
see
lead.
that in the championship so far. That, hey, you can get an advantage as a bowling team and a batting team fights back. As
yes.
the Windies did. What I was impressed with the Volcanoes' approach is that they were scoring freely. So by the time they got out, 240, relatively good.
Right.
40 plus.
Yeah.
You still had, an hour and a half?
Yeah, you still had 22, 23 overs left. Yeah.
So that is why we were emphasizing about the ability to be there but to score freely without being careless.
True.
That's what we were trying to say this morning and not really trying to put down Monson Hodge. Here
Not
is
at all.
Jeremiah Louis getting this one from Patrick Harty. He has bowled his heart out.
He has. 26 overs.
And he cannot be saying I didn't
Sorry,
get any
20
wicket.
overs, 26 runs.
The issue, him not getting a wicket is not an issue. It's
No,
that
he's done
he
his
has
job.
had a stranglehold on the Hurricanes and allowing the wicket takers, Minley and the others to do the job. Driven by Louis, because apart from Man Singh with 2, it would have been it would have been Louis and Merchant and Bryant and Fraser taking individual wickets. So Man Singh's appearance may have been a huge blessing for Jamaica and for the youngster himself. This one is played outwards, short backward point by Louis.
Yeah, and as Sylvester was saying, it's judging on his performance today, Man Singh. It's strange how he was left out of the original 11.
Well, oftentimes, team selections, they may be looking at other metrics that we don't know about. They may be looking at conditions. They may have misread conditions.
Yeah.
And the whole team dynamics, they would understand it a bit better than we do. But as objective viewers, observers, we are saying based on what we see, in spite of the good bowling performance, we believe that he is on the cutting edge.
Definitely.
And he's only making his debut in first class.
Yeah, first match.
That's
yeah.
alarming. Here is Jeremiah Louis covering up. And they're now comfortable. These two backers are
Yeah,
comfortable.
that's why I say that they're too comfortable.
And I'm surprised that we still did not get the new ball. So
Mm.
perhaps the intention is not to get the new ball. Perhaps they don't want any extra score, but they should be looking to bowl the Leewards out. This one worked down to backward of square, short backward of square. Singer taken for a while now. Corner has indicated he needed a change in glove. As his gloves off, but perhaps the dressing room has not read the signal. The over has been completed, so Louis will be on strike, so perhaps he may not need the gloves. 155 for 6. 5 overs remaining in the day's play.
5 overs, and I'd still have a crack with this new ball. In fact, I think Minley's hovering around, but no, still gonna
it's
be
Man
Man Singh.
Singh.
Yep. So obviously they got different intentions, Jamaica, but they don't want to spoil a good day by letting the Leewards off the hook late in the day.
But it depends on the risk you want to take. You could get a couple of wickets.
Well, I know. I
I'm
thought
not
that
saying
would be
that
more
don't
important.
take the wicket.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'm saying
yeah.
taking the risk with the new ball to
Mm.
get a couple of wickets may be greater in the long term or in the context of the match than just allow it to pleat out. However, Man Singh is ready. Pitched outside leg. Louis placed it comfortably.
But I think judging on the day and the stranglehold that they've had on the Leeward Islands batsmen, I'd be willing to take that risk.
Certainly.
Yeah.
If it gets away, you can't really blame the captain for trying.
If Leewards hold on Saturday on the final day with 2 wickets left,
He would look back and regret. Look back and regret. Wasted time. Persistence with spin. Wicket keeper.
as it looks like Jamie Merchant warming up.
Well, he's warming up, but I'm not sure warming up to do what. He wants to bowl or just because he wants to keep warm. Because the
Can't be
way in
as
which
cold
Man
as
Singh
us.
has been bowling, if you're not going back to the fast bowlers,
No, well, then
Man-
it's
Man-
yeah,
Man
you
Singh
want
gotta bowl.
yeah, a waste of time giving it to another spinner.
unless he would be taking over from to give Harty a rest from the northern end. But we see Aldine, the wicket keeper, in fact.
Well, Minley's bowled all his overs from the northern end, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
The end that Harty's bowling at.
Whereas we've seen the
Brian
bowling
swap round.
rotating.
Yeah, right.
So we're back with the action. Man Singh to Jeremiah. Louis goes back and he cuts at that. Misses it completely. Was on the knee. Needed just to sustain his position. You'd say they would have followed the instructions well? Cornwall and Louis.
Most definitely to the letter T so far.
The second best partnership of the Leewards in is down the leg side, swept away.
Well played.
Only a single.
But no risk again.
That's right.
Keeping the scoreboard ticking.
When you tell the story that for an entire day of 90 overs, that a team may not get up to 175 or up to 200, someone would ask you what? One of the vociferous spectators at tea time, I won't call his name, a former cricketer from an area just outside of mine, was hurling some words at me as though I have something to do with the Leewards team. Down the leg side, Cornwall sweeps at it, misses it, and he says, "They're not playing any stroke. I'm not watching any more of this cricket." And he stormed out of the gate. So I said, you must enjoy the grind sometimes. That's the nature of the game. One day
True.
you score 300 in a day, the next
Yeah.
day you struggle to score 200. Good bowling, good reasonable.
And to be fair, I mean, Minley, they obviously would have seen, but the others, apart from Merchant, they wouldn't have seen that much of. You know what I mean? And a new pitch, you know, it may not be playing as true as what we think it is.
That's right. The grass on the pitch was obvious. The
Mhm.
bowling pair.
The
did have a
moisture, as you
struggle.
said, yeah.
The moisture out there was very heavy.
We could see balls weren't reaching the boundary and all that business.
So 156 for 6. A maiden over from Man Singh. 2 for 27 from his 14 overs. He has been the leading bowler for the Jamaica Scorpions. And we have 4 overs remaining in the day's play. They are getting through these overs rather well.
Very well. It's just the 4 overs remaining, and looks like Harty's going to continue. So no sign of the new ball this evening by the looks of things.
It depends on how quickly these 4 overs are completed, because the end of the day's play really would be 5 o'clock. So would we be getting in the extra? I know it's 90 overs, but then we also had that early rain matter before lunch, so it would be interesting to see.
Yeah. But they can bowl more than 90.
Yes.
So can they?
So it is likely, if the spinners continue, here is...
Maybe he's waiting for the shadows.
Well, it's brilliant sunshine out there, and the most notable shadow is for the light. Coming forward again, Jeremiah Louis looks a defensive play. Looks sort of an Nkrumah Bonner in his approach. Just standing there and blocking and ensuring that there is no pathway for the bowler to penetrate. A useful cricketer.
Yeah, he's doing the job very well.
Poor Harty, he has really bowled his heart out. Taking a wicket, but you can't use the wicket comparison because he's a critical path to this score. Just kept them grinding. Down the leg side, sweeping for 4.
That was a good shot.
Lovely shot by, I almost said Nkrumah Bonner. Lovely shot by Jeremiah Louis. 160 comes up, 160 for 6.
Yeah, excellent shot, excellent sweep shot there by Jeremiah Louis, and he's playing well. He's just keeping out the balls that are online, and anything that off target, he's looking to score, and that was a aggressive sweep shot all the way along the ground down to the fine leg boundary for 4 welcome runs. But I still say Jamaica let this slip a little.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so. Some critical opportunities, I believe, as we mentioned, to bring the fast bowlers back after 80. Not just the fast bowlers, but the new ball. But Paul Palmer Jr. may be happy with the fact that they have contained the Leewards on the 200. They have taken 6 wickets, but I think the opportunity, each opportunity, ought to have been explored.
Yeah, definitely, and they still have to bat on the on this particular surface, which, as we say, is a new surface. There's no Jermaine Blackwood. There's no Nkrumah Bonner.
Louis comes forward. The over has been completed. Over number 87. A key point, though, also, which we may not have made so far, is that this pitch tends to play better on the second day. Well, when I say this pitch, matches here.
Right.
On the second day, it's more lively. It comes through. It comes onto the bat. So I believe the Jamaicans would be mindful of that, even though it's relayed. It's expected to have the same characteristic of the previous situation. First day usually low scoring day. We have seen it all here, whether it is domestic, whether it is regional, whether it's international. 18 matches, you would get scores sub 200 and then thereafter. So it is critical that the Jamaicans dislodge this pair, I think, tonight.
Definitely, but it is going to be Jamie Merchant.
Well,
Replacing Man Singh. Did he take the new ball?
I haven't seen the signal.
No.
Have you seen the signal, Terry?
No.
So then perhaps Minley and Brian may have closed up shop. Maybe they have dispensed with the spikes. or perhaps Paul Palmer's confidence in Merchant is greater. So after a huge long spell from Mansing, I think much commendation to the young man who has toiled for the Scorpions.
Yeah.
Has gotten his reward.
2 for 27 off 14. Excellent returns on debut. And especially when he wouldn't have been expecting to play because he wasn't in the original 11. Let's hope Alwyn Williams is fine. He had to pull out of the match at lunch with a medical condition.
Raheem Cornwall drives past Merchant, diving, tumbling over. But Mansing did the fielding at mid-on.
I'm impressed with Cornwall though, with the way he's restrained himself, playing a very mature Nokia in the circumstances. 26 off 64.
Let's hope that he carries through and remains out there from a Leewards perspective, not from a Jamaica perspective, also from a West Indian perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I think the longer he bats, the better it is for him. Plays it aggressively.
Sure.
Diving effort.
Well, then he got a finger to it, I think.
Yes, from Morris. And he looks at the hand, diving across, got a hand to it. That may have saved the boundary. Single. Cornwall goes to 27. The partnership, 44. It is inching up to a half-century partnership, which these two would be happy with. Apart from the individual score and the team score, the partnership becomes critical, because the only half-century partnership in the Leewards knock would have been the Hamilton Hodge partnership.
Yeah.
And they have done well in terms of the time between them. They would have batted 146 deliveries. That is pretty much the approach the Leewards may have prescribed at the beginning of the innings. Louis gets one from Merchant, not troubling him at all. Not bowling wicket to wicket Merchant, as we saw from Mansing.
Yes, but Louis is comfortable out there now, well in behind these deliveries.
Looking really comfortably. He is really composed. The over comes to an end. Palmer's, decision for Jamie Merchant has not yielded any dividends, at least at this time. 88 overs completed, 161 for 6. Cornwall on 27. Louis on 17.
Yeah, and I just think both teams now are just going through the motions towards the end of the first day's play here. Harty looks like he's going to continue from the northern end, so there won't be a second new ball tonight, which was available some 8 overs ago. And kudos to the manual scoreboard attendants, though, Seth. They do a wonderful job here at Coolidge and standing out in that blazing hot sun all day.
All the time.
All the time.
Whether it is Coolidge or it is the Circuit.
Correct, yeah.
They have always been on the ball. They're usually on the ball. There are times when the electronic scorers or our virtual system may fail and they keep it up accurately. Here is Cornwall. Play bowled!
Now that was a
No.
loose shot, though.
Well, in fact,
It went through to the keeper
Yes,
and he
went
took the bails off.
I thought he was bowled because
a
listen,
very
that
loose
one
shot.
went straight through him coming in. And
Ooh,
we
just
saw
straighten
the
him down.
bails just at the end. Sorry to those Cornwall fans in Jamaica and
Yeah,
The
he
Red
gave
Jet-
everybody in
Ah.
Old Saints a heart attack, but that's all right. Liberta.
and Liberty,
Yeah.
New Village. Here is Patrick Harty to Cornwall, and he comes forward this time. Reads the line well.
Was a lazy shot though by
Yes, it was. Looks
Jimbo.
like an end of day.
Definitely.
So he will just need to grind another over after this. Louis comfortable to be at the other end. Harty.
Whoa.
What happened there? The umpire is
I
looking
got
to
stuck.
He signaled dead ball. He was about to
He
signal
signaled-
why the ball got stuck and came through. Let's see what happened here. Was about to deliver. The ball slipped from his grasp and bounced off the pitch.
Bounced off the adjacent pitch.
And dead ball signaled by the umpire Bazarat. One of the two umpires, the other at square leg is umpire Deaton Butler. Now they have brought City mid-off in for Cornwall. Good thinking. Towards the end of the day, Cornwall still composed and just played it out to point. And at least they're showing that they want to see something happen.
Yeah, he's maintained some good positive field settings all day as power for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Cornwall drives this one down to long off. Will come through for the single. Dealing in singles. And moves up to 28. The score up to 162 for 6. Jeremiah comes into face. It is the slowest day of cricket that I have remembered.
For quite a while, huh?
And I can't drag my memory to be in this position doing a game where after over number 10 it was scoring below 2 runs per over and maintained its course.
It maintained it for the entire day because the 14 overs at the first drinks
Yes.
break and it was 19. Yeah.
At the start it looked a little okay with probably getting a couple of fours, and then after it just started to bleed out into a good test of character. Jeremiah Louis has been tested, comes up well. Patrick Harty, he has been tested and he has come out trumps here today. None for 32 from his 23 overs and 10 maidens. An economy rate of 1.39. Pretty much a decent performance because I don't expect that he will come back because only 1 over Terry remains in the day's play. So Cornwall and Louis talking.
5 minutes left, so they'll leave it
Yes.
at that, I'd say. But
Everyone wants to ensure, so the batters are having their conversation, the fielders are.
at 23 overs set, he'll sleep well tonight, though. Excellent performance.
He will.
No wicket for 32. That's brilliant.
And he must be saying that even though I didn't take a wicket,
He
I am
certainly
part
did
of
his
the main
job,
cause.
though.
I was the critical path
Mm-hmm.
to stifle the scoring of the Leewards.
So, the last over of the first day's play, the West Indies Championship first round match between Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions.
To be bowled by Jamie Merchant. Comes into Cornwall. Cornwall and Louis just skipping through for the single. Way down to long on, Mansing Feeling. Jamaica will be happy with their work. You may ask Jamal Hamilton and the Leewards whether they're happy with their work.
Well, I think he'd be happy with the way that they've finished off today, providing they get through these next 5 deliveries. Because it really looked like they were going to be rolled over in the first day, which is not obviously what you want when you opt to bat first on winning the toss.
Similar scores like what we've seen at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds. Barbados versus Guyana, 165 for 5, but only 60. They had the 65th over. This is 162 for 6. We're in the final over of the day. I reckon they had some pitch issues and some
I heard
the issues
that,
there.
Yeah. Mm.
But here we have had no time lost. Yes, a lunch was called early after a brief drizzle and then shower. And then all that time has been made up. Has been made up without any challenge. They are making some adjustment to the field.
Yeah, bringing
4
more
deliveries remaining.
more men round the bat for Louis.
And Cornwall calls him down, or perhaps said something to him. Not to be keep focus.
So they've taken the extra cover out and put him at leg slip. So they got a short leg slip, and silly mid off, and they brought the point round to cover.
I was looking for something like this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Louis comes forward and plays it back to the bowler, because I thought an approach like this earlier may have yielded some results, but it's not too late, maybe. Jeremiah Louis trying to bat it out here, has 3 deliveries to ensure safety down the leg side, swings at that, missed it completely. Leewards won the toss, batted first. Once in Hodge.
He's going to go around the wicket now. As
And
Merchant.
Powell starting the batting. Powell went for just 9 at 11 for 1. Merchant coming from around the wicket to Louis. Louis defends well. Defying the effort to dislodge him. 1 delivery remaining. Monson Hodge, he scored 37 from 170 deliveries. Casey Carty, he only got 2. Kofi James, he scored 15. Here is Jeremiah Louis playing out this delivery. And that is play on the first day of this match between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Jamaica Scorpions. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes 166 for 6. Terry, I was just completing the batting of the Leeward Islands. Jamal Hamilton scored 40. Terrence Ward 10. But at the end, it is Raheem Cornwall not out 29 from 71 deliveries, and Jeremiah Louis 17 from 84 deliveries, taking them to 163 for 6. And for the Jamaica Scorpions, they would look back at their day and they would say, even though Alwyn Williams had the opportunity of being replaced by the man who did all the job
Man Singh,
in the best way, in a very special way.
Excellent bowler.
Man Singh, really. Abijay Man Singh. I think the pick of the day.
Yeah.
14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 27. Akeem Fraser at the bottom, he had 1 for 27. But the men who started them off in a good way, Marker Minley, he had 12 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 11. Gordon Bryant, he bowled well at both ends, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 32. His figures may not reflect how well he bowled. And Alwyn Williams, before he left, 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 7. And we had Jamie Merchant, 1 for 23 from 12 overs, including 2 maiden. Patrick Harty, the man who bowled his heart out, 23 overs, 10 maidens, none for 32. And as we mentioned, Akeem, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 27. A good effort, excellent bowling and fielding by the Jamaicans, but we saw great rearguard action by the pair of Raheem Cornwall and Jeremiah Louis, a partnership of 48, bringing back some balance or opportunity for the Leewards as we go into tomorrow's play.
Yeah, I think opportunity, Seth. I think Jamaica will still feel very happy with the work that they've done in the field and with the ball today. All bowlers bowled very well, and Man Singh, when he came on, nobody had an answer to him. He picked up the 2 wickets, but 2 for 27 off 14. excellent overs for the wrist spinner. And I think they've taken the honours for the day. There's no doubt about that. But this partnership has given hope to the Leeward Islands. They'll resume tomorrow on 163.46, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at around 10 to 10 for the start of the second day's play between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions, round one of the West Indies Championship. So on behalf of myself, Terry Laraji, Seth Burton and Sylvester Joseph, wishing you all a very pleasant evening, and we'll catch you all in the morning for day 2.